largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. We are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And the 16th BRICS Summit has concluded with the adoption of the Kazan Declaration and that very important bilateral meeting between PM Modi and President Xi Jinping. We'll get to everything that you need to know. That's one of our top stories we're tracking. But as usual, the headlines as we go live this morning. BRICS adopts Kazan Declaration, emphasis on reforms in global security and multilateralism. Omar Abdullah is in New Delhi, meets Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet PM Modi today. Delhi LG writes to CM Atishi, raising concern on increasing pollution, criticizes her for offering no solution. MVS seat sharing pact, seal Uddhav Sena, Congress, Sharad Pawar's NCP to contest 85 seats each in Maharashtra. And 4 killed as gunmen set off explosives, breached Turkish aerospace headquarters near Ankara, probe underway. Prime Minister Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping met in Russia for the first bilateral talks since 2019. Relations between India and China have been strained following the Ladakh military standoffs triggered by Beijing's unilateral actions violating the line of actual control, the de facto border between the two nations. Take a look at this report to understand that very important meeting which took place between PM Modi and President Xi Jinping and why it is significant.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping met in Russia, marking their first bilateral meeting since 2019.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपसे मिलकर खुशी है और जैसा आपने कहा 5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं, लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है।
India-China relations have been strained since the military standoff in Ladakh. This was after Beijing's unilateral violation of the line of actual control, the de facto border between the two nations. Coming less than 72 hours after a major diplomatic and military breakthrough, the bilateral talks took place on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit in Kazan, Russia. Chinese President Xi Jinping too underscored the need to maintain peace for both the countries.
It best serves the fundamental interests of our two countries and two peoples, for both sides to keep to the trend of history and the right direction of our bilateral relations.
This breakthrough ensures the return of the status quo to pre-May 2020 conditions, when tensions escalated in Ladakh with the deadly Galwan clash. 4 years after the Galwan Valley clash, a new patrolling arrangement signals de-escalation, as both sides had stationed tens of thousands of troops in the region. The positive shift in India-China relations following the agreement on a new patrolling arrangement along the LAC.
एक्सेलेंसी, सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए।
This agreement, after years of disruptions, marks a step towards restoring stability in a highly sensitive border area.
As we move ahead right now, Omar Abdullah met with Home Minister Amit Shah in New Delhi to discuss the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's statehood. Now, the talks are seen as crucial for the region's political future, with Abdullah expected to meet PM Modi later today. That is right, viewers. Very important development. We have Aravat. If you have Aravat, let's go to Aravat, who's joining us live. Aravat, I'm coming across to you, and a very important meeting taking place between Omar Abdullah and Home Minister Amit Shah. The first meeting in the national capital for Omar Abdullah ever since he took office as the chief minister. Take us through what happened in the meeting and what can we expect later on in the day.
Absolutely, Shwangi. This is the first meeting of the Omar Abdullah and the first visit to the national capital, Delhi, of the Omar Abdullah after assuming the office here in the Srinagar office. And we have heard from the sources that Omar Abdullah met the Home Minister and he has discussed about the issue of the Union territory of the Jammu and Kashmir, and especially about the early restoration of the statehood for the Jammu and Kashmir Union territory. On the first visit, Omar Abdullah has visited there and he has spent almost 30 minutes with the Home Minister and has discussed the many things, including the early restoration of the statehood. There is possibility that the Omar Abdullah will also meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi today in the afternoon, that we have learned from the sources. But yes, we have seen that this is the first visit of Omar Abdullah to national capital Delhi after assuming the office here in the Kashmir. And we have seen after the back-to-back attacks in the Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the Omar Abdullah has run to the Delhi and met the Home Minister there. And he has talked also about the early restoration of the statehood for the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Rangi.
All right, thank you, Aravat, for getting us those details, Aravat, because we will be tracking the story very closely. Omar Abdullah is slated to meet the Prime Minister later on in the day. Very important development on that front ever since those elections and the new government was formed in Jammu and Kashmir. We have to move ahead right now because we have to go to the national capital, viewers. As residents across Delhi NCR continue to struggle for clean air amid the deepening toxic haze as we go towards heavy winters, Supreme Court has come down heavily on the centre, accusing it of rendering the Environment Protection Act toothless and failing to enforce strict penal measures to check stubble burning incidents. The apex court said only notices were issued to violators and none was being prosecuted for burning crop residue, which is seen as a primary contributor to the smog engulfing the national capital. Take a look at this report to understand where the story stands as we speak.
As the deepening smog and mounting pollution woes left residents in the national capital high and dry, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the centre. At a fresh suo motu hearing on crop residue burning, which is said to be the primary contributor to air pollution at this time of the year, the Supreme Court pulled up the centre for lax enforceable measures. The Apex Court bench accused the centre of rendering the Environment Protection Act toothless while not imposing strict penalties to check stubble burning incidents. The court said that despite the laws providing for strict penalties, the violators were being made to get away with notices. The top court also pulled up the Punjab and Haryana governments for failing to curb stubble burning incidents. While the Aam Aadmi Party rules Punjab, the BJP is in power in Haryana. The top court said that had the two state governments been serious about curbing stubble burning, it would have resulted in at least one prosecution. Meanwhile, armed with the SC's scathing observations, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi also hit out at the centre.
एक तरफ पंजाब है जिसने 2021 से 2023 में अपनी स्टबल बर्निंग आधी कर दी और 2023 से 2024 में 25% और कम कर दी, और दूसरी तरफ हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश हैं जहां पे लगातार स्टबल बर्निंग, पराली जलाने के इंस्टेंसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। हरियाणा में 23% से बढ़ गए, उत्तर प्रदेश में 70% से बढ़ गए। तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली वालों से इतनी नफरत करती है कि वो हरियाणा को और उत्तर प्रदेश की अपनी सरकारों को दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ एक हथियार के तौर पे इस्तेमाल कर रही है।
As the apex court fumes and the AAP and BJP point fingers at each other, the hapless people are being left to fend for themselves.
And we must move ahead right now. Delhi police detained many students at Jamia Millia Islamia on Wednesday after they gathered for Diwali celebrations. Despite the university not granting permission due to a prior scuffle, the administration lodged a formal complaint regarding the earlier incident while police moved to disperse the crowd, including students from JNU and DU. Okay, we can go ahead right now to Piyush Ori, who's joining us live. Piyush, I'm coming across to you. You are at the location where the scuffle took place earlier on Tuesday. Now we see that after some students had gathered for a Diwali celebration, they have been detained. Take us through the latest details coming in from ground. Go ahead, Piyush.
So yes, good morning to you, Shivangi, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And yesterday we saw that there were some dramatic visuals that occurred at the Jamia Millia Islamia University, where you have to understand that on 22nd October there was a Diwali cultural fest in which there was ruckus that was created by certain hoodlums, in which certain provocative religious slogans were raised, and in which a scuffle broke out. Now, what exactly led to this scuffle? What exactly led to this religious provocative slogans being raised? All this is being probed reportedly by the administration at the Jamia Millia Islamia University. However, taking into consideration that this cultural event was not being done at the way it should have been done, the right-wing group students said that they are going to be organizing a cultural fest again, that is on 23rd October evening. But we saw that there was certain detention that was taken by the Delhi police, taking into consideration that there were some students who were not from the Jamia Millia Islamia administration reportedly, and they felt that these students needed to be detained in order to maintain law and order. So yes, at around 4:30 to 5 o'clock, we saw some drama being played out at Jamia Millia Islamia from the Delhi police, who detained the students who were not, according to them, students from the Jamia Millia Islamia. However, following that, at around 8 to 8:15, following the hectic negotiations, the students, the right-wing student groups were allowed to organize a cultural event at Jamia by lighting diyas. It is important to note, however, and a key question now needs to be raised, is that why there were hectic negotiations for organizing a cultural fest of Diwali within the campus of Jamia. It is believed that following this scuffle that broke out on 22nd October, the administration developed cold feet and they did not allow the students to celebrate cultural event in Jamia. Why actually did the administration develop cold feet? Why were they not showing that courage? Why were they not displaying that courage in trying to get hold of those hoodlums which tried to disrupt this event and take them to task? And why actually the Delhi police did not allow, and why the Delhi police allowed these student groups to organize cultural event yesterday following hectic negotiations and detention? So there are some very key questions now that needs to be asked from the authorities as well as Delhi police, that why actually are these hoodlums which created this ruckus at the first place are not being taken to task, and why the atmosphere of Jamia is being allowed to vitiate at the first place. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for joining us, Piyush, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as you keep a very close eye on this story. We're seeing that some students have once again been detained on Wednesday night after they gathered for a Diwali celebration. We move ahead, viewers, because we're tracking more stories coming in. Republic, for the first time, has put out the images of the Lashkar terrorist behind the terrorist attack in Ganderbal that took place 3 days ago. The same Lashkar, viewers, that has its base in Pakistan. Yes. The same Lashkar that has its top leadership in Pakistan, whose leadership was seen hugging and indulging radical preacher and Pakistan's official state guest Zakir Naik, and the same Lashkar, which is an UN-recognized terror organization. But no matter where they hide, one thing is very clear, viewers. One thing is clear, that the face of terror is now unmasked forever. Here's a full report where we show you the latest coming in.
As the probe into the dastardly terror attack of October 20 in Ganderbal picks steam, the face of Lashkar terror has been unmasked. Exclusive images of the terrorist who carried out this cowardly attack has come to fore. Caught on camera is the terrorist carrying a sophisticated assault rifle.
The terrorist, as per the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the Indian Army, is believed to be a Pakistani foreigner terrorist, as his moves seems to be similar to what has been of those terrorists that are trained for the jungle warfare. And now a massive manhunt has been launched for this terrorist. Two terrorists are believed to be behind this attack that has taken place and has claimed life of 7 civilians while injuring 5 others in the central Kashmir's Ganderbal district. And this seems to be, as per the intelligence agencies, a planned attack that they have carried out in the heart of central Srinagar.
As per top sources, as many as 43 suspects were detained for questioning. The detained suspects are believed to have helped the terrorist to carry out the attack in Ganderbal, which killed 7 people. The valley is now echoing with one demand: avenge the killing of 7 innocent civilians. It is time to hit the terror state where it hurts them.
And viewers, let's move on right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. The big story coming in from the world of sports, remember, was that some disciplines have been removed for the Commonwealth Games. India has expressed its unhappiness after many sports in which the country does very well and gets medals were asked for a leaner version of the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. Republic exclusively spoke to Gagan Narang and PT Usha. Here's a full report telling you what is the latest from the world of sports.
The president of the Indian Olympic Association, PT Usha, voiced strong concerns over the recently announced cuts to the 2026 Commonwealth Games roster.
The reduction in the sports program for the 26 Games is disappointing, but I am sure that you will understand that the 26 Games serve as a bridge to the future of the Commonwealth Games, a pivotal step in the Commonwealth Games Federation's vision to reset and redefine the event with a more collaborative, adaptable and sustainable model. This approach aims to reduce costs, lower environmental impact and increase social benefits.
Vice President Gagan Narang also joined the bandwagon.
It's very unfortunate. I think a lot of athletes worldwide and in the Commonwealth countries give their heart and soul to participate in these games. I'm sure the respective international federations are in talks with them to kind of figure out a way to kind of include them. I hope that good sense prevails and these sports are included.
The recent revamped roster might just dash India's medal tally hopes. The new schedule excludes key disciplines such as hockey, shooting, cricket, badminton and wrestling. The showpiece event, set to be held from July 23rd to August 2nd, 2026 in Glasgow, will feature only 10 sports in a bid to apparently make the event more budget-friendly. India won 61 medals, including 22 gold medals at the 2022 Commonwealth Games. 7 each in wrestling, boxing and table tennis. 6 in badminton, 2 each in hockey and squash and 1 in cricket. Imagine, the excluded sports once accounted for more than half of India's medal tally, and the number stands at 37. The removal of sports such as cricket, wrestling, hockey, among others, are likely to affect India's medal tally. Amid this, it will be interesting to see how India responds to this revamped roster.
And we will move ahead right now to Maharashtra. With Maharashtra polls not too far away, the MVA allies have agreed to contest on 85 seats each in the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections. Although deliberations are still ongoing to finalize the exact distribution, the coalition partners are negotiating to ensure an equitable seat-sharing arrangement ahead of the polls. That is right, viewers. And I want to go across to my colleague joining us right now. Satya Prakash is joining us live from Mumbai. Satya Prakash, ahead of the Maharashtra polls, we have seen both the Mahayuti Alliance, which is in power right now, and the MVA Alliance coming out with a seat-sharing formula, having many meetings. Now, the MVA seat-sharing formula has been locked in and is quite close to what we expected. Go ahead, Satya Prakash.
देखिए शिवांगी, महाविकास आघाड़ी में सीट बंटवारे को लेकर लगभग हो गया है, लेकिन अभी भी कुछ सीटों को लेकर विवाद है। शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे को 85 सीट पर लड़ेगी, कांग्रेस 85 सीट पर लड़ेगी और जो एनसीपी शरद पवार है पार्टी वो 85 सीटों पर लड़ेगी। तो तीनों पार्टियों ने 85 सीटों का बंटवारा किया है। 255 सीटों का बंटवारा हो गया है। 18 सीट जो है अदर जो है दूसरी पार्टियां हैं जो उनके साथ है उनको देंगी, छोटी छोटी जो पार्टियां उनको देंगी। और अभी भी 15 सीटों का विवाद है। 15 सीटों का जो विवाद है उस विवाद को खत्म करने के लिए आज मीटिंग किया जाएगा और बताया जा रहा है कि आज शाम तक 15 सीट का जो विवाद है वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा शाम तक, और जो उम्मीदवारों की लिस्ट है वो जारी हो जाएगी। लगातार इनमें विवाद चल रहा था। कहीं कल देर रात को प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ महाविकास आघाड़ी की तरफ से और कहा गया कि हमारा जो है 270 सीटों का फैसला हो चुका है। 18 सीट जो है अदर को दिया गया है, 15 सीटों का हमारा विवाद है। कहीं कहीं महाविकास आघाड़ी में जो विवाद चल रहा है खत्म हो गया है और सिर्फ 15 सीटों का बाकी है। जी।
All right, thank you for joining us there, Satya Prakash, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we inch towards the Maharashtra polls. And viewers, we have to move ahead right now because we'll take a very short break. Much more coming up. We will put our focus on international stories. 4 killed as gunmen set off explosives breach in Turkish aerospace headquarters near Ankara. Probe is underway. Stay tuned, viewers.
सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Yes, I was told there no permission, illegal activities was been going on. We would take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. in entire Bangalore. I will make up see that we will come out with a decision where all such type of illegal construction are going on. We are going to stop immediately. I will conduct a big survey on this and we will stop all this type, and I will inform the concerned registrars also not to accept any transfer of property, such type of property which there are no plan sanction. So we will have to deal with this with the stricten laws, whatever we have in our hands.
So will any action be taken against your officials?
Of course, with the contractor, my officials, and even the owner of the property, whoever has been done, everyone will be booked under the law of the.
Welcome back, viewers. We're live this morning. In a significant move to enhance its position in the global rice market, the government of India has lifted restrictions on rice exports. The decision includes the removal of minimum export price or non-basmati white rice, signaling a boost for farmers and the agricultural sector. Let's take a closer look at the implications of this policy change and what it means for India's export landscape.
On Wednesday, the Government of India lifted curbs on rice export. The government also removed the minimum export price of $490 per ton on overseas shipment of non-basmati white rice. The decision comes from the Directorate General of Foreign Trade. The ban had been imposed on exports of non-basmati rice on July 20, 2023. And now that India has surplus, the curbs have been lifted. The ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine was among the factors that disrupted the food grain supply chain globally. However, India continued exporting to friendlier nations like UAE, Maldives, and many others. For the fiscal of 2023 to 24, India had exported 852 million worth of non-basmati rice. The government remains optimistic about boosting exports. The removal of curb seeks to achieve two goals. Firstly, augment farmers' income through the removal of MEP and solidify India's status as a leading rice exporter.
There's much more coming up. Omar Abdullah in New Delhi meets Amit Shah over statehood demand. Likely to meet PM Modi today. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
Happened in the AGM about Jamia Rodriguez honorary membership, which was given to her due to her international player status.
Yeah, so when the motion came up for hearing and the things were explained to the members that this is what has happened, our president was chairing the meeting, and when everything was put up, the House.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We'll get you the highlights from the BRICS summit, which has concluded. The Prime Minister has returned to the national capital. We'll get you the highlights of the BRICS summit and those key bilaterals that were held, starting first up with the headlines.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
BRICS adopts Kazan declaration, emphasizes on reforms in global security and multilateralism. Omar Abdullah in the national capital meets Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet Prime Minister Modi today. Delhi LG writes to Chief Minister Atishi, raises concerns over increasing pollution, criticizes her for offering no solution. NDA seat sharing pact sealed. Uddhav Sena, Congress, Sharad Pawar, NCP to contest on 85 seats each in Maharashtra. 4 killed as gunmen set off explosives breached Turkish aerospace headquarters near Ankara. Probe underway. And the Prime Minister is back after attending the BRICS summit, in which he also held several key bilaterals on the sidelines of the summit. In fact, speaking at the BRICS summit, he spoke on a slew of topics like climate change, world economy, and even combating terror. The Prime Minister even hailed BRICS achievements in global economy. Here's a full report.
The 16th BRICS summit concluded successfully in Russia's Kazan on Wednesday. Speaking at the summit's roundtable meeting, PM Modi hailed BRICS achievements in global economy.
नए स्वरूप में ब्रिक्स विश्व की 40% मानवता और लगभग 30% अर्थव्यवस्था का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। पिछले लगभग 2 दशकों में ब्रिक्स ने अनेक उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में यह संगठन वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए और अधिक प्रभावी माध्यम बनकर के उभरेगा।
PM also expressed hope for a more empowered and strong BRICS in the future.
ब्रिक्स $30 ट्रिलियन से भी ज्यादा बड़ी इकोनॉमी है। हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बढ़ाने में ब्रिक्स बिजनेस काउंसिल और ब्रिक्स विमेन बिजनेस अलायंस की विशेष भूमिका रही है। इस वर्ष ब्रिक्स के अंदर WTO रिफॉर्म्स, ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन इन एग्रीकल्चर, रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन्स, ई-कॉमर्स और स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन को लेकर जो सहमति बनी है, उससे हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बल मिलेगा।
Not only this, PM also lauded the UPI system in India and how it has changed the nation's economy drastically.
लोकल करेंसीज में व्यापार और सुगम रूप से क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट से हमारा आर्थिक सहयोग सुदृढ़ होगा। भारत द्वारा बनाया गया यूनिफाइड पेमेंट्स इंटरफेस यानी यूपीआई भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस स्टोरी है। इसे कई देशों में अपनाया गया है। पिछले वर्ष हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद के साथ मिलकर हमने इसे यूएई में भी लॉन्च किया। अन्य ब्रिक्स देशों के साथ भी इस पर सहयोग किया जा सकता है।
While stressing on the importance of climate change, PM said that climate change is a growing problem which needs serious solutions.
क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता का विषय रहा है। रूस की अध्यक्षता में ब्रिक्स ओपन कार्बन मार्केट पार्टनरशिप के लिए बनी सहमति का स्वागत करता है। भारत में भी ग्रीन ग्रोथ, क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन पर विशेष रूप से बल दिया जा रहा है।
In his speech at the round table, PM Modi also said that diversity and multipolarity are strengths of humanity in the world.
भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा।
Remember, the summit in Kazan marks PM Modi's second visit to Russia this year and promises to be a key moment in shaping India's foreign policy amid growing geopolitical tensions.
Now, the BRICS summit on Wednesday adopted the Kazan Declaration recognizing reforms for the United Nations and multilateral institutions. The declaration reaffirms support for member countries' aspirations to be permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Here's a detailed report.
A comprehensive document that reflects the collective vision of the BRICS nation was adopted in Kazan on Wednesday. The declaration has been called the Kazan Declaration. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that the declaration has been approved by all member nations. The Kazan Declaration emphasizes on reforms in global security. The 43-page document addresses a range of topics including geopolitics, AI, and preservation of endangered species. Under the declaration, the leaders pledged their commitment to fostering peace, ensuring a fairer international order, and promoting sustainable development. The declaration will be distributed to the United Nations as a key expression of global multipolarity.
Now, assailants set off an explosive and opened fire in an attack on Wednesday on the premises of Turkish state-run aerospace and defense company that killed 4 people and wounded several others. Here's another detailed report.
Look how people in extreme agony take cover to save themselves. After an explosion followed by gunfire is heard at TUSAS, the Turkish defense company, sees emergency vehicles doing rounds. TUSAS, which specializes in designing, manufacturing and assembling both civilian and military aircraft, sees people gathered outside hospital. The Turkish minister Ali Yerlikaya has announced death of 2 of the attackers who wounded about 14 people. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, 2 people with assault rifles and a backpack arrive at an entry to the complex, then detonate an explosive device next to the taxi, causing panic.
Now, amid the Russia-Ukraine war that's been raging on for over 2 years now, there's a statement that's coming from the White House. The National
In fact, this is a statement that's coming from John Kirby, who's claimed that US believes that at least 3,000 North Korean soldiers traveled to ship to Russia's largest Pacific port in early mid-October. There's high probability that these soldiers may enter into combat alongside the Russian military, and if they do so, then this development would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine.
Amid Russia-Ukraine war at its peak, John Kirby, national security spokesman, has made a big announcement. He has claimed of US believing that about 3,000 North Korean soldiers are undergoing training in eastern Russia and they might engage in combat against Ukrainian military.
I think, as you have all heard earlier this morning, we have seen the public reporting indicating that North Korean soldiers are traveling to Russia to fight against Ukraine. We're working closely with our allies and partners to gain a full understanding of this situation, but today I'm prepared to share what we know at this stage. We assess that between early to mid-October, North Korea moved at least 3,000 soldiers into eastern Russia.
If this happens, then it would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine. John Kirby further called this as a sign of weakness, not strength on the part of the Kremlin.
For the time being, we will continue to monitor this situation closely. But let's be clear. If North Korean soldiers do enter into combat, this development would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine. Russia is suffering extraordinary casualties on the battlefield every single day, but President Putin appears intent on continuing this war.
Now, Russia and North Korea have denied the troop movements. Remember, viewers, in June, they signed a major defense deal to provide immediate military assistance if either is attacked. Now, US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has also supported Kirby's statement and has claimed of sharing evidence.
We are seeing evidence that there are North Korean troops that have gone to Africa. Now, what exactly? Excuse me, not Africa, but Russia. What exactly they're doing, left to be seen. These are things that we need to sort out. We'll have more for you on that later, but. Yeah, as we continue to look at this, there is evidence that there are DPRK troops, in Russia. So.
Doubling down to Kirby's statement, Park Sung-woo, South Korean lawmaker, has confirmed presence of North Korean troops in Russia.
현재 추가적으로 1,500여 명이 더 파견된 것으로 보인다. 그래서 이제까지 러시아로 이동된 총 북한군 규모는 약 3,000여 명으로 판단하고 있다라고 하는 것이고요.
Will NATO now back Ukraine?
And a quick look at other global stories that we are tracking. In Ankara, assailants set off an explosive and opened fire in an attack on the premises of the Turkish state-run aerospace and defense company that killed 4 people and wounded several others. 2 people with assault rifles and backpack arrived at an entry to the complex and detonated an explosive device that resulted in panic, followed by multiple gunshots that were heard after Turkish security forces entered the site. Amid the Russia-Ukraine war, the White House has released a statement saying that at least 3,000 North Korean soldiers traveled by ship to Russia's largest Pacific port in early mid-October, adding that there is a high possibility that these soldiers may enter into combat alongside the Russian military. If they do so, then this development would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine.
I think, as you have all heard earlier this morning, we have seen the public reporting indicating that North Korean soldiers are traveling to Russia to fight against Ukraine. We're working closely with our allies and partners to gain a full understanding of this situation, but today I'm prepared to share what we know at this stage. We assess that between early to mid-October, North Korea moved at least 3,000 soldiers into eastern Russia. We assess that these soldiers traveled by ship from the Wonsan area in North Korea.
Tropical storms swarmed eastern Philippine cities and towns overnight in widespread flooding that trapped people, some on their roofs, and sparked frantic appeals for rescue boats and trucks. The government has shut down public schools and government offices except those urgently needed for disaster response on the entire main island of Luzon to protect millions of people as tropical storm blew closer from the Pacific. The storm was about 310 kilometers east of the town in the northeastern province, with wind speeds of up to 85 km per hour. Chinese President Xi Jinping said that China will continue to work on its relations with Iran irrespective of how the international and regional situation changes. Xi made these statements when he held a meet with Iranian counterpart on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS summit. We head into a very short break. When we come back, back home tracking the deteriorating air quality in the national capital, LG now writes to Chief Minister Adishi.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
One more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
Happened in the AGM about Jamia Rodriguez's honorary membership, which was given to her due to her international player status.
Yeah, so when the motion came up for hearing and the things were explained to the members that this is what has happened, our president was chairing the meeting, and when everything was put up, the house was really very upset to hear all this, and they were very, very spontaneously. It just happened. Okay, please cancel our membership. We don't want such things happening in our Gymkhana, and we have to maintain the rules and the dignity of the Gymkhana, and we don't want. So there was no proposal for a removal or something like that by anybody. It just spontaneously happened with the members that we don't want such.
Welcome back. In news that we are tracking from the world of sports, India suffered loss against Germany in the first hockey game of the Test series. Olympic bronze medalists India wasted chances galore to lose to the world champions Germany in the first hockey test of the two-match series in the national capital.
डेफिनेटली सर, मैं बहुत नाराज़ हूँ इससे। बट आई थिंक जितने भी हमें मौके मिल रहे हैं हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हमने जो ट्राई किया वेरिएशन का ट्राई किया था, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो नहीं सक्सेस हुआ है। बट आई थिंक ये अच्छी टाइम है, अच्छी नेक्स्ट मैच में भी हम कोशिश करेंगे कि ये सब चीज़ें देखने को मिले, वेरिएशन देखने को मिले और डायरेक्ट फ्लिक देखने को मिले। बट कल का जो मैच रहेगा आई थिंक अच्छा मैच होने वाला है।
Yeah, it was a tough match. Being 2-0 down, it was always about scoring the next goal. And I think the second quarter we did well. Unfortunately, we didn't get the goal through the stroke, and then we made one or two mistakes, and then they punished us in that space. But second half was better. We just weren't firing up front, and yeah, nice to have an opportunity tomorrow to come back stronger.
तो ये चीज़ स्टार्ट हुई है और उम्मीद करते हैं कि अभी आगे भी कंटिन्यू करेंगे। बट आई थिंक 2 मैचेस आर इनफ फॉर अस। सो आज काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है, नो डाउट स्कोरिंग नहीं हो पाया, बट आई थिंक ओवरऑल जो गेम की बात करें, पोजेशन की बात करें और एज ए टीम हमने काफ़ी हद तक डिफेंस भी अच्छा करा है, बट आई थिंक और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, नो डाउट। सो कल का यही प्लानिंग रहेगी कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा गोल करें और मैच जीतें।
And a quick check of stories that we are tracking from across the country. Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Nirmala Sitharaman, held a meet with the President of the World Bank, Ajay Banga. The meeting took place on the sidelines of the World Bank and IMF annual meeting in Washington, D.C. The two discussed issues related to private capital participation in global public goods, energy security and reforms of multilateral development banks. The Mahavikas Aghadi coalition comprising of Congress, NCP, Sharad Pawar faction and Shiv Sena UBT announced plans to contest 85 seats each in the Maharashtra elections. While discussions continue to finalize a seat-sharing agreement, in a press conference, Shiv Sena UBT MP Sanjay Raut stated that consensus has been reached upon on 270 out of total 288 seats for the election scheduled for 20th of November.
आप जिस तरह से आपका कैलकुलेशन होगा वो आप जाने। इस तरह का कोई भी विवाद या कोई भी कंटा इस तरह का नहीं है। सब अच्छी तरह से सुलझ गया है, कोई प्रॉब्लम।
Delhi police has detained around half a dozen students following a scuffle between two student groups who gathered at Jamia Millia Islamic University for Diwali celebrations. On Wednesday, a senior police official reported that detentions were made because the university administration had not granted permission for another Diwali event. Due to earlier disturbance, approximately 30 to 40 students who are part of the ABVP, including those from other universities like JNU and DU, gathered outside the university for a Deep Mahotsav celebration. A major fire broke out at a commercial building in central Kolkata on Monday evening. On Wednesday evening, 15 fire engines were deployed to extinguish the blaze, which was first spotted around 8 p.m. German Chancellor will embark on a 2-day visit to India at the invitation of Prime Minister Modi for the 7th intergovernmental consultations. The Chancellor is scheduled to arrive in the national capital on the night of 24th of October. Adani Green Energy Limited has announced financial results for the period ending 30th of September, showcasing significant growth and operational excellence. Amit Shah, Amit Singh, CEO of Adani Green Energy Limited, stated that the financial performance continues to be strong, driven by significant greenfield capacity additions and robust operational efficiency.
I'm happy to announce that AGL has delivered a robust growth across all key metrics. Our revenue from power supply rose by 20% year-on-year to rupees 4,836 crore, backed by a robust capacity addition.
Much more coming up, viewers. Omar Abdullah meets Home Minister Amit Shah to discuss the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's statehood. Stay tuned.
सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shubhangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And a top story is a very important bilateral meet between PM Modi and President Xi Jinping of China, which has gone ahead and once again showed how Indian diplomacy has been appreciated by all world leaders. So now India and China have decided to rebuild ties after that important meeting which happened on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. We'll tell you everything that we need to know, but as usual, the headlines that we are tracking. Let's get started. BRICS adopts Kazan declaration, emphasizes on reforms in global security and multilateralism. Omar Abdullah, New Delhi meets Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet PM Modi today. Delhi AG writes to CM Atishi, raising concerns on increasing air pollution, criticizes her for offering no solution. MVSC chairing pact sealed. Uddhav Sena, Congress, Sharad Pawar's NCP to contest 85 seats each in Maharashtra. 4 killed as gunmen set off explosives, breached Turkish aerospace headquarters near Ankara, probe underway. As we move ahead to the big story coming in right now, that is that meeting which took place between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping of China. First meeting after 5 years, first meeting after successful border talks, and first meeting, an important meeting between the two nations since 2020 Galwan clash. Now this meeting now is very important as both the countries have come together and decided to rebuild ties. Let's have a look at this report to understand what happened in that very important meeting between India and China at the sidelines of the BRICS summit. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping met in Russia, marking their first bilateral meeting since 2019.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपसे मिलकर खुशी है और जैसा आपने कहा 5 साल के बाद हमारी ये फॉर्मल मीटिंग हो रही है। हमारा मानना है कि भारत और चीन के संबंधों का महत्व केवल हमारे लोगों के लिए ही नहीं, लेकिन वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और प्रगति के लिए भी हमारे संबंध बहुत अहम है।
India-China relations have been strained since the military standoff in Ladakh. This was after Beijing's unilateral violation of the line of actual control, the de facto border between the two nations. Coming less than 72 hours after a major diplomatic and military breakthrough, the bilateral talks took place on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia. Chinese President Xi Jinping too underscored the need to maintain peace for both the countries.
It best serves the fundamental interests of our two countries and two peoples, for both sides to keep to the trend of history and the right direction of our bilateral relations.
This breakthrough ensures the return of the status quo to pre-May 2020 conditions, when tensions escalated in Ladakh with the deadly Galwan clash. 4 years after the Galwan Valley clash, a new patrolling arrangement signals de-escalation, as both sides had stationed tens of thousands of troops in the region. The meeting highlighted the positive shift in India-China relations following the agreement on a new patrolling arrangement along the LAC.
एक्सेलेंसी, सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट, म्यूचुअल रिस्पेक्ट और म्यूचुअल सेंसिटिविटी हमारे संबंधों का आधार बने रहना चाहिए।
This agreement, after years of disruptions, marks a step towards restoring stability in a highly sensitive border area.
And we must move ahead right now. Remember, after the historic elections of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah has taken over as a CM. And after taking over as a CM for the first time, he has now come to the national capital, meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. That happened yesterday. And today he will also be meeting PM Modi. That is very likely. Omar Abdullah met with Home Minister Amit Shah in New Delhi to discuss the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir statehood. Talks are very important for the region's political future, with Abdullah expected to meet PM Modi later in the day. So those are the pictures coming in where you can see where Omar Abdullah had met Amit Shah, Home Minister Amit Shah. This happened yesterday. And we can expect much more in terms of Omar Abdullah's plans in the national capital. He is very likely to meet the Prime Minister Modi later on this day. Now, it is very important, viewers, also to note that the meeting in the national capital of Omar Abdullah with Amit Shah and the subsequent one with PM Modi is coming after that terror attack in Ganderbal district, where 7 people, including a doctor, were brutally killed just a few days ago. Okay, let's go to Arawat joining us. Arawat, I'm coming across to you right now. So we have seen 2 big developments taking place. One was that terrible terror attack in Ganderbal. Then we saw that Omar Abdullah came to the national capital, met Amit Shah. That is an important development. And the second development is Omar Abdullah is likely to speak about the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir statehood. Take us to the latest details coming in and what we can expect later in the day.
Absolutely, Shivangi, as we have seen that after taking the oath by the Omar Abdullah, the deadly attack took place in the central Kashmir's Ganderbal, in which we have seen that the 7 civilians have been killed and 5 others are still hospitalized. And later we have seen that the Omar Abdullah went to summer capital Delhi and he met the Home Minister Amit Shah there, and he has discussed the various things related to Kashmir, especially about the things that is the early restoration of the statehood for the Jammu and Kashmir. Also, the meeting took place for the 30 minutes with the Home Minister, and they have discussed the multiple things. Then after we have seen that the Home Minister Amit Shah and other, we have seen the pictures went viral on the social media. Then we have seen that the Omar Abdullah is expected to meet the Prime Minister Narendra Modi today in the Delhi. It indicates that after the deadly attack in the Kashmir Valley, Omar went to Delhi. Now he has already met with the Home Minister yesterday, and he is planning to meet the Prime Minister today. Yesterday he met the Home Minister. Yes.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Arawat, with all those details. Omar Abdullah pushing for Jammu and Kashmir statehood, already meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. Very likely to meet PM Modi later in the day. We'll keep you updated with all those developments, viewers. So we move ahead right now to the national capital. We stay at the national capital because remember that as we approach the winters, and this is the start of the winter season in the national capital, we're seeing that once again Delhi's air quality is falling by the day. The AQI is showing at severe or very poor categories already. And right now, in the midst of all this, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the centre. Let's have a look at this report to understand where the story stands so far as Delhi's air quality gets worse due to the smog enveloping the city day by day. Take a look.
As the deepening smog and mounting pollution woes left residents in the national capital high and dry, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the centre. At a fresh suo motu hearing on crop residue burning, which is said to be the primary contributor to air pollution at this time of the year, the Supreme Court pulled up the centre for lax enforceable measures. The Apex Court bench accused the centre of rendering the Environment Protection Act toothless while not imposing strict penalties to check stubble burning incidents. The court said that despite the laws providing for strict penalties, the violators were being made to get away with notices. The top court also pulled up the Punjab and Haryana governments for failing to curb stubble burning incidents. While the Aam Aadmi Party rules Punjab, the BJP is in power in Haryana. The top court said that had the two state governments been serious about curbing stubble burning, it would have resulted in at least one prosecution. Meanwhile, armed with the SC's scathing observations, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi also hit out at the centre.
एक तरफ पंजाब है जिसने 2021 से 2023 में अपनी स्टबल बर्निंग आधी कर दी और 2023 से 2024 में 25% और कम कर दी, और दूसरी तरफ हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश हैं जहां पे लगातार स्टबल बर्निंग, पराली जलाने के इंस्टेंसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। हरियाणा में 23% से बढ़ गए, उत्तर प्रदेश में 70% से बढ़ गए। तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली वालों से इतनी नफरत करती है कि वो हरियाणा को और उत्तर प्रदेश की अपनी सरकारों को दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ एक हथियार के तौर पे इस्तेमाल कर रही है।
As the apex court fumes and the AAP and BJP point fingers at each other, the hapless people are being left to fend for themselves.
All right, viewers, let's move right now. Now we go to the other story coming in from the national capital, that is that students have been detained once again from the Jamia Millia University last night. And this is coming in, viewers, over the Diwali gathering. Remember that Delhi police has detained several students at Jamia Millia Islamia on Wednesday after they gathered for Diwali celebrations. Despite the university not granting permission due to a prior scuffle, the administration regarding the early incident has said that there should be no gatherings. The police moved to disperse the crowd, including students from JNU and DU. I want to go across to my colleague Piyush Ori, joining us from Jamia Nagar. Piyush, now we see that after the incident on Tuesday, the scuffle had broken out. Now, the university had clearly said that there should be no gathering whatsoever. But yesterday, on Wednesday night, we saw that some students had gathered and Delhi police has now detained them. Go ahead, Piyush, tell us what happened and what is the next development we can expect.
So Shivangi, just to give you a context to begin with, on October 22nd, there was a cultural Diwali fest that was to be organized in Jamia Islamia University, and which it did. However, rather than showing unity, oneness and happiness in that cultural fest, we witnessed that there was a ruckus that was created by certain holdrums in which the rangoli that was designed in order to celebrate Diwali, that was wiped off, and provocative religious slogans were raised, and also victory to Palestine was raised, and this also led to retaliation. Now, there was no formal complaint that was registered in that case. However, it was believed that the hoodlums that had committed this act should have been punished. Now, following this, on October 23rd, the students who were a part of that cultural fest and the right-wing student groups who were a part of that cultural fest decided and were committed that they are going to be organizing this fest again. But this time, unfortunately, the Jamia Media Administration developed cold feet and they did not allow the cultural event to take place as it did on October 22nd. And thereby we saw that at around 4:30 to 5 p.m. yesterday, that is on October 23rd, we saw a dramatic visuals in which some of the students of the right-wing student organization, which the Delhi police felt was not a part of the Jamia Millia Islamia University, and they felt that they had come from outside, they did not have the I-cards. Those people were detained, and there were some very dramatic visuals. Now, following the hectic negotiations, and I would now request this image to be shown. This is the centenary gate of the Jamia Millia Islamia. After the hectic negotiations with the police, earlier the police as well as the Jamia Millia administration, they were not allowing the students to celebrate this cultural fest because, as I said, that they had developed a cold feet. And I would just request my producer to just show the visuals over here, because then after the hectic negotiation, the students were allowed to light diyas over here at this compound. Now you are witnessing over here that there is an uneasy calm. There are now some police officials along with the security guard of the Jamia Millia administration. But the key questions that need to be raised is that why actually the Jamia Millia administration developed cold feet, why they did not allow the students to again celebrate the cultural fest, why they are not taking action against the hoodlums that created ruckus, they chanted provocation, why actually is the real matter of this ruckus that was created on October 2nd not being brought out, and why no action is being taken. Because you may have this situation where after hectic negotiations, and in some cases now even the cultural fest within the campus will not be allowed. But the key question is that why are we not allowing Diwali to be celebrated within Jamia Millia campus? Why is the action not being taken against the hoodlums that created this ruckus at the first place? And why are these hoodlums being given the free hand at the first place? So all these questions now need to be raised. The key question is that is the Jamia administration now given up by not allowing Diwali to be celebrated within the campus? That's the key question that needs to be raised. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for joining us, Piyush, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we get more updates from the Jamia Millia University, the scuffle which broke out and the subsequent developments after that. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, because we move ahead. Republic has put out for the first time for you the images of Lashkar terrorists behind the terrorist attack in Ganderbal that took place 3 days ago. The same Lashkar, viewers, that has its base in Pakistan, that has its top leadership in Pakistan. The same Lashkar whose leadership was seen hugging and indulging radical preacher Pakistan's official state guest Zakir Naik, and the same Lashkar which is an UN-recognized terrorist organization. But no matter where they hide, one thing is clear: the face of terror is now unmasked forever. Here's a report. Take a look.
As the probe into the dastardly terror attack of October 20 in Ganderbal picks steam, the face of Lashkar terror has been unmasked. Exclusive images of the terrorist who carried out this cowardly attack has come to fore. Caught on camera is the terrorist carrying a sophisticated assault rifle.
The terrorist, as per the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the Indian Army, is believed to be a Pakistani foreigner terrorist, as his moves seems to be similar to what has been of those terrorists that are trained for the jungle warfare. And now a massive manhunt has been launched for this terrorist. 2 terrorists are believed to be behind this attack that has taken place and has claimed life of 7 civilians while injuring 5 others in the central Kashmir's Ganderbal district. And this seems to be, as per the intelligence agencies, a planned attack that they have carried out in the heart of central Srinagar.
As per top sources, as many as 43 suspects were detained for questioning. The detained suspects are believed to have helped the terrorist to carry out the attack in Ganderbal, which killed 7 people. The valley is now echoing with one demand: avenge the killing of 7 innocent civilians. It is time to hit the terror state where it hurts them.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now to the big sports story which is making the headlines. India is unhappy with what has happened after many of the sports, many of the disciplines. The country has got a lot of medals in the past has been dropped. They were axed for a leaner version of the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. Republic exclusively spoke to Gagan Narang and PT Usha. Here's a full report on the latest developments coming in, where 9 disciplines have been dropped for the Commonwealth Games, which are coming up next.
The president of the Indian Olympic Association, PT Usha, voiced strong concerns over the recently announced cuts to the 2026 Commonwealth Games roster.
The reduction in the sports program for the 26 Games is disappointing, but I am sure that you will understand that the 26 Games serve as a bridge to the future of the Commonwealth Games, a pivotal step in the Commonwealth Games Federation's vision to reset and redefine the event with a more collaborative, adaptable and sustainable model. This approach aims to reduce costs, lower environmental impact and increase social benefits.
Vice President Gagan Narang also joined the bandwagon.
It's very unfortunate. I think a lot of athletes worldwide and in the Commonwealth countries give their heart and soul to participate in these games. I'm sure the respective international federations are in talks with them to kind of figure out a way to kind of include them. I hope that good sense prevails and these sports are included.
The recent revamped roster might just dash India's medal tally hopes. The new schedule excludes key disciplines such as hockey, shooting, cricket, badminton and wrestling. The showpiece event, set to be held from July 23rd to August 2nd, 2026 in Glasgow, will feature only 10 sports in a bid to apparently make the event more budget-friendly. India won 61 medals, including 22 gold medals at the 2022 Commonwealth Games. 7 each in wrestling, boxing and table tennis. 6 in badminton, 2 each in hockey and squash and 1 in cricket. Imagine, the excluded sports once accounted for more than half of India's medal tally, and the number stands at 37. The removal of sports such as cricket, wrestling, hockey, among others, are likely to affect India's medal tally. Amid this, it will be interesting to see how India responds to this revamped roster.
Alright viewers, let's move here right now. We go to Maharashtra because Maharashtra assembly elections are very close. Every day we are coming closer to the Maharashtra and the Jharkhand polls. And the parties are trying to come with a seat sharing formula. They're trying to come together for that. The MVA has now announced officially their seat sharing formula for the upcoming state elections. This comes after the alliance partners went into a fresh huddle on Wednesday to sort out all the prickly issues and arrive at a consensus on the allocation of seats for ensuing electoral battle. This is coming in as even the Mahayuti has been having a lot of huddles to come out with a seat sharing formula. Take a look at this report to understand what is happening ahead of the crucial Maharashtra assembly elections.
With the crucial Maharashtra Assembly elections less than a month away, the MVA has finally reached an agreement over the seat sharing. Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, the Congress and Sharad Pawar's Nationalist Congress Party will each contest on 85 seats.
आज आदरणीय शरद पवार जी के नेतृत्व में हम तीनों दलों की एक मीटिंग हुई। उसमें आज हमने निश्चित किया कि 270 का एक मत हमने किया है सीट के ऊपर, और जो 28 सीट है जो हमारी अलायंस है, सिकाप होगी, कम्युनिस्ट होगा, समाजवादी होगा, 18 सीट है जो हमारी 18 सीट जो है, तो उसमें जो हमारी अलायंस जो दल है उनसे भी हम चर्चा करके उनको भी कुछ जगह देने का है। और ये कल हम लोग पास में ये बाकी सीटों पे भी हमारा क्लियरेंस हो जाएगा और महाविकास आघाड़ी करके हम लोग ये चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे हैं और महाराष्ट्र में महाविकास आघाड़ी की बहुमत की सरकार आएंगी, इतना भी आपको अवगत कराता हूँ।
MVA is set to contest on 270 seats, where the rest of the seats would be given to the other allies. The alliance formed after the 2019 state elections is hoping to defeat the ruling Mahayuti alliance. The opposition parties are looking to repeat their Lok Sabha polls performance, where they had an advantage over the Mahayuti alliance.
Viewers, much coming up on the side. We keep a focus on global stories. 4 killed as gunmen set off explosives, breaches Turkish aerospace headquarters near Ankara. Probe is underway.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
permission?
Yes, I was told there are no permission. Illegal activities was been going on. We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor, and everyone. In entire Bangalore, I will make up see that we will come out with a decision where all such type of illegal construction are going on. We are going to stop immediately. I will conduct a big survey on this, and we will stop all this type. And I will inform the concerned registrars also not to accept any transfer of property, such type of property which there are no plan sanction. So we will have to deal with this with the strictened laws, whatever we have in our hands.
Sir, will any action be taken against your officials?
Of course,
under whose watch this happened?
Welcome back, viewers. We are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla. In a significant move to enhance its position in the global rice market, the government of India has lifted the restrictions on rice exports. That is right. This decision is coming and includes the removal of minimal exports price for non-basmati white rice, signaling a boost for farmers and agricultural sector. Let's take a closer look at the implications of this policy, what it means for India's export landscape.
On Wednesday, the Government of India lifted curbs on rice exports. The government also removed the minimum export price of $490 per ton on overseas shipments of non-basmati white rice. The decisions come from the Directorate General of Foreign Trade. The ban had been imposed on exports of non-basmati rice on July 20th, 2023. And now that India has surplus, the curbs have been lifted. The ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine was among the factors that disrupted the food grain supply chain globally. However, India continued exporting to friendlier nations like the UAE, Maldives, and many others. For the fiscal year of 2023 to 2024, India had exported almost $852.52 million worth of non-basmati rice. The government remains optimistic about boosting these exports. The removal of this curb seeks to achieve two goals. Firstly, augment farmers' income through the removal of the MEP and solidify India's status as a leading rice exporter.
Much coming up, viewers, as we go live this morning. Omar Abdullah in New Delhi meets Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet PM Modi today. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, top headlines right now. BRICS adopts Kazan declaration, emphasizes on reforms in global security and multilateralism. Omar Abdullah in New Delhi meets Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet PM Modi today. Delhi LG writes to CM Atishi, raising concerns on increasing pollution, criticizes her for offering no solution. MVS seat sharing pact seal. Uddhav Sena, Congress, Sharad Pawar's NCP to contest 85 seats each in Maharashtra. 4 killed as gunmen set off explosives breach Turkish aerospace headquarters near Ankara. Probe is underway. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. The top story coming in. Prime Minister Modi, while attending the BRICS summit in Kazan, spoke on slew of topics like climate change and world economy. PM also hailed BRICS achievements in global economy. Watch this report for more.
The 16th BRICS summit concluded successfully in Russia's Kazan on Wednesday. Speaking at the summit's roundtable meeting, PM Modi hailed BRICS achievements in global economy.
नए स्वरूप में ब्रिक्स विश्व की 40% मानवता और लगभग 30% अर्थव्यवस्था का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है। पिछले लगभग 2 दशकों में ब्रिक्स ने अनेक उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में यह संगठन वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए और अधिक प्रभावी माध्यम बनकर के उभरेगा।
PM also expressed hope for a more empowered and strong BRICS in the future.
ब्रिक्स $30 ट्रिलियन से भी ज्यादा बड़ी इकोनॉमी है। हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बढ़ाने में ब्रिक्स बिजनेस काउंसिल और ब्रिक्स विमेन बिजनेस अलायंस की विशेष भूमिका रही है। इस वर्ष ब्रिक्स के अंदर WTO रिफॉर्म्स, ट्रेड फैसिलिटेशन इन एग्रीकल्चर, रेजिलियंट सप्लाई चेन्स, ई-कॉमर्स और स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन को लेकर जो सहमति बनी है, उससे हमारे आर्थिक सहयोग को बल मिलेगा।
Not only this, PM also lauded the UPI system in India and how it has changed the nation's economy drastically.
लोकल करेंसीज में व्यापार और सुगम रूप से क्रॉस बॉर्डर पेमेंट से हमारा आर्थिक सहयोग सुदृढ़ होगा। भारत द्वारा बनाया गया यूनिफाइड पेमेंट्स इंटरफेस यानी UPI भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी सक्सेस स्टोरी है। इसे कई देशों में अपनाया गया है। पिछले वर्ष हिज हाइनेस शेख मोहम्मद के साथ मिलकर हमने इसे UAE में भी लॉन्च किया। अन्य ब्रिक्स देशों के साथ भी इसमें सहयोग किया जा सकता है।
While stressing on the importance of climate change, PM said that climate change is a growing problem which needs serious solutions.
क्लाइमेट चेंज हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता का विषय रहा है। रूस की अध्यक्षता में ब्रिक्स ओपन कार्बन मार्केट पार्टनरशिप के लिए बनी सहमति का स्वागत करता है। भारत में भी ग्रीन ग्रोथ, क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन पर विशेष रूप से बल दिया जा रहा है।
In his speech at the round table, PM Modi also said that diversity and multipolarity are strengths of humanity in the world.
भारत ब्रिक्स के अंतर्गत सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। हमारी विविधता और मल्टीपोलरिटी में हमारा दृढ़ विश्वास हमारी ताकत है। हमारी यही ताकत और मानवता में साझा विश्वास हमारी भावी पीढ़ी के समृद्ध और सशक्त भविष्य को सार्थक रूप देने में सहयोग होगा।
Remember, the summit in Kazan marks PM Modi's second visit to Russia this year and promises to be a key moment in shaping India's foreign policy amid growing geopolitical tensions.
The BRICS summit on Wednesday adopted the Kazan Declaration, recognizing reforms for the UN and multilateral institutions. Now, the declaration reaffirmed the support for member countries' aspirations to be permanent members of the UN Security Council. Watch this report for more to understand what happened when the 16th BRICS summit concluded and the countries present adopted the Kazan Declaration.
A comprehensive document that reflects the collective vision of the BRICS nation was adopted in Kazan on Wednesday. The declaration has been called the Kazan Declaration. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced that the declaration has been approved by all member nations. The Kazan Declaration emphasizes on reforms in global security. The 43-page document addresses a range of topics including geopolitics, AI, and preservation of endangered species. Under the declaration, the leaders pledged their commitment to fostering peace, ensuring a fairer international order, and promoting sustainable development. The declaration will be distributed to the United Nations as a key expression of global multipolarity.
And viewers, assailants set off an explosive and opened fire in an attack on Wednesday on the premises of the Turkish state-run aerospace and defense company, killing 3 people and wounding many. Here's a report on what happened in Turkey as we get you the top updates coming in from across the globe.
These are the visuals of people in extreme agony taking cover to save themselves after an explosion followed by gunfire is heard at Tusas. Tusas, a Turkish defense company, sees emergency vehicles doing the rounds. The company, which specializes in designing, manufacturing and assembling both civilian and military aircrafts, today sees its people gathered outside the hospital. Turkish ministers have announced the death of 2 of the attackers who wounded about 14 people. This follows a deadly terror attack where 2 people were seen with assault rifles and a backpack. The 2 accused arrived at an entry to the complex and then detonated an explosive device next to a taxi, causing panic. This is followed by multiple gunshots being heard after Turkish security forces entered the site. Now, amid a bilateral meeting between Turkish President Erdogan and Russian President Vladimir Putin, Erdogan has responded to the condolences his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin offered during their bilateral meeting on the sidelines of the BRICS summit.
Taziye dilekleriniz için özellikle teşekkür ediyorum. 4 şehidimiz var, 14 yaralımız var. Bu menfur terör saldırısını lanetliyor. Şehitlerimize Allah'tan rahmet diliyorum.
The name, those behind the attack, is yet to be identified.
And viewers, getting you some top updates coming in here on Republic TV. Assailants set off explosive and opened fire in an attack on Wednesday. This happened on the premises of a Turkish state-run aerospace and defense company killing 3 people and wounding several. And 2 people with assault rifles in a backpack arrive at an entry to the complex, then detonate an explosive device next to the taxi, causing panic. This is followed by multiple gunshots being heard after Turkish security forces entered the site. Amid a bilateral meeting held between Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Russian President Vladimir Putin, Erdogan responded to the condolences his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin offered during the bilateral meeting on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. Other news we're tracking, amid the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been a big development where we are seeing that at the White House, National Security spokesperson John Kirby has claimed that US believes that at least 3,000 North Korean soldiers traveled by ship to Vladivostok, Russia's largest Pacific port, in early to mid-October. There's a high probability that these soldiers may enter into combat alongside the Russian military. And if they do, then this development would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in the war against Ukraine. He further said that these soldiers then traveled onward to multiple Russian military training sites in eastern Russia where they are currently undergoing training. Now, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, along with South Korean lawmaker Park Sun-won, has also supported Kirby's statement and has claimed of sharing evidence.
I think, as you have all heard earlier this morning, we have seen the public reporting indicating that North Korean soldiers are traveling to Russia to fight against Ukraine. We're working closely with our allies and partners to gain a full understanding of this situation, but today I'm prepared to share what we know at this stage. We assess that between early to mid-October, North Korea moved at least 3,000 soldiers into eastern Russia. We assess that these soldiers traveled by ship from the Wonsan area in North Korea.
Tropical storm swamped eastern Philippine cities and towns overnight in widespread flooding that trapped people, some on their roofs, and sparked frantic appeals for rescue boats and trucks. The government has shut down public schools and government offices except those urgently needed for disaster response on the entire main island of Luzon to protect millions of people as tropical storm Trami blew closer from the Pacific. The storm was about 310 kilometers east of the northeastern province of Aurora, with sustained winds of 85 kilometers per hour and gusts up to 105 kilometers per hour. Thousands of villagers have evacuated to emergency shelters in northeastern provinces, and storm warnings were raised in more than 24 northern and central provinces, including the densely populated capital of Manila, which was not in the storm's direct path but could be lashed by its pounding rains. Chinese President Xi Jinping said on Wednesday that China will unswervingly go ahead and develop the friendly cooperation with Iran no matter how international and regional situation changes. Xi made the remarks when meeting with Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian on the sidelines of the 16th BRICS summit in Russia's Kazan, which is the first held since the group's expansion earlier this year, which saw many new members, including Iran, joining the emerging market cooperative mechanism. At the meeting, Xi expressed his pleasure of making President Pezeshkian's acquaintance, saying that China will never waver in its readiness to develop friendly cooperation with Iran. He further said that the strategic significance of China-Iran relations has become more prominent than ever and welcomed Iran's participation in the BRICS summit for the first time as a full member. On the other side, Pezeshkian also has expressed Iran's willingness to carry out more cooperation with China within the framework of the BRICS mechanism, as well as thanked China for supporting Iran's formal accession to the BRICS cooperative mechanism. And we must move ahead right now. Amid the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been a big development where the White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby has claimed that U.S. believes that at least 3,000, I repeat, 3,000 North Korean soldiers traveled by ship to Vladivostok, Russia's largest Pacific port, in early to mid-October. There's a high probability that these soldiers may enter into combat alongside the Russian military. And if they do, then this development would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine. Here is a full report.
While the Russia-Ukraine war is at its peak, John Kirby, national security spokesman, has made a big announcement. He has claimed US believing that about 3,000 North Korean soldiers are undergoing training in eastern Russia and they might engage in combat against the Ukrainian military.
I think, as you have all heard earlier this morning, we have seen the public reporting indicating that North Korean soldiers are traveling to Russia to fight against Ukraine. We're working closely with our allies and partners to gain a full understanding of this situation, but today I'm prepared to share what we know at this stage. We assess that between early to mid-October, North Korea moved at least 3,000 soldiers into eastern Russia.
If this happens, then it would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine. John Kirby further called this as a sign of weakness and not strength on the part of Kremlin.
For the time being, we will continue to monitor this situation closely. But let's be clear. If North Korean soldiers do enter into combat, this development would demonstrate Russia's growing desperation in its war against Ukraine. Russia is suffering extraordinary casualties on the battlefield every single day. But President Putin appears intent on continuing this war.
Now, Russia and North Korea have denied the troop movements. Remember, in June, they signed a major defense deal to provide immediate military assistance if either is attacked. But US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has also supported Kirby's statement and has claimed of sharing evidence.
We are seeing evidence that there are North Korean troops that have gone to Africa. Now, what exactly? Excuse me, not Africa, but Russia. What exactly they're doing, left to be seen. These are things that we need to sort out. We'll have more for you on that later. But yeah, as we continue to look at this, there is evidence that there are DPRK troops, in Russia. So.
Doubling down to Kirby's statement, South Korean lawmakers have confirmed the presence of North Korean troops in Russia.
현재 추가적으로 1,500여 명이 더 파견된 것으로 보인다. 그래서 이제까지 러시아로 이동된 총 북한군 규모는 약 3,000여 명으로 판단하고 있다라고 하는 것이고요.
The question now is, will NATO back Ukraine?
Also coming up, viewers, Delhi LG writes to CM Atishi, raising concerns on increasing pollution, criticizes her for offering no solution. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो प्रिविलेज मिसयूज जो उनके फादर ने किया, यूजिंग हर मेंबरशिप टू बुक द प्रेसिडेंशियल हॉल, एंड द बुकिंग वाज 1.5 साल की बुकिंग थी. हमारे मेंबर्स को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. इफ आई वांटेड टू डू अ फंक्शन और एनी मेंबर, द हॉल वाज परपेचुअली बुक्ड. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
Happened in the AGM about Jamia Rodriguez honorary membership, which was given to her due to her international player status.
Yeah, so when the motion came up for hearing, and
viewers, welcome back. We are live this morning. Let's have a look at the sports story which is making the headlines for all our sports enthusiasts. India have suffered a 2-0 loss versus Germany in the first hockey game of Test series. Olympic bronze medalist India wasted chances galore to lose 0-2 to world champions Germany in the first hockey test of the 2-match series in New Delhi on Wednesday. Germany, who are the reigning Olympic silver medalists, fielded a young team for the series. Here is a report by our Sports Fit. Take a look.
डेफिनेटली सर, मैं बहुत नाराज़ हूँ इससे. बट आई थिंक जितने भी हमें मौके मिल रहे हैं हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हमने जो ट्राई किया वेरिएशन का ट्राई किया था, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो नहीं सक्सेस हुआ है. बट आई थिंक ये अच्छी टाइम है, अच्छी नेक्स्ट मैच में भी हम कोशिश करेंगे कि ये सब चीज़ें देखने को मिले, वेरिएशन देखने को मिले और डायरेक्ट फ्लिक देखने को मिले. बट कल का जो मैच रहेगा आई थिंक अच्छा मैच होने वाला है.
Yeah, it was a tough match. Being 2-0 down, it was always about scoring the next goal. And I think the second quarter we did well. Unfortunately, we didn't get the goal through the stroke, and then we made 1 or 2 mistakes, and then they punished us in that space. But second half was better. We just weren't firing up front, and yeah, nice to have an opportunity tomorrow to come back stronger.
ये चीज़ स्टार्ट हुई है और उम्मीद करते हैं कि अभी आगे भी कंटिन्यू करेंगे. बट आई थिंक 2 मैचेस आर इनफ फॉर अस. सो आज काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है, नो डाउट. स्कोरिंग नहीं हो पाया, बट आई थिंक ओवरऑल जो गेम की बात करें, पोजेशन की बात करें और एज ए टीम हमने काफ़ी हद तक डिफेंस भी अच्छा करा है. बट आई थिंक और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, नो डाउट. सो कल का यही प्लानिंग रहेगी कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा गोल करें और मैच जीतें.
Viewers, much more coming up. Omar Abdullah in New Delhi meets Amit Shah over statehood demand. Likely to meet PM Modi later today. Stay tuned.
सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Minister of Jammu and Kashmir Omar Abdullah in the national capital meets Amit Shah, likely to meet Prime Minister Modi next. And West Bengal and Odisha coast on high alert as Cyclone Dana is all set to make landfall. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urge the PM to not run for a 4th term. Hours after attack, Turkey strikes back at the Kurdish rebels in Iraq and Syria. And crackdown on the Awami League-backed student organization in Bangladesh. Yunus government issues ban. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Arnab Goswami with this morning. Now we start with news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Viewers, once again we see in the valley that a non-local is attacked, and this time it's in South Kashmir's Tral area. Now joint security forces have swiftly cordoned off the area, launching a search operation following this incident. Now remember, this is another target killing of non-locals, targeting of non-locals in all right, we do not, okay, what we know is that the victim has sustained injuries after being shot at, and that's the latest update we have right now. Remember, earlier 7 people were killed in Ganderbal in Kashmir, and now victim sustaining an injury after being shot at in Tral. Terror attack on a non-local in South Kashmir's Tral. This is a non-local from Bijnor of Uttar Pradesh, and this is just the latest in the list of non-locals being targeted, viewers. For the past one and a half years, we've seen that in the valley. There have been attempts to destabilize the peace in the region, especially the fact that how Jammu and Kashmir is witnessing winds of change post the abrogation of Article 370. We now see that the non-locals who come there for employment, they come there for work, are being targeted. They come from various parts of the country. They are targeted. All the migrant workers are targeted in Jammu and Kashmir. Gusimran Singh joins us on the phone line, joins us on the broadcast for more. Gusimran, another non-local targeted in Jammu and Kashmir. What are the details that you're picking up?
Rakshita, what we are being told that a young migrant worker has been shot at by the terrorist. He's 19 years of age. That is what we are getting to know from the sources in the Jammu and Kashmir police. And today morning it was roughly around 8 when he was shot at. It was a bullet fire that was fired by one of the terrorists. Only one terrorist is believed to be behind this attack. Since he was moving in the area when he was fired upon, the bullet hit him at his right hand. That is what we are picking up. And since it was a bullet injury at his hand, he is out of danger. He is stable and is presently being treated at the local medical facility in the Tral area. Important to mention that back-to-back terror attacks are taking place on the locals. It all started on 16th of this month when we saw in the Shopian one civilian was shot at by the terrorists. Then we saw the deadly terror attack that took place in the Gagangir area of the Ganderbal district. And now once again in the Tral there has been another attack that has taken place. Now the security forces have launched a massive coordinated search operation. The forces have cordoned the entire area, and since these are the morning hours, the security forces are trying to ensure that the perpetrators who have carried out the attack, based on the CCTV and the local intelligence input, they can be nabbed or neutralized at an earliest. This has become once again, it is month of the October when the civilian killing started in 2021, and once again in the month of October the terrorists have intensified the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley, especially the non-locals, the migrant workers that are working in the Kashmir Valley. They are trying to send a sense of fear so that these people leave the Kashmir Valley. That has been one of the motive of the Pakistani terrorists, those who want to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir, and this was one such attempt that was made by the Pakistani terrorists when they instructed their handlers in Jammu and Kashmir to intensify the targeted killings. And also the Ganderbal terror attack that has been executed by the Lashkar Pakistani terrorists who came from the Bandipora line of control into the Indian territory and were heading towards the Gund area when they carried out this attack. So this is all a conspiracy that has been hatched to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir and also to send a sense to the people that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. You need to be fearful of the terror attacks that are taking place, because the peaceful elections that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir and also the new government that has been installed in Jammu and Kashmir by the people's will, that is also very vocal that the terrorism has no space in Jammu and Kashmir, and that is why Pakistan feels that they have no taker of their ideology in Jammu and Kashmir, and these kind of attacks are taking place where a 19-year-old youth from a migrant worker from the Bijnor district of Uttar Pradesh, he has been shot at by the terrorists, but fortunately he received the injury at his arm only. It was at his hand, and now he is said to be stable and is being treated at a nearby medical facility. Rakshita.
Right. In fact, Rawat is also joining us from Pulwama. Rawat, what are the details you're picking up on this terror attack on a non-local once again? This time, of course, in South Kashmir. And we've seen, of course, as Gursimran was saying, that there are constant attacks, there are back-to-back attacks on non-locals that are happening in the valley now.
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. As we have seen that the back-to-back attacks are taking place in the Jammu and Kashmir area. The first attack which took place in the South Kashmir Lither area. Then after we have seen the second attack in this month which took place in the Gagangir Ganderbal, in which we have seen that the 7 civilians and the 5 others injured in the attack. That was a deadly attack of the 2024 so far. And this is the third attack now that took place in the South Kashmir Tral area, in which we have seen that the one civilian who was working here in the South Kashmir part have been injured by the firing of terrorists. Now the entire area has been cordoned off by the joint security forces, including the special operation group Avantipura and the Rashtra Rifles cordoned off the area, and the massive cordon and search operation is going on. The injured have been evacuated to the nearby hospital for the advanced treatment. As we have seen, the entire area has been cordoned off by the joint security forces so far, as we have learned from the sources that the Lashkar terrorists is behind this attack that took place here in the Tral, and the entire area has been cordoned off. As we have already heard from the sources from the Jammu and Kashmir police that the security has been beefed up already across the Kashmir and the migrant places where we have seen that the non-locals and the Kashmiri Pandits are living. We have seen that the security have been beefed up already across in the Kashmir from line of control areas to the cities and towns. And we have seen the peaceful elections in the Kashmir Valley recently. Now there is attempt by the terrorists, and as we have seen from the intelligence agencies, there are attempts by the terrorists to carry strikes in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen the forces are alert to foil any more attempt by the terrorists to hit the civilians in the Kashmir Valley. Back to Rakshita.
Right, Arava. Thanks so much for joining us with those details. Also, Gursimran, who's joined us from Jammu to get the latest on this update. Viewers, we will be getting the latest. And remember, the law and local, as per our reporters, is right now stable. But another terror attack in the valley, viewers. But now we shift our focus to some news from across the globe. Now, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, is now facing a lot of opposition from within his own Liberal Party. And that's the breaking news we're getting in right now. He's in fact facing mounting pressure from his own party, as 24 Liberal MPs have signed a letter urging him not to run for a fourth term. The lawmakers are now calling for Trudeau to make a decision about his political future by October 28, pushing for his resignation amid the growing dissatisfaction. So Trudeau, he has been in the news for his antics for targeting India, and of course siding with the Khalistanis, and of course that was very much visible. Why is he doing that? Because he's losing ground ahead of the elections in Canada, and now if you see, his own party members are now pressurizing him to in fact resign, to not run for the elections anymore. And that's the latest update we have, right? In fact, one of the MPs has said that he should start listening to the people, and that's a strong message that is being sent out from his own party members. And now we get you more details coming in. This is from West Asia, viewers. Now, in response to the terror attack on its aerospace facility, Turkey has launched a series of airstrikes targeting the Kurdish rebel forces in Iraq and Syria. And the strikes aimed at PKK strongholds have reportedly killed several terrorists as Turkey intensifies its operations against the Kurdish rebels in both the regions. So that's the update we have. Remember, there were several people were killed in the attack in Turkey, in the aerospace facility of Turkey, and many people were injured also in that aerospace company headquarter attack. And the latest we have is that Turkey has now hit back with airstrikes, launching airstrikes in Iraq and Syria. That's the big update we have right now. Explosion, of course, heard yesterday after around the aerospace company, and the update we have is that Turkey has now hit back. And viewers, let me just tell you the details of this terror attack. Remember, this terror attack happened in Turkey's capital, Ankara, and President Erdogan had said that this is targeting country's survival peace, and it's despicable terrorist attack on the facilities of the Turkish aerospace industries in the capital city of Ankara. And remember, viewers, there are several people who have been injured. More than 15 people have been injured. At least 5 people have been killed. And security forces, firefighters were dispatched to the area yesterday. And the Ankara prosecutors have also launched an investigation into this attack. So this is the latest update we have right now. And the Defense Ministry of Turkey says that more than 30 targets have been destroyed in the aerial offensive without providing details on the locations that were hit. And in fact, viewers, to get more updates on that, French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the recent terror attack in Ankara. He has expressed solidarity with Turkey in its time of grief. French President Emmanuel Macron's statement emphasizes France's firm stance against terrorism and pledged support to Turkey in countering such threats. And that's the latest updates of support coming in for Turkey, of course, condemning of the attack, more importantly. Remember, there were the strike from Turkey now is coming in just after the Kurdish militants had set off explosives and opened fire at the aerospace and defense company in Ankara. And the attackers were also neutralized as per the Interior Ministry of Turkey. And at least 22 people have lost their lives in this terror attack in Ankara. So that's the update we have right now. All right, my colleague Samiksha is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Now, Samiksha, Turkey has hit back, and the latest, Turkey has been regularly conducting airstrikes in Iraq against the PKK, that is the Kurdish militant group, and of course, it is now resorting to the retaliatory measures after the deadly terror attack in Ankara.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. It's been a long-known fact how airstrikes have been happening. The fires that are being exchanged both by the Kurdish rebels and the Turkish army. In fact, Turkey has already retaliated, targeting the Kurdish rebels in Iraq and Syria. It's even being said that several of these Kurdish rebels have died in this retaliation by the Turkish forces. But let's once again tell our viewers that there was a terror attack which happened in the aerospace headquarters near Ankara, in which 5 people were killed and 22 others were wounded. In fact, a statement that came in from the Turkish Interior Minister, who said that 2 terrorists were neutralized following this attack. So Turkey very clear in its stand, labeling this attack as a terror attack by the Kurdish army. In fact, in these airstrikes that were launched by the Turkish army, several of the Kurdish rebels have been killed. It's said that they will be retaliating further. They will just not stop. The Kurdish rebels, on the other hand, continue with their attacks targeting the Turkish cities. Also, just to take you again through that statement that came in from Emmanuel Macron, who says, I condemn in strongest terms the attack that struck Ankara. He says, my thoughts are with the victims and their loved ones. Solidarity with Turkey and the Turkish people in face of terrorism. So France very unequivocally coming out in support of Turkey, labeling this attack as nothing but a terror attack by the Iraqi and Syrian forces. He says, I condemn the terror attack that hit Ankara in strongest terms. We share the pain of families, those who lost their lives, and offer our condolences. We stand in solidarity with the Turkish people against terrorism. So that being said, Rakshita, it's said that the Turkish forces have already targeted 30 strikes that they have carried out in last couple of hours following this attack on the aerospace headquarters near Ankara.
Right, thanks so much, Amit, for joining us with those updates coming in from West Asia. Viewers, we shift our focus to the more news that are coming in from across the globe. Right, Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the presidential nominee of the ruling Democratic Party, plans to make a closing argument of the electrifying election campaign at the iconic Ellipse, the park just outside the White House, on the 29th of October, exactly a week ahead of November 5 general elections, and expected to be attended by thousands of her supporters. Harris plans to make a passionate appeal to the nation and urge her fellow countrymen to vote for a new vision and turn the page during her address from the historic place on the 29th of October. Bangladesh's interim government on Wednesday banned ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina-led Awami League Party student organisation Bangladesh Chhatro League, caving in to the demands from the anti-discrimination student movement, which demanded a ban on the student body. Now, a notification signed by Senior Secretary of the Public Security Division under the Ministry of Home Affairs said that the student body over the past 15 years under the Awami League government was involved in various activities that disrupted public safety, including murder, rape, torture, harassment in student dormitories and gender manipulation. At least 5 people have been killed and 22 injured in an attack on the headquarters of Turkey's aerospace and defense company Turkish Aerospace Industries near Ankara on Wednesday. At the time of the attack, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was holding talks with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. Erdogan condemned what he termed a heinous terrorist attack. Trash carried by a North Korean balloon fell on the presidential compound in central Seoul on Thursday. It's the second such case since North Korea began floating trash-carrying balloons towards South Korea since late May in a resumption of Cold War-style psychological campaign. Now, South Korea's Presidential Security Service says that the trash fallen on the presidential compound carried no dangerous items. An explosion in a packed Kabul market injured 11 people, including children. The source of the blast was not immediately clear, and nobody from the Taliban was available for the comment. But the blast struck a second-hand clothes market in Pamir Cinema district. The White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said that the U.S. believes that at least 3,000 North Korean soldiers traveled by ship to Russia's largest Pacific port in early to mid-October. Kirby said they could go to Western Russia and then engage in combat against Ukraine's forces. South Korean intelligence first publicized reports that the Russian Navy had taken 1,500 North Korean special warfare troops to Russia this month, while Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said his government had intelligence that 10,000 North Korean soldiers were prepared to join the invading Russian forces.
We assess that between early to mid-October, North Korea moved at least 3,000 soldiers into eastern Russia. We assess that these soldiers traveled by ship from the Wonsan area in North Korea to Vladivostok, Russia. These soldiers then traveled onward to multiple Russian military training sites in eastern Russia, where they are currently undergoing training. After completing training, these soldiers could travel to western Russia and then engage in combat against the Ukrainian military.
Dozens of food markets were shut down as drivers' unions continued protest in Lima, in Peru, for the third time in a month against the government over rising crime, especially extortion. The stoppage prompted authorities to suspend classes for almost 2 million school children for the third time, while more than 13,000 police took to the streets alongside soldiers. Now, thousands of people from various parts of Lima mobilized against the government and the Congress early in the morning, despite the fact that the government had put the military out on patrol in addition to the thousands of police. All right, we have breaking news coming in from neighboring Bangladesh. Political tensions continue to escalate in Bangladesh, viewers. Now, the government led by Muhammad Yunus has now cracked down on Awami League's student wing, the Chhatro League, banning it under the anti-terror law. And this comes as the government struggles to maintain control amid growing unrest and resistance from Sheikh Hasina's party. The ban signaling, of course, the hardening stance of the ruling government, the interim government. Remember, viewers, there have been massive protests in Dhaka by the students' league, and this time around there have been at least 5 demands put out by them. One of them, of course, being the removal of the president Shahabuddin, and they were, of course, they besieged the presidential palace yesterday, and now one of the demands was to ban this Awami League Students' Union, and that's what at least Yunus government could do the least, cracking down on the student wing now after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh. So Yunus government has banned Sheikh Hasina party-backed Chhatro League. That's the update we are getting right now. And remember, this is happening under anti-terror law. So that, of course, there are many accusations, allegations, charges against the Chhatro League. And that's the latest update we are getting in from Bangladesh. Remember, viewers, even after Muhammad Yunus was vowed to bring back stability in the country, there is no stability in Dhaka, in Bangladesh. The protests continue. Now we see that the interim government is banning the student wing of Awami League under the Anti-Terrorism Act. And this was, remember, demanded by the student body, the anti-discrimination student movement that, in fact, was one of the protesters against Sheikh Hasina. And the student body over the past 15 years under the Awami League government was involved in various activities, they say, that disrupted public safety. And now we shift our focus to the United States, viewers. As the presidential elections draw near, tensions between the Republicans and the Democrats are only heating up. And in a recent rally, former President Donald Trump accused the UK's ruling Labour Party of attempting to interfere in the presidential election process. Now, this, of course, after a now-deleted LinkedIn post from a Labour Party member that suggested sending workers to key battleground states. Here's a report.
As the presidential elections approach closer, in the latest series of exchanges between the Republicans and Democrats, Donald Trump leveled accusations of interference against UK's ruling Labour Party. In a now deleted LinkedIn post by a Labour Party member that called for 100 workers to be flown to battleground states, alongside election strategists from the party advising Kamala Harris on mobilizing centre-left campaigns, Trump sees that as a blatant foreign interference bid. All fired up, Trump's legal team was swift to file a complaint with the US Federal Election Commission. While the illegality of the Labour Party volunteers assisting the Harris campaign remains to be vetted, exemptions in US law allow certain foreign nationals from participating in elections.
And coming up next, viewers, Omar Abdullah, the newly elected Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is in the national capital. He has held a meeting with the Home Minister and is likely to meet the Prime Minister next once the Prime Minister is back from Russia.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Yes, I was told there was no permission, illegal activities was been going on. We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. In entire Bangalore, I will make up see that we will come out with a decision where all such type of illegal construction are going on. We are going to stop immediately. I will conduct a big survey on this and we will stop all this type, and I will inform the concerned registrars also not to accept any transfer of property, such type of property which there are no plan sanction. So we'll have to deal with this with the strictened laws, whatever we have in our hands.
Sir, will any action be taken against your officials?
Of course, of course, with the contractor, my officials, and even the owner of the property, whoever has been done, everyone will be booked under the law of the.
सीमा पार पिछले 4 वर्षों में उत्पन्न हुए मुद्दों पर बनी सहमति का हम स्वागत करते हैं। सीमा पर शांति और स्थिरता बनाए रखना हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए।
Kashmir hit by third terror attack in a week. One non-local targeted and injured. Omar Abdullah in the national capital meets Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet Prime Minister Modi next. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact as Cyclone Dana is set to make landfall today. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged Justin Trudeau to not run for a fourth term. Hours after attack, Turkey strikes back at Kurdish rebels in Iraq and Syria. Crackdown on Awami League-backed student organization in Bangladesh. UNIS government issues ban on Sheikh Hasina party's student wing. And we start this edition with some unfortunate news that's coming in from Tral in South Kashmir, where a non-local has been targeted. In fact, details coming in that non-local who hailed from Bijnor, Uttar Pradesh, sustained injuries. He's now been taken to the hospital as we speak. The visuals of which is on your screens. Non-local who was attacked in Tral, South Kashmir. In fact, this is the third terror attack to have happened in last 1 week. So, days after the Ganderbal attack, in which 7 people were killed, another non-local who's been targeted, and this time in South Kashmir's Tral region. We will just go across to Arawat and Gursimran in just a bit, but these are sketchy details for now. A non-local hailing from Bijnor, Uttar Pradesh, was targeted in wee hours. He's been shifted to a local hospital in the region, but this is concerning given that these are back-to-back terror attacks. Let's go across to Arawat and Gursimran who are joining us. Arawat is on his way to Tral where this terror attack was carried out. Arawat, first up to you. Give us more details as to when did this attack happen and what is the condition of the non-local who was targeted?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the third incident of this week that took place here in the South Kashmir Tral area. If we'll talk about the incident, it took place around the 8 a.m. this morning. Now the cordon and search operation have been extended to other nearby villages of the Tral, as we have seen that all the entry and exit points have been sealed by the Jammu and Kashmir Police Force and other concerned security agencies. The condition of the injured is told by the officials is stable and he is still in the hospital, and the third attack that took place in this week in the South Kashmir's and Central Kashmir's Ganderbal. The first attack that took place in the Pulwama area, in which we have seen that the one non-local have been killed by the terrorists. Then the second terror attack that took place in the Gagangir area of Ganderbal, in which we have seen that the 7 civilians have been killed by the terrorists and the 5 others are injured. And then after just 3 days back, we have seen that now the attack took place in the South Kashmir's Tral area, where we have seen the cordon and search operation have been launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police forces to nab the attackers at the earliest. Yes.
Arawat, stay with us. Let's go across to Gursimran also. Gursimran, if you can take us to the modus operandi of this terrorist who attacked this non-local in Tral region.
See, Samiksha, if we look at the modus operandi, this seems to be the handiwork of one of the overground workers or the hybrid terrorist of the terror groups that are active in the Kashmir Valley. Because, see, this has been done with a pistol, so possibly a pistol was given to a hybrid terrorist who carried out this attack. The hit has been on the hand of the migrant laborer, a young migrant laborer of age 19 years, hailing from the Bijnor district of Uttar Pradesh. He has been identified as Shubham Kumar, son of Pitambar Singh. So he was working in the Kashmir Valley, Tral, and now that he was moving out in the morning. We are told that he was shot at, though he got the hit at his right hand, and that's why he's out of danger. He's presently being treated at the nearby medical facility. This is a handiwork of the hybrid terrorists or the overground workers that have been given the weapons by the Pakistani terrorists to carry out more and more terror attacks. The main modus operandi and the main motive behind this attack is to instill fear among the non-locals that are living in the Kashmir Valley, that there is a threat of the terrorist and you need to leave the Kashmir Valley. That is the key agenda of these terrorists, because every time we have seen that during the onset of the winters, the Pakistani terrorists and the Pakistani terror groups have tried to ensure that the Kashmir remains hot, and there are back-to-back terror attacks, be it 2021, 2022, 2023 has been quite peaceful, and now 2024. October is the month they choose because somewhere close. This time the Navratras have passed. Earlier what used to happen, that during the Navratras or before the start of the Navratras, terrorists used to intensify the terror acts in the Kashmir Valley so that they can instill the fear, and also what the terrorists want to send a message that also the non-locals, those who go back to their places during the Diwali, they also want that to be linked with the migration of non-locals from the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
All right, Gursimran and Arawat, thank you for the moment. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, we switch focus to more news break coming in. This is from the national capital. BJP MPs have now formally written to the Lok Sabha Speaker seeking the suspension of TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee following that ruckus that was seen during the JPC meet on Waqf Bill. The MPs have demanded filing of an FIR and the consequent arrest of Kalyan Banerjee after the controversial statements that he made and the ruckus that ensued during the JPC meet on Waqf Bill. The move that escalates the political tensions between the BJP and the TMC in the ongoing controversy. The BJP MPs have urged that an FIR may be lodged against Kalyan Banerjee for what they say unprecedented Gundaism, unpardonable violence and life-threatening attack. The BJP MP have said that along with the other members of the panel, they witnessed the act of Gundaism and unpardonable violence perpetrated by Kalyan Banerjee. They say that the actions surpassed all limits of a civilized behavior expected from a member of parliament, and not acting against Kalyan Banerjee, they argued, would tarnish the parliamentary system beyond repair. They've even cited Rule 316B of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Lok Sabha, that the unethical conduct of Kalyan Banerjee may be referred to the Committee of Ethics for Examination, Investigation and Report for considering rescinding his membership. So they've urged for rescinding the membership of Kalyan Banerjee, further asking for an FIR to be registered and the consequent arrest of Kalyan Banerjee after the ruckus and violence that was seen that marred the JPC meeting on the amendments being proposed to the Waqf Bill. I will just go across to Madhurima and Gopi in a bit, but these are essentially the contents of the letter that's been written to the Lok Sabha Speaker. It's Abhijit Gangopadhyay, Nishikant Dubey and Aparajita Sarangi who have written to the Lok Sabha Speaker. Important to add here that it was Abhijit Gangopadhyay who was seen engaged in who engaged in a scuffle, that argument that was seen during the JPC meeting. Let's first up go across to Madhurima and then to Gopi. Madhurima, if you can once again take us to the contents of that letter in which the leaders have essentially urged action against Kalyan Banerjee.
Well, Samiksha, it's just been a day, and after what really transpired in that JPC meeting inside the Parliament House, where it has been alleged that Kalyan Banerjee interrupted the meeting, spoke out of turn, and when not allowed to speak out of turn, lost his cool and smashed a glass bottle, injuring himself. And what is also being alleged, that our sources have also told us that he even went on and hurled abuses at Mr. Abhijit Gangopadhyay and even on the JPC committee chairperson Jagdambika Pal. So after that, 3 BJP MPs, including Nishikant Dubey, Abhijit Gangopadhyay and Aprajita Sarangi, have written a letter to Lok Sabha Speaker urging him to take action and refer this matter to the Ethics Committee. And until then, Mr. Banerjee should stand suspended and should not be allowed to attend any of the meetings of the JPC committee on the Waqf bill. Also, what needs to be seen here is that letter has also sought an FIR in the matter because the 3 MPs have alleged that this is not the first time, Samiksha, that Mr. Kalyan Banerjee has behaved in an unparliamentary manner and has gotten away with it. This time they have asked the ethics committee to step in.
Right, Madhurima, stay with us. Let's take that same point across to Gopi also. Gopi, talking about the kind of action that the BJP has sought, demanding an FIR and expulsion of Kalyan Banerjee from the parliamentary proceedings. Take us once again through the stand of the TMC in all this, these incidents, so as to say, given that this is not one of a kind incident, there have been repeated incidents where Kalyan Banerjee has indulged in such acts of violence and tried to disrupt the JPC meetings.
Well, in fact, Samiksha, as you've correctly mentioned, that yes, this is not for the first time that any of the TMC leaders have involved into this act of Gundaism. But when you speak about the rule of 316BA of the rule of ethics of Parliament, this in fact is a horrendous crime, if we could say so, which had happened at the JPC meet during the discussion of Waqf bill, which had happened between Gangopadhyay and Banerjee. While using of glass bottle, breaking of glass bottle, also targeting, not to forget Jagdambika Pal, was also a thing to be looked at. So there is a possibility that such behavior might repeat in future, and so to stop this kind of actions, future course of actions, BJP has in fact written a letter to the speaker asking them to take strict action against the TMC leaders.
All right, Gopi and Madhurima, thank you for the moment. Let's now take a look at other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. The Ministry of Finance has taken to social media to issue a statement regarding Finance Minister's visit regarding the event that took place on the sidelines of the World Bank and IMF Annual Meeting 2024 in Washington, D.C. Nirmala Sitharaman held a meet with the World Bank president in which the two leaders discussed issues relating to private capital participation in global public goods, energy security and reforms of multilateral development banks. The Mahavikas Aghadi coalition comprising of Congress, NCP, Sharad Pawar faction and Shiv Sena UBT have announced plans to contest on 85 seats each in the Maharashtra Assembly elections, while discussions continue to finalize on a seat-sharing pact. In a press briefing that was addressed, Shiv Sena UBT MP Sanjay Raut stated that consensus has been reached upon on 270 out of a total of 288 seats for the election scheduled for 20th of November.
आप जिस तरह से आपका कैलकुलेशन होगा वो आप जाने, इस तरह का कोई भी विवाद या कोई भी कंटा इस तरह का नहीं है, सब अच्छी तरह से सुलझा गया है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
Delhi police detained around half a dozen students following a scuffle between two student groups who gathered at Jamia Millia Islamia University for Delhi Diwali celebrations on Wednesday. A senior police official reported that detentions were made because the university administration had not granted permission for another Diwali event due to earlier disturbance. Approximately 30 to 40 students who are part of ABVP, including those from other universities like JNU, DU, gathered outside the university for Deep Mahotsav celebrations. A major fire broke out at a commercial building in central Kolkata Last evening, 15 fire engines were deployed to extinguish the blaze, which was first spotted around 8 p.m. The building located on Rabindra Sarani housed wooden equipment, contributing to intensity of the fire. Thick black smoke engulfed the area, reducing visibility and complicating the firefighting operations. German Chancellor will embark on a two-day visit to India at the invitation of Prime Minister Modi for the 7th intergovernmental consultations. The Chancellor is scheduled to arrive in the national capital tonight and will meet Prime Minister Modi tomorrow at the Prime Minister's official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The leaders will inaugurate the 18th Asia Pacific Conference of German Business 2024 as well. And in news that we've been tracking from the national capital, in fact from the NCR area, as residents in Delhi NCR continue to struggle for clear air amid the deepening toxic haze. The top court came down heavily on the centre, accusing it of rendering the Environment Protecting Act toothless and failing to enforce strict penal actions to check stubble burning in neighbouring states.
As the deepening smog and mounting pollution woes left residents in the national capital high and dry, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the centre. At a fresh suo motu hearing on crop residue burning, which is said to be the primary contributor to air pollution at this time of the year, the Supreme Court pulled up the centre for lax enforceable measures. The Apex Court bench accused the centre of rendering the Environment Protection Act toothless while not imposing strict penalties to check stubble burning incidents. The court said that despite the laws providing for strict penalties, the violators were being made to get away with notices. The top court also pulled up the Punjab and Haryana governments for failing to curb stubble burning incidents. While the Aam Aadmi Party rules Punjab, the BJP is in power in Haryana. The top court said that had the two state governments been serious about curbing stubble burning, it would have resulted in at least one prosecution. Meanwhile, armed with the SC's scathing observations, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi also hit out at the centre.
एक तरफ पंजाब है जिसने 2021 से 2023 में अपनी स्टबल बर्निंग आधी कर दी और 2023 से 2024 में 25% और कम कर दी, और दूसरी तरफ हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश हैं जहां पे लगातार स्टबल बर्निंग, पराली जलाने के इंस्टेंसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. हरियाणा में 23% से बढ़ गए, उत्तर प्रदेश में 70% से बढ़ गए. तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली वालों से इतनी नफरत करती है कि वो हरियाणा को और उत्तर प्रदेश की अपनी सरकारों को दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ एक हथियार के तौर पे इस्तेमाल कर रही है.
As the Apex Court fumes and the AAP and BJP point fingers at each other, the hapless people are being left to fend for themselves.
And Cyclone Dana is set to make landfall tonight. That is the intervening night between Thursday and Friday. It is projected to strike as a severe cyclonic storm with the wind speed reaching up to 120 km per hour. Evacuation efforts that have been expedited in both Odisha and Bengal. It's said that more than 3 lakh people have been shifted to safer places living along the coastal areas. And while the evacuation efforts have been ongoing, the severe cyclonic storm has now been moving northwest over the Bay of Bengal with a speed of 12 km per hour in the last 6 hours. So it is likely to move northwestwards and cross North Odisha and West Bengal coasts between Puri and Sagar Island, close to the Dhamara region from midnight of 24th, which is today, till wee hours of tomorrow, with wind speed of up to 110 km per hour. Let's also tell you that train operations have been affected as a result of this cyclone that is set to make landfall in just hours from now. And there are gusty winds, heavy rainfall that have hit Bhitarkanika region in Odisha ahead of the cyclone's landfall. Ashwini Vaishnav, the railway minister, who's also reviewed cyclone preparedness for East Coast and South Eastern Railway. Strong winds and rainfall that were also witnessed in Bhadrak, Dhamra region as Cyclone Dana is expected to make landfall post-midnight. We have Vivek live who's joining us from Puri, and also Sukhendu who's joining us live from Dhamra port. Let's first up go across to Sukhendu. Sukhendu, the cyclone is set to make landfall in just hours from now. Once again, take us to the kind of evacuation efforts that have been ongoing for the last 2 days. All right, not sure if Sukhendu can hear us, but let's try and go across to Vivek also, who's joining us live. Right.
If you can see just behind of me, this is the Bypolls River and the area and the mangrove forest. If you can see a long way.
Yeah, you.
Hello. What do you think?
Yes, we can hear you, Sukhendu. Please go ahead.
ये बोलते कि
Sukhendu, अगर आपको
हम see this okay, if you can see, this is the river Bypolls, and just behind this, the mangrove forest. If you can see, this is the area which is called. This is very near to. This is very near to Bhitarkanika. This is very near to Bhitarkanika, and the landfall of the severe cyclonic storm Dana will be here between this Dhamara and Bhitarkanika of Orissa. And it's likely from the very early morning today we can see the drizzling and the gusty wind across here at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. If you see, you can see the dark clouds and all the fishing trawler across this river which was tied up, but now they are moving towards inside from away from the islands, and it's been raining since morning, since last evening, and the landfall approaching as the IMD focuses that from today midnight to tomorrow morning, early morning, it's landfall, and we are just a few kilometers away from the landfall area of this severe cyclonic storm Dana. If you see this mangrove area, this forest will affect most as the local people said that this area will affect, and this forest will around 100 to 110 kilometers and maximum wind speed of 120 kilometers, and sometimes as the forecast says that it may reach to 135 kilometers per hour, and the gusty winds and along with the rain, heavy rainfall we have seen in various areas in Balasore and others, and the evacuation process. If you can see the long way of this fishing, this is Jamia fishing harbor. You can see the long way distance. All the trawlers have been evacuated from this particular place. The people, the administrative has been miking from yesterday, the last 3 days here, that they will not affect any kind of effect of this severe cyclonic storm Dana. And we have known that it was approaching towards north and northeast towards over the Bay of Bengal, and this is the place that we are almost in the few kilometers away from the ground zero of the severe cyclonic storm Dana, which will landfall in the Orissa, in the district of Bhadrak. This is the Bhitarkanika and the Dhamara, which will landfall. The landfall process will start from today in the late night around 11 to 11:30 p.m. which the landfall process here will start, and it will continue from tomorrow morning. That little drizzling, the wind speed here almost in the early morning it was 30 to 50, and it was rising up to the 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, and the evacuation procedure and the administration, the NDRF, ODRF also working on the field they are on the field and the procedure because a lot of people in the coastal region in the various districts of Orissa can be devastated through this severe cyclonic storm of Dana, and it will landfall, and we are on the very near of the landfall procedure which will affect in the late night today, and we are near to Dhamara fishing harbor, which is very close to Bhitarkonika and Dhamara, the exact place that mangrove forest from where it was the severe cyclonic storm which will landfall late at night today.
Yes, we will keep coming back to you. In fact, let's also listen in to that statement that came in from DG Fire Services, Bhubaneswar, who's spoken about the kind of evacuation efforts which have been ongoing and the number of personnel who've been deployed along the coastal areas.
We are fully geared up for the cyclone. We have 182 teams of the fire and rescue services of Odisha, which is nearly about 2,000 people. And we will cover all the 14 districts which will be affected. But actually the districts which are more impacted, we have more people there. Besides, we have about 20 teams of the NDRF. They are a specialized organization. Though all of us have similar equipment profile, and then we have, they will be about 500 people. And then we have the State Disaster Force, which is another 400 people. So we have nearly 3,000 rescue workers in place. Other than that, we have mobilized some teams from the Forest Department. So there are enough rescue workers to restore road connections, road connectivity and things like that.
All right, we will, let's try and go across to Vivek also. He's joining us from Puri. Vivek, if you can talk to us about the kind of efforts being made by the officials to evacuate those living along the coastal areas.
बिल्कुल समीक्षा, मैं इस वक्त पुरी के इस बीच पर हूं जहां पर अभी आपको अगर मैं तस्वीरें दिखाना शुरू करूं तो ये लाल झंडे लगाए गए हैं। सबसे पहले कुछ जानकारियां मैं शेयर करना चाहता हूं। यहां पर लाल झंडे लगाए गए हैं और ये लाल झंडे ये बता रहे हैं कि आपको इसके अधिक दूर नहीं जाना है। सन्नाटा यहां पर है, लोगों की ड्यूटी लगा दी गई है और जिस कोस्टल एरिया की बात की जा रही है यहां पर लगातार लहरें बढ़ती जा रही हैं और 60 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से हवाएं चल रही हैं। खड़ा रह पाना यहां पर मुश्किल सा हो रहा है, तो ये अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि 120 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से जब हवाएं चलेंगी तो फिर क्या होगा। फिलहाल जो झंडे जिस तरीके से लहरा रहे हैं ये डेंजर जोन की तरफ इशारा कर रहे हैं। तो ये तस्वीरें लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत पर आप देखते जा रहे हैं। एक ब्रेक के लिए रुकते हैं, खबरें लगातार जारी हैं।
Director, the taste of success.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
One more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member,
This is Republic Kuchina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country, only on Republic TV, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Live and breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story. We track the international stories coming in and we keep our focus on what happened in the BRICS summit, where the BRICS summit has concluded with the adoption of the Kazan declaration and a very successful meeting between PM Modi and President Xi Jinping on border talks and on resuming ties between the two nations. Well, we'll get to everything that you need to know, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Terror attack in a week in Jammu and Kashmir. One non-local targeted and injured. Omar Abdullah in New Delhi meets with Amit Shah over statehood demand, likely to meet PM Modi today. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact as Cyclone Dana is all set to make a landfall. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged to the Prime Minister to not run for a fourth term. Hours after attack, Turkey strikes back at Kurdish rebels in Iraq and Syria. Crackdown on Awami League-backed student organization in Bangladesh. Yunus government issues ban. Getting some big breaking updates coming in. A high-level unified headquarters meeting has been scheduled today at 11 a.m. in Raj Bhavan, Srinagar, to review the security grid in Jammu and Kashmir. Senior officials will be part of that meeting, including the GOC in command, Northern Command, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Secretary, DGP, Jammu and Kashmir Home Secretary, Corps Commanders, and representatives from the BSF, CRPF, and central agencies will participate in the critical security discussions. Top officials to attend high-level security grid meeting. This will be taking place today at around 11 a.m. is when we are learning that this is going to happen after back-to-back terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. The latest coming in from Pulwama a short while back, where a non-local individual was targeted, and we can't forget the terror attack a few days ago in Ganderbal. I want to go straight across to my colleague joining us. Gursimran, take us to the latest coming in. And this is the back of the back-to-back terror attacks we have been seeing in the region.
See, as far as the unified headquarters meeting is concerned, we are told that the meeting will be beginning at 11 today morning, and this meeting will be chaired by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. The meeting will be attended by the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Home Secretary. The ADG Jammu Zone as well as the IG Kashmir will be remain present along with the Northern Army Commander, the Corps Commander of the 15th Corps as well as the 16th Corps of the Indian Army that are responsible for the security in the Kashmir as well as the Jammu region. We are told that the officials, the senior officials from the BSF as well as the CRPF will remain present along with the representatives from the Central Armed Police Forces, and also the top brass of the intelligence agencies will remain present, that is from the IB, RAW and other agencies that are responsible for the security grid in the Kashmir Valley. This meeting is one of the key meetings because a detailed action plan will be submitted by both the chiefs and also by the DGP Jammu and Kashmir regarding how the forces will go ahead to counter terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. There has been a large-scale infiltration that has taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. Except a couple of districts, there is no district in Jammu and Kashmir where the presence of terrorists is not noted. That is certainly means that the terrorists are there and they may try to carry out a major terror strike. There are apprehension of a major terror strike in the Kashmir Valley that has been shown by the various police officials, and that is why this critical meeting has been called in which a thorough discussion will take place, and also an elaborate plan will be made that how to go ahead, because back-to-back setbacks in the Jammu for the security forces, the terror attacks that we have seen in last couple of months, the Kashmir was peaceful, but all of a sudden the focus has been shifted to the Kashmir Valley, and that means the Kashmir model that the forces were trying to implement in the Jammu has somewhere was not successful on ground in the Kashmir, and that's why there is a need of this meeting where a revised plan will be submitted by both the police chiefs, Jammu Police Chief and the Kashmir Police Chief, and also that what has been the progress in the operations that have been carried out so far and how to tackle this new threat. That is once again the targeted killings of the non-locals in the Kashmir Valley. That is going to be very critical, because the officials in the establishment told us that there are instances when they feel that they can accept the casualty of the forces but not of the civilians, and that is why an elaborate plan needs to be made and operations needs to be intensified, because the upper reaches of the Kashmir and upper reaches of the Jammu, they have presence of large-scale terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir, and all these terrorists are Pakistani terrorists trained for the guerrilla warfare that are going to foment trouble for the forces as well as for the civilians living in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, hold on, Gursimran, because we will go to Arawat, who's on his way to Troll, which is in Pulwama district. We just saw that a non-local was targeted by terrorists. If you could take our viewers through Arawat as you're moving towards that area, what is the latest situation? What is the status? Who are these terrorists? Do we know what has happened?
According to sources, we can say that this is the Lashkar's OHW who carried this attack in the South Kashmir's Tral area. The entire area has been cordoned off by the joint security forces as all the entry and exit points have been sealed. In fact, the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security agencies are reaching the spot and they are verifying all the facts about this incident in the attack spot at Tral. As we have seen, this is the third terror attack that took place in the Kashmir Valley in this week. As we have seen, the first attack which took place in the Pulwama, then second deadly attack in the Ganderbal, and this is the third attack where the ongoing operation is going on. The massive cordon and search operation is going on, and the injured who have been identified from the Uttar Pradesh is hospitalized, and we have seen that all entry and exit points are sealed. As we have seen that the area is being combined by the joint forces, and so far we have learned from the sources that also the top officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police will reach the attack spot shortly. Yes.
All right, thank you for joining us, Arawat, with all those details. I will be coming back to you and to you, Gursimran, as well as that high-level security grid meeting will be taking place 11 a.m. onwards. All right, we move ahead right now. We're getting some big breaking updates coming in, viewers. Let's tell you what is happening. This is the probe into the Baba Siddique murder case. Getting an update on that. The major development in the Baba Siddique murder case, the Pune police have apprehended 3 suspects. The arrested individuals include Rupesh, Rajendra and Karan Shivam Arvind, all residents of Pune. Their involvement in the case has been confirmed and they are now under arrest. I'm going to go across to my colleague Sandeep joining us. Pune police apprehending 3 key suspects, and the police and the Mumbai crime branch has been pursuing this case very actively, trying to find out what happened, trying to connect the dots. Let's take our viewers through the latest coming in, Sandeep.
Mumbai police has arrested 3 more accused in this very matter from Pune, and it is not Pune police who has arrested. Remember, Shubham Lonkar and Praveen Lonkar, the key conspirator, were also arrested from Pune by Mumbai police crime branch. Meanwhile, Shubham Lonkar is still on large. His brother Praveen Lonkar has also been arrested from Pune city. So ultimately, 3 more suspects have been arrested in this very Baba Siddique murder case. But what are their roles in this very matter is yet to be investigated. How are they involved in this very murder? This needs to be investigated today. All these 3 accused would be in fact produced before the Esplanade Court out there in Mumbai, and Mumbai Police Crime Branch will seek their custody. So in a major breakthrough to Mumbai Police Crime Branch, they have arrested, in fact, 3 accused in this matter, and total 14 people have been arrested in this case.
All right. Sandeep is getting us top updates coming in. 3 accused suspects apprehended and arrested, viewers, by the Mumbai police. Mumbai crime branches are investigating this case. Remember that we will get you all the top updates coming in on Republic TV on the murder probe of Baba Siddique. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic. The Ministry of Finance tweeted the Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Nirmala Sitharaman, met with Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank. The meeting took place on the sidelines of the World Bank and IMF annual meeting in Washington. The two discussed issues related to private capital participation in the global public goods, energy security and reforms of multilateral development banks. The Maha-Vikas Aghadi coalition, comprising of Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena, announced plans to contest 85 seats each in the Maharashtra Assembly elections while discussions continue to finalize a seat-sharing agreement. During a press conference, Shiv Sena UBT MP Sanjay Raut stated that consensus has been reached on 270 out of total 288 seats for the elections scheduled for November 20th. Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole mentioned that the remaining seats would be allocated to smaller parties.
आप जिस तरह से आपका कैलकुलेशन होगा वो आप जाने। इस तरह का कोई भी विवाद या कोई भी कंटा इस तरह का नहीं है। सब अच्छी तरह से सुलझा गया है। कोई प्रॉब्लम।
Delhi police detained around half a dozen students following a scuffle between two student groups who gathered at Jamia Millia Islamic University for Diwali celebrations on Wednesday. A senior police official reported that the detentions were made because the university administration had not granted permission for another Diwali event due to the earlier disturbance. Approximately 30 to 40 students who are part of ABVP, including those from other universities like JNU and DU, gathered outside the university for a deep Mahotsav celebration. A major fire broke out at a commercial building in central Kolkata on Monday evening. 15 fire engines were deployed to extinguish the blaze, which was first spotted around 8 p.m. The building, located in Rabindra Sarani, housed wooden equipment, contributing to the intensity of the fire. Thick black smoke engulfed the area, reducing visibility and complicating firefighting efforts. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will embark on a two-day visit to India at the invitation of Prime Minister Modi for the 7th governmental consultations. Chancellor is scheduled to arrive in Delhi on the night of October 24th and will meet PM Modi on October 25th at the Prime Minister's official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The two leaders will inaugurate the 18th Asia-Pacific Conference of German Business at the Taj Palace Hotel. The Maharashtra polls are not too far away, and as we count down, Maharashtra is getting ready. Maharashtra's opposition has now come down with a seat-sharing formula. The Maha Vikas Aghadi has officially reached an agreement on seat sharing for the upcoming state assembly elections. This comes after the alliance partners went into a fresh huddle on Wednesday to sort out all the prickly issues and arrive at a consensus on the allocation of seats for the ensuing electoral battle. Here's a full report. Take a look as we head towards the Maharashtra polls.
With the crucial Maharashtra Assembly elections less than a month away, the MVA has finally reached an agreement over the seat sharing. Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, the Congress and Sharad Pawar's Nationalist Congress Party will each contest on 85 seats.
आज आदरणीय शरद पवार जी के नेतृत्व में हम तीनों दलों की एक मीटिंग हुई। उसमें आज हमने एक निश्चित किया कि 270 का एक मत हमने किया है सीट के ऊपर, और जो 28 सीट है जो हमारी अलायंस है, सिकाप होगी, कम्युनिस्ट होगा, समाजवादी होगा, 18 सीट है जो हमारी 18 सीट जो है, तो उसमें जो हमारी अलायंस जो दल है उनसे भी हम चर्चा करके उनको भी कुछ जगह देने का है। और ये कल हम लोग पास में ये बाकी सीटों पे भी हमारा क्लियरेंस हो जाएगा, और महाविकास आघाड़ी करके हम लोग ये चुनाव लड़ने जा रहे हैं, और महाराष्ट्र में महाविकास आघाड़ी की बहुमत की सरकार आएंगी, इतना भी आपको अवगत कराता हूँ।
MVA is set to contest on 270 seats, where the rest of the seats would be given to the other allies. The alliance, formed after the 2019 state elections, is hoping to defeat the ruling Mahayuti alliance. The opposition parties are looking to repeat their Lok Sabha polls performance, where they had an advantage over the Mahayuti alliance.
Getting some big updates coming in right now. Viewers, Akhilesh Yadav declares that the joint candidates for the India Alliance will contest on all 9 assembly seats on the SP's election symbol. He has emphasized unity between Congress and SP, saying that the collaboration has energized every worker in the alliance. Yadav expresses confidence in a big win with the combined strength of both parties. Oh, okay, so that is a big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. This is what we're learning of on Republic TV, and Akhilesh Yadav has made a new statement where he has clearly said that the joint candidates of the Indi Alliance will contest all 9 assembly seats on the Samajwadi Party's election symbol. Saying that there's unity between the Congress and SP, saying that the collaboration has energized every worker in that alliance. So, Akhilesh Yadav wants the Indi candidates to fight UP Bypolls on the cycle symbol. That is what he's saying, on the cycle symbol. So, as we head towards the Bypolls in Uttar Pradesh, and Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav have been having talks on seat sharing, we're coming to know that Akhilesh Yadav has made an announcement that all Indi bloc candidates would fight on the cycle symbol on all the 9 seats that they are planning to contest on. The cycle is an electoral symbol of the Samajwadi Party. So essentially, SP and Congress are joining forces for the Bypolls, by-elections, which are upcoming in Uttar Pradesh. That is what we're learning of on Republic TV. All right, so this is a big update coming in right now after the talks between Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav, which were held late last night on seat sharing. The Congress would not contest any seat for the UP Bypolls before SP announced that all the Indi bloc candidates would fight on a cycle symbol. So both of them are going to join forces for the by-election, and both the parties, SP and the Congress, will be contesting under the SP symbol. That is, the SP symbol is the cycle symbol. So that is a big update coming in on Republic TV, as both the parties have joined alliance just ahead of the Bypolls viewers. So that is a big update coming in. All Indi candidates to fight UP Bypolls on cycle symbol, as announced by Akhilesh Yadav. And he's also saying that the alliance's decision was not informed by any seat-sharing math, but in the pursuit of victory. Congress and Samajwadi Party are united and stand shoulder to shoulder for a big victory. Indi bloc is going to write a new chapter of victory in this by-election. So this is a big update coming in as we head towards the UP Bypolls. All right, viewers, we move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. The global stories coming in. Vice President Kamala Harris, who is a presidential nominee of the ruling Democratic Party, plans to make a closing argument of the electrifying election campaign. In fact, this is coming in on October 29, just a week ahead of the November 5th general elections, expected to be attended by thousands of her supporters. Harris plans to make a passionate appeal to the nation and urged her fellow countrymen to vote for a new vision and turn the page during her address from the historic, iconic location on October 29th. Bangladesh's interim government on Wednesday banned ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina-led Awami League Party student organization Bangladesh Chhatra League, caving in to demands from the anti-discrimination student movement, which demanded a ban on the student body. A notification signed by Senior Secretary Omar Abdullah of the Public Security Division under the Ministry of Home Affairs said the student body over the last 15 years under Awami League government was involved in various activities that disrupted public safety, including murder, rape, torture, harassment in student dormitories, and tender manipulation. At least 5 people have been killed and 22 injured in an attack on the headquarters of Turkish aerospace and the defense company Turkish Aerospace Industries near Ankara. At the time of the attack, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan was holding talks with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. Erdogan condemned what he termed as a terrorist attack. Trash carried out by the North Korean balloon fell on the presidential compound in central Seoul. The second such case since the North Korea began floating trash-carrying balloons towards South Korea since late May in a resumption of Cold War-style psychological campaign. South Korea's Presidential Security Service said the trash fallen on the presidential compound on Thursday morning carried no dangerous items. An explosion in a packed Kabul market on Wednesday injured 11 people, including children. The source of the blast was not immediate but nobody knows what happened. How did that blast take place? The blast struck a second-hand clothes market in the Palmer Cinema district. At the White House, National Security spokesperson John Kirby said the U.S. believes that at least 3,000 North Korean soldiers traveled by ship to Russia's largest Pacific port in early to mid-October. Kirby said that they could go to Western Russian and then engage in combat against Ukraine's forces. South Korean intelligence first publicized reports that the Russian Navy had taken 1,500 North Korean special warfare troops to Russia this month, while Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has said his government had intelligence that 10,000 North Korean soldiers were being prepared to join the invading Russian forces.
We assess that between early to mid-October, North Korea moved at least 3,000 soldiers into eastern Russia. We assess that these soldiers traveled by ship from the Wonsan area in North Korea to Vladivostok, Russia. These soldiers then traveled onward to multiple Russian military training sites in eastern Russia, where they are currently undergoing training. After completing training, these soldiers could travel to western Russia and then engage in combat against the Ukrainian military.
Other news that we're tracking coming in, bus drivers have taken to the streets in Peru. The bus drivers are on a strike in Peru, in Lima, disrupting regular life. As we move ahead right now, as the presidential elections draw near, tensions between the Republicans and Democrats are heating up. In a recent rally, former President Donald Trump accused the UK's ruling Labour Party of attempting to interfere in the election process. This follows a now deleted LinkedIn post from a Labour Party member that suggested sending workers to key battleground states. While the legality of such interferences and assistances yet remain to be checked, take a look at this report as we track the big international story coming in.
As the presidential elections approach closer, in the latest series of exchanges between the Republicans and Democrats, Donald Trump leveled accusations of interference against UK's ruling Labour Party. In a now deleted LinkedIn post by a Labour Party member that called for 100 workers to be flown to battleground states, alongside election strategists from the party advising Kamala Harris on mobilizing centre-left campaigns, Trump sees that as a blatant foreign interference bid. All fired up, Trump's legal team was swift to file a complaint with the US Federal Election Commission. While the illegality of the Labour Party volunteers assisting the Harris campaign remains to be vetted, exemptions in US law allow certain foreign nationals from participating in elections.
It's coming in right now. Israeli forces have ramped up operations in southern Beirut, targeting Hezbollah bases in the area. Heavy airstrikes were reported in Beirut's southern suburbs as tensions escalate. Hezbollah claimed that 70 Israeli soldiers were killed in the latest round of strikes, although the numbers remain unverified. 70 Israeli soldiers, viewers, we're coming to know, have been targeted. They have been killed, in fact. 70 Israeli soldiers have been killed. Israel forces have once again targeted parts of Beirut, which is a Hezbollah stronghold. They've ramped up operations in southern Beirut, targeting Hezbollah bases in the area. Heavy airstrikes were reported in Beirut's southern suburbs as tensions are escalating. Hezbollah claimed that 70 Israeli soldiers were killed in the latest round of airstrikes, though the numbers are still unverified. But Israel is saying that 70 of their soldiers have been killed in the latest airstrike and the latest escalation. Let's give a short break, viewers. We will be live and breaking. We will be getting you top updates on India's #1 news channel. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged the Prime Minister to not run for a 4th term. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
Yes, I was told there was no permission, illegal activities was been going on. We will take strict action against the owner.
Jammu and Kashmir hit by third terror attack in a week. 1 non-local targeted and injured. Akhilesh Yadav announces Indi to contest the Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to the Congress party. And Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact as Cyclone Dana is all set to make a landfall. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged the Prime Minister to not run for a 4th term. Just hours after attack, Turkey strikes back at the Kurdish rebels in Iraq and Syria. And crackdown on Awami League-backed student organization in Bangladesh. Yunus government issues ban on the organization. All right, viewers, Jammu Kashmir once again is witnessing a target killing. Once again, we see a terror attack rather. This time, another non-local has been targeted. You can see the visuals. The person is injured. He's from Uttar Pradesh. And thankfully, he's out of danger, what we know so far. And now a high-security grid meeting has been scheduled. Remember, a unified headquarter meeting. And the latest we have is that a non-local from Bijnor of Uttar Pradesh has been shot at by the terrorists in Tral. This after 7 people, remember viewers, were killed just a week ago. And there was a deadly attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Ganderbal. And now this is coming from Tral, and the victim has been shifted to local hospital after being shot at. And this is a third terror attack in a week, in fact, viewers. And this is unabated targeting of the non-locals, of the migrant workers in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, my colleague Arawat and Gursimran are joining us on the broadcast now. Gursimran, once again, a non-local being targeted. This has been a pattern of sorts for the past 1 to 1.5 years that all the non-locals are being targeted in Jammu and Kashmir. And this, of course, in a bid to destabilize the region after abrogation of Article 370 to stop people, to create a fear amongst those who want to come and work in Kashmir.
See, certainly this is an attempt by the Pakistani intelligence agency SI and Pakistani terror groups to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir. They don't want to give a message that all is well in Jammu and Kashmir. And especially after the peaceful elections, Pakistan is rattled. They don't know how to react to it because the people of Jammu and Kashmir have turned out in the large numbers. The people have come out to vote for democracy. The people have come out to vote for development. And the Pakistan's idea of the bloodshed in Jammu and Kashmir has been rejected by the people of Jammu and Kashmir. That is what has rattled. See, after the government formation on 16th, it is very evident that how rattled Pakistan is. On 18th, first terror attack took place. Non-local Ashok Chauhan was attacked by the Pakistani terrorist and killed in the South Kashmir Shopian district. 2 days later, it was 20th when the deadly Ganderbal terror attack took place, when the Pakistani Lashkar terrorists, they carried out attack on the APCO company's camp, and in which 5 civilians were injured and 7 others were killed. That includes 5 non-locals. And apart from this, today also one attempt was made to kill a non-local, though he was fortunate enough that he received the injuries at his right hand and is now out of danger, is stable and is being treated at the medical facility in Tral. This clearly shows the desperation that back-to-back Pakistan is trying to carry out the attacks. 3 terror attacks on the non-local migrant workers in 1 week shows the desperation of the Pakistan, that how they want to make Jammu and Kashmir destabilized and also want to have bloodshed in Jammu and Kashmir, because they want the blood of the people of Jammu and Kashmir and the people of India to be bleed in Jammu and Kashmir, so that they can carry forward their 1,000 cuts ideology in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, in fact, Rawat, you're joining us from Pulwama. Now, there have been, of course, multiple such terror attacks in this year, and this is the third attack in a week span. What are you picking up as far as the counter operations are concerned?
Yeah, absolutely, Rakshita. As we have reached the spot right now and we have seen the situation here, and it indicates that this is the attack that was carried by the highly trained OGW here in the South Kashmir Tral area, where we have seen that the non-local have been injured, and this is the third attack in the 1 week in the Kashmir Valley. The first attack that took place in the Pulwama, then second in the Gagangir, and this time terrorists targeted the civilian here at Tral, and we have seen the coordinated search operation is still on place, and the people are being questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And if we'll talk about this area, this is a residential area, and these laborers were residing here from the very long time. After that, we have seen the terrorists came and struck it inside. In my background, you can see there is the house where they were living from the very long time, and the terrorists came this morning at around 8 a.m. and they have targeted the civilian here. And after that, the massive coordinated search operation is going in the entire area, as we have seen. And this is the second terror attack in just a couple of the 4 days, and the third attack in just the week, as we have learned from the forces. And Jammu and Kashmir police officials and other are also reaching the spot shortly. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, Arava. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Also, Christian, thank you so much for joining us with those updates coming in on that development. Viewers will keep a close eye on the minute-to-minute developments from the valley. But now we shift our focus to breaking news coming in, this in connection with the assembly polls in Maharashtra. Now, the latest we have is that Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is all set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi as the final candidate list for the Maharashtra assembly polls is all set to be released. In fact, the meeting comes as parties finalize their strategies ahead of crucial elections, and release of the candidate list, of course, will set the record straight as to where which party gets the share of the seats, how much of the share of the seats, and Eknath Shinde all set to meet Amit Shah today ahead of the Maharashtra assembly elections, and this is going to be the final list of the candidates, viewers. And remember, the fast approaching polls, of course, are going to be very crucial for the BJP, and in fact the Mahayuti, and in fact the first list has already been released, and it was now what we understand is that Shiv Sena had in fact released the first list of 45 candidates, but the Mahayuti, the Shiv Sena, Shinde Sena rather, will be zeroing in on the latest. There were reports, of course, of some discontent as far as the seat sharing is concerned. And right now, what we know is that Amit Shah will be meeting Eknath Shinde in the national capital today. And of course, we will be connecting with our correspondents on Ground Zero to understand what's happening in Mumbai. Of course, the hectic parleys have been continuing for quite some time in the run-up to the polls. And now the Shiv Sena, that is the Eknath Shinde faction, the BJP, and of course the NCP Ajit Pawar faction fighting it out together in the Mahayuti. And the elections, of course, fast approaching. There are new entrants also in the Shiv Sena. And we will be getting you more on that. Right now, we shift our focus to some more stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced an ex-gratia of 2 lakh rupees to the next of kin of each deceased in this incident, in the incident of Bengaluru building collapse. The under-construction building, remember, collapsed where at least 8 people died, 13 were rescued. And police have arrested the owner of the building, Muniraj Reddy, and charged him with negligence. Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Manji has said that more than 30% of the targeted 10 lakh people have been evacuated to safe places by Wednesday evening in view of Cyclone Dana that barrels towards the state's coastal region, threatening to impact nearly half of its population. He reviewed the government's preparedness for the cyclone, which is likely to cross the Odisha coast close to Bhitarkanika and Dhamra. The Andhra Pradesh government approved this distribution of 3 free gas cylinders to beneficiaries starting from Diwali. The scheme is one of the Super 6 promises made by the Telugu Desam party during elections. Andhra Pradesh Civil Supplies Minister announced the decision during a press briefing. In a series of successful joint operations, the Indian Army, Assam Rifles, in collaboration with Manipur Police and other security forces, recovered 11 weapons and other warlike stores from both the hills and valley regions in the districts of Churachandpur, Chandel and Thobal of Manipur. Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav has said that the Indi Alliance will contest on all 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh Bypolls on the Samajwadi Party's election symbol cycle. Making the announcement Wednesday evening, Akhilesh Yadav said that the alliance's decision was not informed by any seat-sharing math, but it is in pursuit of victory. Right, viewers, I step into a very, very short break, but it's a major embarrassment coming in for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs of his own party urging him to not run for a 4th term. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
Happened in the AGM about Jamia Rodriguez honorary membership which was given to her due to
The Indian Army's cycling expedition completed its second leg. The team honoured the heroes of Walong. The Spear Corps cycling team pedalled through the sacred Parshuram Kund and the tranquil Lohit Valley, nestled at the foothills of the Mishmi Ranges. In collaboration with the Arunachal Pradesh government and the Northeastern Electric Power Corporation Limited, this expedition from Namsai to Namti is part of a month-long commemoration of the 62nd Walong Day. The event highlights the rich cultural heritage and sacrifices made by the heroes of Walong, fostering a spirit of camaraderie and resilience among the participants. Time for a very, very short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere. We will get to you the latest coming in from Bangladesh. There's a crackdown on Awami League backed student organization in Bangladesh as the unit's government issues a ban on it.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
As residents across Delhi and NCR continued to struggle for clean air amid the deepening toxic haze, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on the centre, accusing it of rendering the Environment Protecting Act toothless and failing to enforce strict penal measures to check the stubble burning incidents. In fact, the Apex Court said that only notices were being issued to the violators, but no one was prosecuted, no action was being taken for burning the crop residue, which is seen as the primary contributor to the smog engulfing the national capital region. Take a look at this report.
As the deepening smog and mounting pollution woes left residents in the national capital high and dry, the Supreme Court came down heavily on the centre. At a fresh suo motu hearing on crop residue burning, which is said to be the primary contributor to air pollution at this time of the year, the Supreme Court pulled up the centre for lax enforceable measures. The Apex Court bench accused the centre of rendering the Environment Protection Act toothless while not imposing strict penalties to check stubble burning incidents. The court said that despite the laws providing for strict penalties, the violators were being made to get away with notices. The top court also pulled up the Punjab and Haryana governments for failing to curb stubble burning incidents. While the Aam Aadmi Party rules Punjab, the BJP is in power in Haryana. The top court said that had the two state governments been serious about curbing stubble burning, it would have resulted in at least one prosecution. Meanwhile, armed with the SC's scathing observations, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi also hit out at the centre.
एक तरफ पंजाब है जिसने 2021 से 2023 में अपनी स्टबल बर्निंग आधी कर दी और 2023 से 2024 में 25% और कम कर दी, और दूसरी तरफ हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश हैं जहां पे लगातार स्टबल बर्निंग, पराली जलाने के इंस्टेंसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. हरियाणा में 23% से बढ़ गए, उत्तर प्रदेश में 70% से बढ़ गए. तो ये बिल्कुल साफ है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली वालों से इतनी नफरत करती है कि वो हरियाणा को और उत्तर प्रदेश की अपनी सरकारों को दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ एक हथियार के तौर पे इस्तेमाल कर रही है.
As the Apex Court fumes and the AAP and BJP point fingers at each other, the hapless people are being left to fend for themselves.
Time for a very, very short break, viewers, but we'll get you the latest coming in from West Asia. Now, just hours after the terror attack in Ankara, Turkey has struck back at the Kurdish rebels in Iraq and Syria.
at the prestigious Bharat Mandapam. A vision for the future unfolds. Swavalamban 2024.
At the very heart of the Atmanirbharta vision that Swavalamban professes lies the firm belief of the Indian Navy that if it can be done anywhere, it can be done in India.
United in purpose, the Army, Navy, and Air Force march forward under one mission. Join us as we continue to navigate the future, steering towards a stronger, more secure India. Witness the impact of indigenization, where strength and power through innovation lead the way to a secure and prosperous future. Swavalamban 2024.
Director, the taste of success.
Yes, I was told that there are no permission, illegal activities was been going on. We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. In entire Bangalore, I will make up see that we will come out with a decision where all such type of illegal construction are going on. We are going to stop him.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, top headlines tracking right now. Jammu and Kashmir hit by third terror attack in a week. One non-local targeted and injured. Akhilesh announces Indi to contest Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to Congress. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses Congress of insulting Dalits by sidelining Kharge. BJP calls out Congress insult to Kharge, says party chief mere rubber stamp in the party. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact on Cyclone Dana, all set to make landfall. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged the Prime Minister to not run for fourth term. All right, viewers, we're live breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Let's start with the big breaking story coming in. The BJP has accused the Congress party of insulting Dalits during Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's nomination filing, claiming that Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge was sidelined in the process. This incident has sparked further allegations that the Congress prioritizes a family-first mentality, marginalizing senior leaders from underrepresented communities. BJP accuses Congress of disrespecting Mallikarjun Kharge. So that's a big update coming in on Republic TV. Viewers, we will be getting you more updates. Let's first go ahead and play out what the BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla had to say.
It is very clear from the affidavit of Dynasty product Priyanka Vadra that the manner in which the combined asset base of her husband and her, more than that is the tax liability owed to the income tax department of almost 80 crore rupees. And therefore, this begs the question that if the tax demand is of 80 crore, what is the actual income? Is it the proper income that has been shown? And if they are doing zameen chori or tax chori or bhashtachar, when they are out of power, imagine what they did inside when they were in power. It shows the mindset of Congress party to loot, whether in power or out of power, even the income tax authorities. And those who have been abusing entrepreneurs of this country, when you see their affidavit, they have invested in the same entrepreneurs. This is the hypocrisy of Congress. In Telangana, they accept the investment from the same entrepreneurs. In other state governments, they take investment from same entrepreneurs. So, Hathi ke daant and Congress ke siddhant, khane ke alag, dikhane ke alag. And today, tax chori has been done by the Congress party's first family, and they raise question on others.
All right, let's go to my colleagues joining us. We have Harsha from New Delhi and we have Samiksha joining us from our Republic newsroom. I'm going to go first to Harsha. Harsha, now this incident by what the BJP is referring to took place when Mallikarjun Kharge was made to wait outside when Priyanka Gandhi was filing her nomination papers for the Bypolls. If you could take our viewers through this latest accusation coming in from the BJP.
Now, this entire incident has sparked a massive controversy by BJP taking the opportunity to slam the Congress party, where BJP has clearly stated that the venue of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's nomination in Wayanad, where Mallikarjun Kharge was standing out of the nomination venue. And also it is being said that the holy trinity of Gandhi family and Congress party have clearly showcased that how they disrespect the Dalit leaders and Mallikarjun Kharge. Here, Shivangi, we know that he is a veteran parliamentarian, he is a Rajya Sabha member of parliament and is a Congress president right now, and he was standing outside the venue. Also, BJP has clearly stated now the internal disarray of the Congress party is visible in front of everyone. It is not the first time when Congress has insulted the Dalit leaders. Earlier also in the past, we have seen that how several Dalit leaders were insulted by the Congress party. But this being a veteran parliamentarian, Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president who was waiting outside the nomination venue of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, while we see K.C. Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi and other senior leaders of Congress standing inside the nomination venue, standing beside Priyanka Gandhi Vadra while she was filing her nomination for Wayanad. So this entire incident, the video has went viral, capturing Mallikarjun Kharge showcasing standing outside the nomination venue. Now Congress has clearly stated that they will soon respond to the allegations of the BJP party, but also Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, has also hit out at Congress party for disrespecting the Dalit leader and a parliamentarian. Back to you.
I want to go straight across to my colleague Samiksha, also joining us live right now. And Samiksha will play those pictures out for our viewers, where when Priyanka Gandhi was filing nomination for the Wayanad Bypolls, that is when we saw that Priyanka Gandhi was inside, but the Congress president was outside. So we're getting some big breaking updates coming in. Let's see what is breaking right now, viewers, after BJP steps up attack on Congress over Kharge's insult. We're coming to know that there is more updates. Congress is retorting, terming it buffoonery by the BJP leader. So a reaction is coming from the Congress. I want to go back to Samiksha. Samiksha, the Congress is calling this buffoonery. And if you could take a view us through, this latest development coming in, because we've always seen how the Congress has been accused time and again of dynasty politics. One more case clear out in the front.
That's right, Shivangi. And it's not the first time that the Congress has insulted a Dalit face. This time it's Mallikarjun Kharge, who's not the first time he's been insulted by the Congress party. But talking about this particular incident which happened in Wayanad while Priyanka Gandhi had gone to file her nomination papers, we'll put out that exact video also in which it is seen how the Congress chief wanted to enter that room where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was filing her nomination papers, and he was barred from entering that room. In fact, that statement also that came in from the Assam Chief Minister, who's questioned the Congress for repeatedly insulting a Dalit face. And this time it's Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Himanta Biswa Sarma, who says it's deeply disheartening to see how a Dalit face has been disrespected again. He says it's disheartening to witness the disrespect shown towards a veteran parliamentarian and a Dalit leader like Mallikarjun Kharge, and by the so-called Holy Trinity in Wayanad today. Whether it's president of AICC or PCC, does the family take pride in humiliating?
इस वार्ता बहुत ही अहम बिंदु पे करी जा रही है, और कल जब कांग्रेस पार्टी की नेत्री प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा का हलफनामा वायनाड में जो लोकसभा का चुनाव है उसमें दायर किया जाता है, तो आज ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा मोहब्बत की दुकान नहीं दलाली की दुकान है। मोहब्बत की नहीं, ये दलाली की दुकान है। और जो तथ्य सामने आए हैं, पूरे भारत की जनता आज नकली गांधी परिवार भ्रष्टाचारी नंबर 1 उनसे कुछ सवाल पूछना चाहती है। सबसे पहले, जैसा मैंने कहा, ये हलफनामा, ये एफिडेविट कबूलनामा है जो भ्रष्टाचार नकली गांधी परिवार और उनके जीजाजी रॉबर्ट वाड्रा करते आए हैं। सबसे पहले इनके हलफनामे में, क्योंकि ये बाध्यता है, ऐसा नहीं है कि शुचिता के लिए प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा बाहर आई और उन्होंने ये सार्वजनिक किया कि उनके पास क्या असेट्स हैं, उनके पतिदेव के पास क्या असेट्स हैं। ये एक बाध्यता है, ये एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है जिसमें आपको हलफनामा देना होता है, अपना भी और अपने स्पाउस का भी। सबसे पहली बात जो सामने आई, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा की जो डिक्लेयर्ड नेटवर्थ है, डिक्लेयर्ड शब्द का प्रयोग इसलिए कर रहा हूं, हर भारतीय जानता है सबसे बड़ा भ्रष्टाचारी कोई है, लूट खसोट करने वाला कोई है, तो वो गांधी परिवार है, जिनके 3 सदस्य भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में बेल पे बाहर हैं, सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और रॉबर्ट वाड्रा। और रॉबर्ट वाड्रा की जो डिक्लेयर्ड नेटवर्थ है वो कम है, लेकिन इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट जो डिमांड कर रहा है वो ज्यादा है। ये कॉन्टेस्टेड है, लेकिन आप देखिए 2010-11 में 7 करोड़, 2011-12 में 3 करोड़, 2013-14 में 11 करोड़, 2014-15 में 10 करोड़, इस तरह से 2020-21 तक जाता है और इनको अगर जोड़ा जाए तो 75 करोड़ 75 करोड़ is the demand total by the income tax department. भरते भी 2013 में 11 करोड़, मतलब जो 7 करोड़ था 10-11 में, जब इन्हें अंदेशा हुआ भाग रहे हैं, सरकार जाने वाली है, तो 11 करोड़ और 10 करोड़ तब की डिमांड आई है। इसका मतलब कितनी वसूली ये लोग कर रहे थे? क्या आज ये नहीं कहा जाएगा गांधी परिवार के दिखाने के दांत और है, खाने के दांत और है, और खाना मतलब वसूली। द एंटायर कंट्री इज आस्किंग सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी एंड Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to furnish an explanation. What were the means of this prima facie ill-gotten wealth, quid pro quo, commission khori, Robert Vadra, crime master gogo, आया हूं तो कुछ तो लेके जाऊंगा, कुछ तो खाऊंगा. Please answer. Let the nation know about it. And I must also say, look at the hypocrisy. दोगलापन किसे कहते हैं? ये गांधी परिवार से कोई सीखे. हम सब जानते हैं राहुल गांधी भ्रष्टाचार के झूठे आरोप जो कहीं सिद्ध नहीं हुए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की सरकार पे लगाते आए हैं. और उनका कहना होता है गरीबों का रुपया लिया, अंबानी ग्रुप को दिया. अब इनका जो एफिडेविट आया है, इसमें रॉबर्ट वाड्रा ने जिस ग्रुप का ये नाम ले रहे हैं, और हर कॉरपोरेट ग्रुप कानून के हिसाब से काम करे, ये सुनिश्चित किया है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया है. 11वां साल है, कोई एक उंगली नहीं उठा सकता गंगा जल की तरह पवित्र हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे. लेकिन दोगलापन दिखाना चाहते हैं आज हम भारत को. राहुल गांधी आरोप लगाते हैं और उनके जीजा जी रॉबर्ट वाड्रा, जिनको भारत का जीजा जी बनाया, वो इसी ग्रुप में, जो इस ग्रुप की कंपनी है, इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, शेयर होल्ड करते हैं. ये कैसा विरोधाभास है, कैसा दोगलापन है, कृपया करके बताइए. हर कोई जानना चाहता है. अगर राहुल गांधी जो आज नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं, किसी कंपनी पे आरोप लगाते हैं, उन्हीं के घर में एक व्यक्ति उसी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करके रखता है. सुचिता का क्या? जो बात आप कह रहे हैं उसकी प्रामाणिकता का क्या? आप पे विश्वास कोई क्यों करे, ये बताइए. और एक बात इस एफिडेविट से और सामने आती है जो मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं. ये एसयूवी और फार्म हाउसेस वाले हैं. इनके पास एसयूवी गाड़ी, बड़ी गाड़ी, बड़ा बंगला, फार्म हाउस. बताते हैं शिमला में भी एक बड़ा घर जिसकी कीमत को इन्होंने 1/10वां हिस्सा दिखाया है. और हम सब जानते हैं पहाड़ों में अनुमति नहीं मिलती, लेकिन कानून को झुकवाया इस गांधी परिवार ने, क्योंकि प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा के परिवार को उनको घर चाहिए था और उसकी कीमत सही नहीं बताते. इसलिए कहता हूं ये एसयूवी और फार्म हाउसेस वाले ये क्या जाने कि कैसे पिछड़े समाज के लोगों को आगे बढ़ाया जाता है. और जब हम बात कर रहे हैं पिछड़े समाज की, तो बहुत भारी मन से एक बात मैं आपके समक्ष रखता हूं. पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को इस्तेमाल करना दलित समाज को इस्तेमाल करना अगर कोई जानता है तो वो गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी। एक तस्वीर है ये देखिए। ये तस्वीर क्यों दिखा रहा हूं मैं आपको बताता हूं। यहां आगे बैठी हैं श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, और पीछे बैठे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, जो कि पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं। यह क्या दर्शाता है? यह दर्शाता है नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे, उसको सम्मान नहीं देंगे। और एक और वीडियो सार्वजनिक हुआ कल, जिसका जिक्र करना अनिवार्य है, और कोई ये नहीं कह सकता कि ये मेरा अंदरूनी मामला है। आप टिकट किसे दें ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है, अध्यक्ष कौन बनाए ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है। लेकिन अगर एक नेता है वो पिछड़े समाज से आता है और जिस कमरे में नामांकन हो रहा था उस कमरे के दरवाजे को बंद कर दिया जाए और एक व्यक्ति झांक रहा हो पीछे से, और वो व्यक्ति कोई और नहीं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी थे, इससे ज्यादा आपत्तिजनक बात क्या हो सकती है कि आप राजनीति में अपना ओछी घटिया राजनीति करते हुए जो दलित समाज से आता है, पिछड़े समाज से आता है, उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं। और यह क्यों होता है यह बताना भी आवश्यक है। यह इसलिए होता है क्योंकि यह तस्वीर सब कुछ कहती है। यह आगे आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं क्राइम मास्टर गोगो जीजाजी रॉबर्ट वाड्रा, यह आगे बैठे हैं। इनके बगल में है प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, इनके पुत्र रेहान, इनकी भी एंट्री हो चुकी है, ये भी आगे बैठे हैं। सोनिया गांधी कमरे के अंदर हैं और राहुल गांधी भी कमरे के अंदर हैं। जितनी जानकारी हमें है 5 लोग नामांकन करते हुए कमरे के अंदर रह सकते हैं। सोनिया गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी, क्राइम मास्टर गोगो जीजाजी रॉबर्ट वाड्रा, राहुल गांधी और रेहान वाड्रा, 5 अंदर आ गए। तो पार्टी का अध्यक्ष है तो क्या हुआ, पिछड़े समाज से आता है तो क्या हुआ, कई बार सांसद रहे हैं तो क्या हुआ, उनको बाहर रखा कमरे से और वो झांक रहे थे कि मैं कब आऊंगा जब ये भ्रष्टाचारी गांधी परिवार अनुमति देगा। और ये पहली बार नहीं हुआ है। पिछड़े समाज से सीताराम केसरी जी भी थे, अध्यक्ष रहे, उनका कार्यकाल पूरा नहीं होने दिया और किस तरह से हाथ पांव पकड़कर उनको कांग्रेस हेडक्वार्टर से बाहर फेंकवा दिया गया था। सम्मान होगा कांग्रेस पार्टी में तो केवल गांधी परिवार का होगा। बाकी कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, संविधान के प्रति उसकी आस्था हो, निष्ठा भाव हो जनता के प्रति, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, उसका अपमान ही होगा। यह बात बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गई। इसके बाद एक बात और आती है, एक संदेश गया, योग्यता की कोई जगह कांग्रेस पार्टी में नहीं है। हमने सुना है आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समय समय पर प्रेरित किया है युवाओं को, नागरिकों को, कि वो राजनीति में आए और योग्यता देखी जाएगी। लेकिन वैसे गलत नहीं है कि प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा जो हैं वो बहुत योग्य हैं, पूर्व अध्यक्ष की बेटी है, पूर्व अध्यक्ष की बहन भी है, पूर्व अध्यक्ष की पोती भी है और आने वाले अध्यक्ष की मां भी है। योग्य वो हैं, और योग्यता इतनी 2019 में उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव से पहले, 2019 में लोकसभा चुनाव से पहले उत्तर प्रदेश में इंचार्ज बनाई गई पूर्व उत्तर प्रदेश की। उत्तर प्रदेश में सीटें आई 80 में 1। यह रिजल्ट है कांग्रेस पार्टी का। लेकिन रिजल्ट प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा का क्या था? उनको प्रमोशन मिला और वो 2020 में पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश की इंचार्ज बन गई। पार्टी की सीट आई 80 में 1। प्रभारी पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश की प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा। रिजल्ट में कांग्रेस फेल, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा गेट्स अ प्रमोशन। 2020 में पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश की इंचार्ज बन गई। 22 में विधानसभा के चुनाव हुए उत्तर प्रदेश में। सीटें आई 2, 403 में 2 सीटें। अब आप बताइए, 2 सीटें जो आई, फिर इनका प्रमोशन हुआ वायनाड में, इनको टिकट दे दिया गया है और वाकई ये इनका अंदरूनी मामला है। लेकिन एक बात जरूर मैं पूछूंगा और पूरी जिम्मेदारी से पूछूंगा, ये जो डिक्लेयर्ड इनकम है कई 100 करोड़ की और अनडिक्लेयर्ड इनकम हजारों करोड़ की, वायनाड में आपदा आई, लैंडस्लाइड, इस भ्रष्टाचारी करोड़पति परिवार से इतना नहीं हुआ कि 1 रुपया डोनेट कर दें, 1 रुपया वायनाड की जनता के लिए। ये कैसा परिवार है भ्रष्टाचारी? देश में आपदा आती है, आप विदेश चले जाते हो। राहुल गांधी वायनाड से सांसद थे, आपदा आई, आप 1 रुपया नहीं दे पाए, डोनेट कर पाए लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि इनका मकसद केवल इतना है, इनके घर का दामाद आगे बढ़े, इनकी तिजोरी भरती रहे, आम जनता से इन्हें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। और अंत करूंगा इतना ही कह के, दलितों का अपमान नहीं सहेगा हिंदुस्तान, ये जान लीजिए। तो जो मैंने ये प्रेस वार्ता करी, इसमें आपको गांधी परिवार का भ्रष्टाचार, वंशवाद की जीत होती है, योग्यता की हार होती है कांग्रेस पार्टी में, और इसके साथ पिछड़े समाज और दलितों का अपमान होता है। और यह प्रश्न आज भारत की जनता पूछ रही है, इस उम्मीद से कि राहुल गांधी आज सामने आएंगे और ये बताएंगे कि ये मोहब्बत की दुकान है या दलाली की दुकान है। धन्यवाद। देखिए, ऐसा है कि आज जो मुख्य बिंदु है मैंने उठा दिए हैं, लेकिन राहुल गांधी स्वयं ये कह चुके हैं एक मौलानाओं की बैठक में कि ये मुस्लिम पार्टी है, कांग्रेस इज अ मुस्लिम पार्टी। और एक बात और जान लीजिए, मुस्लिम लीग जिस पार्टी के नाम में मुस्लिम लगा हो, वो कितनी पंथ निरपेक्ष हो सकती है, ये सवाल जनता पूछ रही है। बट अकॉर्डिंग टू राहुल गांधी इट इज अ सेक्युलर पार्टी, उन्हीं के शब्द हैं। देखिए, कुछ बिंदु आपके समक्ष रखना जरूरी है। ये वो प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा हैं, क्राइम मास्टर गोगो से कम नहीं है। इनका कबूलनामा है कि डिन होते हैं, डिन कंपनीज एक्ट में हर डायरेक्टर को एक आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर दिया जाता है। तो जब यूपीए की सरकार थी तो इन्होंने कई दिन ले रखे थे जिससे कि कोई ये ना पता लगा सके कि इन्होंने कितने रुपए किस कंपनी से लिए हैं, और बाद में इन्होंने माफी मांग के स्वीकारा था जब हमारी सरकार आई। आज प्रश्न ये नहीं है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्या करेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो भ्रष्टाचारियों की ईंट से ईंट बजा देगी, इतना मैं आपको आश्वस्त करता हूं। लेकिन नैतिकता के आधार पे राहुल गांधी क्या करेंगे, सोनिया गांधी जी क्या करेंगी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा क्या करेंगी, यह सवाल जनता पूछ रही है। एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस? No, in fact, I think your question itself answers what you are asking. All these proceedings have been initiated by the Income Tax Department, which is an independent authority under the statute, under the current dispensation.
All right, viewers, BJP News briefing heading out at the Congress party, saying the Congress party uses the backward and poor only for political benefit. This is coming in at the backdrop of those pictures we showed you of Mallikarjun Kharge waiting outside when Priyanka Gandhi was filing her nomination for the Bypolls in Wayanad. Taking a very short break, do not go anywhere. We are live in breaking.
See the power of God. Touch. So thank you, Jesus. So thank you, Jesus. So thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके फादर ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
Jammu and Kashmir hit by a third terror attack targeting a non-local once again. Third terror attack in a week. Akhilesh Yadav announces Indi to contest Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to the Congress party. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses the Congress of insulting Dalits by sidelining Kharge. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses the Congress of... I beg your pardon there. BJP calls out Congress insult to Kharge, now says party chief a mere rubber stamp in the party. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact of the cyclone as Dana set to make a landfall today. And a major embarrassment for Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urge him to not run for a fourth term. A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Amit Shah with you. We start with news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where there's a third terror attack that has taken place in a matter of a week. And now, once again, we see a non-local being targeted in Tral of Jammu and Kashmir. Also, a high-level unified headquarters meeting is underway, we believe, in Raj Bhavan in Srinagar to review the security grid in Jammu and Kashmir. This meeting was supposed to start at 11 a.m. We were senior officials, including the GOC in charge, Northern Command, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Secretary, DGP Jammu and Kashmir, Home Secretary, Corps commanders and representatives from the BSF, CRPF and Central Intelligence Agencies will participate in the critical security discussions. And in fact, that is the visual coming in of that non-local. He's from Uttar Pradesh, viewers. He's from Bijnor of Uttar Pradesh, from western part of Uttar Pradesh. And my colleague Aravat joins us live on the broadcast from the attack site. Aravat, what are the latest details you're picking up? Who is behind this terror attack?
Rakshita, as we have learned from the sources that this terror attack has been done by the OGW or the hybrid terrorists, as we have learned from the sources, and then the 9mm pistol have been used in this attack. As we have heard from the police officials, the cartridge of the 9mm pistol have been recovered from the crime spot. If my Vijay can pan camera to this side and you can see the visuals from the attack. This is the residential area where the terrorists came and targeted the non-local who was running here the saloon in the locality. After that, you can see here in the visuals, this is the entry point. From this side, the terrorists came and entered this place and they targeted the non-local here. This is the third terror attack in a week that we have seen. The first attack in the Pulwama, where one non-local was targeted by the terrorists, and then the second terror attack, and that was the deadly terror attack in the Gagangir area of Ganderbal, where we have seen that the 7 civilians have been killed by the terrorists. Then after we have seen that this attack that took place around at 6 a.m. this morning, and you can see this is the residential area. This was the rented accommodation of the civilian, and you can see here in the visual that the people are coming here out, and we have seen the officers who are here on the ground, and they are doing everything here, and area is being sanitized. And you can see here in the visuals that the senior officers from the CRP of Jammu and Kashmir police and other police officers are on the spot, and you can see they are investigating the completely matter what has happened here and who is behind this attack that we have seen. My Vijay can pan camera to this side from the front side, and you can share you the visuals of the terror attack, where you can see in the visuals that the CRPF officers has reached the terror attack spot and they are investigating the matter. As we have already told you that the entire area is being cordoned off by the joint security forces. Also, there is possibility that the local hand must be involved in these kind of attacks. We have also seen these kind of attacks are not done by the single terrorist. There must be the local hand, and the recce must be done by the terrorists, as the officers on the ground are investigating the complete matter, what has happened, who was behind this terror attack. As we have also heard from the local sources that the the non-local was running a saloon in the nearby village of the Tral, where he was working, and he was living in this rented accommodation home from the long time. After that, we have seen that the Jammu and Kashmir police officials have also arrived at the terror attack spot, and they are investigating the matter. Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operation Good, CRPF, and other security agencies are investigating the complete matter, what has happened and who is behind this terror attack. Earlier, we have seen yesterday that the photos of the terrorists have also been accessed by the Republic TV of the Gagangir attack. Then this is the second attack within just couple of the 4 days that we have picked from the sources, as also the High Command meeting has been called by the LG Manoj Sinha. As of now, that meeting has begun at the Raj Bhavan, and we have seen the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other security agencies are part of the ongoing matter. And we have also seen that the security has been beefed up from the line of control areas to other cities and towns of the Kashmir Valley after back-to-back target attacks on the civilians in the Kashmir Valley that we have seen from the last 1 week. This is the third terror attack, and we have also learned from the sources that the 9mm pistol have been used in this terror attack, and it was very early morning when there was not that much of the light when this attack was done. And you can see here individuals that the officers are here and they are investigating the completely matter what has happened at that time. And you can see here individuals that we are showing these are the exclusive visuals that Republic is showing you from this spot where this attack took place, and security has been beefed up from the various locations. In fact, the Jammu and Kashmir police persons will enter this location where this terror attack took place, and you can see here in the visual the terrorists came and entered through this main gate of the rented accommodation. The Jammu and Kashmir police officials and the CRPF officials are going inside the terror attack spot, and they are investigating the complete matter what has happened. Also, the Rashtra Rifles group have cordoned off the entire area. Also, the nearby villages have also been cordoned off by the joint security forces. And these are the exclusive visuals that Republic is showing you right now, where the investigation is going on. And we have seen also that at the Srinagar Raj Bhavan, the meeting is also underway that was called by the LG Manoj Sinha after the back-to-back attacks. And we have also seen that these kind of attacks in the Kashmir Valley, also the security have been upgraded at the locations where we have seen that the migrant laborers were living and other places where the non-local persons are living, and the officers are coming out from the spot where this terror attack was done. And you can see the CRPF officials are coming out along with the Rashtra Rifles and Jammu and Kashmir police persons are coming out from the attack spot where in fact my VG can pan camera to this side. If my VG can show you to these visuals from that place where from there is the open surround, there is no fencing and other things which we can see here. And this is the backside of this the house is here, and you can see here, in fact we are not being allowed to move this side because the cordon and search operation and other protocols are here, that the forces are telling us that the search operation is still going on. And this is the backside of this house where the ongoing operation is going on. We have also seen that the cordon and search operation have been extended to other areas. As you can see here in the visuals, the Jammu and Kashmir police officials are leaving from the crime spot where this attack was done, and he was living here from the last couple of the years here. And we have been told by the locals, as you can see, this is a residential area where this attack was done by the terrorists, and this is not the first time, and these kind of attacks are taking place in the Kashmir Valley. And there is also possibility that the recce was done before this attack by these terrorists or by the OGW, and this is the entry point which leads to this spot where this attack was done. In fact, my Vijay can Pabra to the outside. I want to show you the visuals from the outside, where from the road leads to this suspected spot where I will request my camera person to show you the visuals of the outside of this incident spot where from the terrorists came
And this is the main road which leads to this terror spot, and the entire area is still under cordon and search operation. As my Vijay can show you the visuals, as you can see, the Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Group and other paramilitary forces are on ground, and they are investigating the complete matter. And also we are being told that other senior level police officers are also reaching the spot here on the Tral, where we have seen that this terror attack was done. Also, the investigations are being done closely by the various security agencies. There is also possibility that the security agencies are also trying to gather the CCTV footage of the nearby areas where the cameras were established. And my request to my Vijay to show you the visuals from this side, and this is the main road which leads to this terror attack spot where this attack was done by the terrorists. And we have been also told that the 9mm pistol have been used in this terror attack, as we have seen the many cartridges of the bullets have also been recovered by the Jammu and Kashmir police forces. And also, if we'll talk about the ongoing meeting which have been called by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha at the Raj Bhavan, Jammu and Kashmir police officials, Victor Force GOC, and other important dignitaries from the security of the Jammu and Kashmir have been called for and the strategy is being made from the Raj Bhavan after these back-to-back attacks, as we have yesterday seen that the security has been beefed up from the line of control areas to other cities of the Kashmir Valley, that these kind of attacks should not be done after the security have been managed by the Jammu and Kashmir police officers and others, and the operation is still going on and people are coming out. We have seen that it clearly indicates after the peaceful conduct of the elections in the Kashmir Valley, there are attempts by the terrorists to create the disturbance in the Kashmir Valley. As we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, there is no violence anywhere in the Kashmir Valley, and we have seen the good voter turnout also in the Kashmir Valley. But we have been told by the sources from the intelligence that there are attempts by the Jaish and Lashkar terrorists to carry attacks in the Kashmir Valley, but we have seen that the forces have beefed up the security from the various locations for the precautionary measures, as we have been told that the people are coming out from these locations are still, as you can see here in the visuals. Also, we will try to speak with the locals from the here who are also the eyewitness of this attack. आप मुझे बताइए, आपका नाम क्या है?
अब्दुल बाट।
क्या कहेंगे जो ये यहाँ पे अटैक हुआ, बार बार हम ऐसे देख रहे हैं कि नॉन लोकल्स को यहाँ पे जो है टारगेट किया जा रहा है?
ये तो ठीक बात नहीं है, ये बदकिस्मती है और क्या है, बदकिस्मत के सिवा को और कुछ नहीं है। हम अमन चाहते हैं, सुकून चाहते हैं, इस्लाम भी ये दर्ज देता है, सुकून से बैठो, सुकून से जियो, बैठो। हाँ, ये
क्या इस चीज़ की इस्लाम जो है वो इजाज़त देता है अगर कोई कमाने के लिए यहाँ पे आता है, बाहर से अपने घर को चलाने के लिए, फिर उसको यहाँ पे गोलियों से निशाना बनाते हैं?
बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, डटो बिल्कुल नहीं, इस्लाम इजाज़त नहीं देता है। ये तो इस्लाम इजाज़त नहीं किसी का खून करना, नाहक खून करना, ये इस्लाम इजाज़त नहीं देता है, बिल्कुल।
जो यहाँ पे लोग रह रहे थे, कितने टाइम से यहाँ पे रह रहे थे और क्या ये काम करते थे?
कौन से? इसको तकरीबन 2-4 साल हो गया यहाँ। हाँ, अब बहुत अच्छा इंसान था, ये इस्लामी इंसान था, पता नहीं बात किसी क्या हो गया इसको, इसका क्या कसूर क्या है हमें समझ में नहीं आता है। हम हमसाए, मैं जानता हूँ थोड़ा इसको, हम थोड़ा उसके पास जाता भी है।
क्या काम ही करते?
ये ना ही काम करता था। हाँ,
तो लोगों के साथ कैसा इसका उठना बैठा था, कैसे बातचीत?
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत। इनकी थोड़ा फैमिली थी यहाँ, तो हमने एक बार सुना है यहाँ मस्जिद में ये वो नमाज भी पढ़ती थी, वो बहुत इस्लामी तर्ज की थी, वो लोग बोलते हैं इसकी और बहुत अच्छी थी, यही हमने सुना है यहाँ इस मस्जिद में, मस्जिद आयशा में। हाँ, वो ये नमाज भी पढ़ता था, यहाँ आता था, नमाज पढ़ता था।
क्या आप कहना चाहेंगे ऐसे लोगों से जो बार बार इनको निशाना बनाते थे? जस्ट 3 दिन पहले हमने देखा कि गांदरबल में 7 सिविलियन को ऐसे ही टारगेट किया गया, उसके बाद आज यहाँ पे त्राल में भी ऐसे ही, क्या कहेंगे उनके लिए जो ऐसे करते हैं?
बस सर क्या बताऊँगा, ये तो बिल्कुल गलत बेइंसाफ़ी है, ये अल्लाह ताला ये इजाज़त नहीं देता है, कोई इस्लाम इसका इजाज़त नहीं देता, न इस्लाम न कोई मज़हब, ये मज़हब किसी के मज़हब में नहीं है किसी का.
Thank you very much for speaking to the Republic. He was the eyewitness of the incident spot, and he was briefing about the incident because he was also saying that the civil non-local was also offering the prayers in the local masjid, and he was having good relationships with the people here on the ground, and the coordinated search operation is still going on. Back to you, studios.
Right, Rava, thank you so much for joining us. Republic TV exclusively reporting from the attack site there in Pulwama, Stral, where another local, a non-local has been targeted. This time what we know is that he is in medical care and he is doing fine. Now we shift our focus to the politics that is right now brewing over the alleged insult to Kharge. BJP is accusing the Congress party of insulting Dalits during Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's nomination filing, claiming that the Congress president Mallikarjun Kharge was sidelined in the process. Now the incident has sparked further allegations that the Congress prioritizes a family-first mentality, marginalizing senior leaders from the underrepresented communities. So there you have that visual that's going viral. That's on your left side of the screen, viewers. It is being now posted by the BJP on social media, and the BJP is pointing out to this, saying that Kharge is left out. He is not being allowed to enter. No entry for Kharge. That while Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is there inside filing the nominations, Mallikarjun Kharge is waiting outside. Let's take a listen into what BJP has to say on this.
It is very clear from the affidavit of Dynasty product Priyanka Vadra that the manner in which the combined asset base of her husband and her, more than that is the tax liability owed to the income tax department of almost 80 crore rupees. And therefore, this begs the question that if the tax demand is of 80 crore, what is the actual income? Is it the proper income that has been shown? And if they are doing zameen chori or tax chori or bhashtachar, when they are out of power, imagine what they did inside when they were in power. It shows the mindset of Congress party to loot, whether in power or out of power, even the income tax authorities. And those who have been abusing entrepreneurs of this country, when you see their affidavit, they have invested in the same entrepreneurs. This is the hypocrisy of Congress. In Telangana, they accept the investment from the same entrepreneurs. In other state governments, they take investment from same entrepreneurs. So, हाथी के
इन लोगों को क्या पता है परिवार का मतलब? ये जो परिवारवाद पर ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, पहले अपने गिरेबान में झांके, सामने आईना रख लें, तो पता चल जाएगा। ये देश में बीजेपी जितना आरोप विपक्ष पर लगाती है, अपने गिरेबान में नहीं झांकती है। तो परिवारवाद पर अगर एक उंगली इधर उठाएंगे तो बीजेपी के इधर 4 उंगली उठेंगे, ये जान लेना चाहिए।
The war of words that has broken out now after that image went viral. BJP is sharing that video, and we can see that Mallikarjun Kharge is standing outside while inside the nomination process is reportedly going on or was about to start. And that is what the BJP is alleging, that this is the stature of a president, of a Congress president, a non-Gandhi, as someone who is from the Dalit community, that the Congress party does not give due respect to the people from the underrepresented section of the society. And my colleague Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast. In fact, we'll get you more details, but right now we will shift our focus to some more stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 2 minutes, viewers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced an extra share of 2 lakh rupees to the next of kin of each deceased in the incident when an under-construction building collapsed, where 8 people died, 13 rescued in the Horamavu Agara area of Bengaluru. Police arrested the owner of the building, Muniraju Reddy, and charged him with negligence. Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Maji says that more than 30% of the targeted 10 lakh people have been evacuated to safe places by Wednesday evening in view of Cyclone Dana barrels toward the state's coastal region, threatening to impact nearly half of its population. He reviewed the government's preparedness for the cyclone, which is likely to cross the Odisha coast close to Bhitarkanika and Tamra. The Andhra Pradesh government approved the distribution of 3 free gas cylinders to beneficiaries starting from Diwali. The scheme is one of the Super 6 promises made by Telugu Desam Party during elections. Andhra Pradesh Civil Supplies Minister announced decision during a press conference after cabinet meeting chaired by Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. In series of successful joint operations, the Indian Army, Assam Rifles, in collaboration with Manipur Police and other security forces, recovered 11 weapons and other warlike stores from both the hills and valley regions in the districts of Churachandpur, Chandel and Thobal of Manipur. Samajwadi Party President Akhilesh Yadav says that the Indi Alliance will contest on all 9 seats in Uttar Pradesh Bypolls on the Samajwadi Party's election symbol, that is the cycle. And making an announcement on Wednesday evening, he said that the alliance's decision was not informed by any seat-sharing math, but its pursuit for victory.
BJP hits out at Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi for making weight. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge outside the poll nomination of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. They say that this is an insult of the Dalit leader and the veteran parliamentarian Mallikarjun Kharge. You are watching Republic TV. All the information exclusive and breakings across the country on your Republic. Right now slipping into a short break. Much more on the other side of the story.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
One more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to
And during the curtain raise, a press conference for Swavlambam 2024, which is the 3rd edition of Indian Navy's Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization Seminar, that it was chaired by the Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, emphasized the Navy's commitment to showcasing significant advancements in innovation and indigenization to enhance India's defense capabilities. And scheduled for 28th and 29th of October at the Bharat Mandapam, Swavlambam promises to be a larger and more impactful gathering this year.
At the prestigious Bharat Mandapam, a vision for the future unfolds. Swavlambam 2024.
At the very heart of the Atmanirbharta vision that Swavlambam professes lies the firm belief of the Indian Navy that if it can be done anywhere, it can be done in India.
United in purpose, the Army, Navy, and Air Force march forward under one mission. Join us as we continue to navigate the future, steering towards a stronger, more secure India. Witness the impact of indigenization, where strength and power through innovation lead the way to a secure and prosperous future. Swavalamban 2024.
This is Republic Kuchina Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Yes, I was told there no permission, illegal activities was being.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. One of the many stories that we are focusing on is the one that's coming in on the insult by the Congress top brass of Mallikarjun Kharge during the nomination filing of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. We'll tell you more about that, starting first up with the headlines. Jammu and Kashmir hit by third terror attack in a week. One non-local targeted and injured in Tral of Pulwama. Akhilesh announces Indi to contest Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to Congress. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses Congress of insulting Dalits by sidelining Mallikarjun Kharge.
दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी जो कि एक दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर जा सकते हैं नामांकन के लिए, खड़गे जी का नाम भी नहीं दिया गया।
BJP calls out Congress insult to Kharge, says party chief mere rubber stamp in the party. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact as Cyclone Dana set to make landfall in hours from now. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urge Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to drop out of presidential race. And we begin first up with news that's coming in on Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and other Mahayuti leaders who are set to meet Home Minister Amit Shah in a while from now. In fact, they were expected to reach by 12 p.m. in the national capital for those talks, the final talks to happen between the Mahayuti leaders and Union Home Minister Amit Shah. It's even been said that the announcement regarding the seat sharing, the final seat sharing formula, could come in by today itself. So that briefing that is expected of the Mahayuti leaders today, while that key meeting will be taking place between Mahayuti leaders and Union Home Minister Amit Shah in just a while from now. And we have Satya Prakash joining us live from Mumbai. We even have Harsha. She's joining us from Mumbai. Harsha, coming across to you first. When can we expect Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to reach the national capital and that meeting to happen between the Mahayuti leaders and Union Home Minister Amit Shah?
So right now, telling you precisely that at the residence of Amit Shah, several leaders have already arrived. From Bhavan Kule to Sunil Tatkare, they are already here. Earlier, we saw Praful Patel meeting Sunil Tatkare at his residence. Also, Eknath Shinde will be arriving national capital at around 12:30. Also, we have got to know Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar both are arriving here because the key meeting at the residence of Amit Shah, where all eyes are on the remaining 106 seats, where the discussions are yet to happen, and there are several seats on which BJP and Shiv Sena have locked horns, and also it is being said in those 106 seats, Ajit Pawar's NCP won't be getting any seat, and therefore the matter has reached to national capital, and now BJP High Command will be deciding that now who will be getting what seats. There are several seats where the caution has been released, and it's to be decided that whether BJP leaders will be contesting or Eknath Shiv Sena's leaders will be contesting. And we see there are seats from where Nawab Malik is contesting from the Mahavikas Agadi. Nawab Malik's daughter is also all set to contest from the Mahavikas Agadi as a Mahavikas Agadi candidate. So there are several seats where discussions are yet to happen. Till now, only 182 candidates have been announced by Mahayuti. In that, we have seen that BJP, Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar's party, all three have declared their candidate. Right. But the final announcement on the 106 seat and the agreement that they all have to reach to a consensus is to be today decided, and the engagement will happen at the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. So we'll wait and watch exactly what time Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, all these leaders will be arriving at his residence. Back
yes,
to you.
Harsha, stay with us. Let's go across to Satya Prakash also. He's joining us from Mumbai. Satya Prakash, the rift between the Maharashtra Congress and Shiv Sena UBT faction is a fact that has now been established. When can we expect any headway when it comes to the MVA seat sharing pact?
देखिए समीक्षा, महाविकास आघाड़ी में सीट बंटवारे को लेकर अभी भी 15 सीटों को लेकर विवाद है और जिसकी लेकर मीटिंग चल रही है। 15 सीटों का लेकर विवाद है क्योंकि 270 सीटें कल उन्होंने डिक्लेयर किया है, जिसमें 18 सीटें जो है जो अदर उनके साथ हैं पार्टी है उनको देने वाले। लेकिन फिलहाल जो है 15 सीटों का विवाद बना हुआ है। लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है महाविकास आघाड़ी की तरफ से कि जो 15 सीट का विवाद उसको खत्म किया जाए। शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे 85 सीटों पर, कांग्रेस 85 सीटों पर और जो एनसीपी शरद पवार गुट 85 सीटों का बंटवारा किया है, जिसमें 18 सीट जो है अदर पार्टी जो महाविकास आघाड़ी में जो पार्टियां हैं वो छोटी पार्टियां हैं उनको देने वाले हैं। लेकिन 15 सीट का ये विवाद है, जो 15 सीटों का विवाद अभी बना हुआ है। लगातार इनके बीच मीटिंग चल रहा है। ये अंदाजा लगाया जा रहा है कि आज शाम तक इनका जो है विवाद वो खत्म हो जाएगा। जी
Yes, Satya Prakash, thank you for the moment. Harsha, requesting you to stay with us. Let's put out more related, more news break that's coming in, and this one from the national capital again. This is regarding that PAC meet that was called, the meet in which the SEBI chief was summoned. It's now being reported that the SEBI chief has skipped the parliamentary committee meet that was called. SEBI chief skipped the meet citing personal reasons, and after which the PAC chairperson, which is KC Venugopal, who has postponed this meeting that was called. Let's go across to Harsha. She's been reporting from that very location where the PAC meet was supposed to happen. Harsha, the SEBI chief has skipped the summons. Any reasons, specific reasons that she cited for not being able to attend this parliamentary committee meet?
See, the SEBI chief Madhavi Puribhuj clearly stated that because of her personal reasons, she is not today arriving for the committee meeting. Today was the second meeting of the Public Accounts Committee. There are several leaders of the opposition and ruling party board, but in this meeting, SEBI officials along with chairperson Madhavi Puribhuj were supposed to arrive here, and also it was being said that no exemption will be given to Madhavi Puri. She will have to come here because today's agenda of the meeting was the performance review of the regulatory body SEBI, but last moment she told everyone and the chairperson of the meeting by through mail that she won't be coming because of a personal reason, and that is the reason why the Public Accounts Committee meeting today got adjourned. As we already know that she is facing the storm right now, and the several allegations were leveled in the wake of the US-based Hindenburg research report, where there were seriously financial allegations on her, and the senior officials of SEBI and Madhavi Puribhuj were supposed to arrive in front of the committee as to give what the regulatory body does and what are the financial allegations all about. She had to present herself, but she denied coming today, and that was the reason why this public accounts meeting was today adjourned. And shortly, the leader of the the member of the opposition and the member of the Public Accounts Committee parliamentary board member will be doing a press conference to further tell exactly what's the entire matter and why Madhavi Puribhuj denied coming for the meeting today, when first she accepted that she would be arriving today, and later at the nth hour she said that she won't be coming. Back to you.
All right, Harsha, so Public Accounts Committee meet that's been cancelled following the skipping of the summons by the SEBI chief. For now, we switch focus to the other big story that we're tracking. In fact, this is regarding the insult of the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge by the top brass. It was on Wednesday when Priyanka Gandhi Vadra had gone to file her nomination papers from in Wayanad, where the Congress chief was barred from entering that very room where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was filing her nomination papers. While the BJP has stepped up its attack on the Congress party, the latter remains defiant. First up, listening to those reactions coming in from the BJP.
एक तस्वीर है ये देखिए, ये तस्वीर क्यों दिखा रहा हूं मैं आपको बताता हूं। यहां आगे बैठी हैं श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, और पीछे बैठे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, जो कि पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं। यह क्या दर्शाता है? यह दर्शाता है नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे, लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे, उसको सम्मान नहीं देंगे। और एक और वीडियो सार्वजनिक हुआ कल, जिसका जिक्र करना अनिवार्य है, और कोई ये नहीं कह सकता कि ये मेरा अंदरूनी मामला है। आप टिकट किसे दें, ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है। अध्यक्ष कौन बनाए, ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है। लेकिन अगर एक नेता है, वो पिछड़े समाज से आता है, और जिस कमरे में नामांकन हो रहा था, उस कमरे के दरवाजे को बंद कर दिया जाए और एक व्यक्ति झांक रहा हो पीछे से, और वो व्यक्ति कोई और नहीं, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी थे। इससे ज्यादा आपत्तिजनक बात क्या हो सकती है कि आप राजनीति में अपना ओछी घटिया राजनीति करते हुए, जो दलित समाज से आता है, पिछड़े समाज से आता है, उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं।
कांग्रेस का डीएनए मूलतः दलित विरोधी और ओबीसी विरोधी है, और इसका परिचय तब मिलता है जब वायनाड के नामांकन में फैमिली फर्स्ट, परिवार फर्स्ट का दर्शन देते हुए, पीडीए का मतलब पारिवारिक दलों का अलायंस है, यही बताते हुए कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी, जो कि एक दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर जा सकते हैं नामांकन के लिए, खड़गे जी का नाम भी नहीं दिया गया। फिर जब ये वीडियो सामने आया और एम्बेरसमेंट हुई कि भाई खड़गे जी तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष भी है, भूल गए थे ये लोग, तो फिर उन्होंने एक दो लोगों को परिवार के बाहर किया, जो बच्चे थे, और उनको खड़गे जी को अंदर लिया। इतना घोर अपमान दलितों का बार बार कांग्रेस करती है। पहली बार नहीं है। अम्बेडकर जी को चुनाव हराना, अम्बेडकर जी को भारत रत्न लंबे समय तक नहीं देना, अभी कुमारी शैलजा जी का अपमान करना, सीताराम केसरी की धोती फाड़कर कांग्रेस के प्रथम परिवार ने उनको निकाल दिया था पार्टी ऑफिस से, और खड़गे जी को बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। तो मुझे लगता है ये दलित विरोधी जो डीएनए है इस परिवार का भी, 1961 में आरक्षण नहीं होना चाहिए, नेहरू जी ने बोला था। 80 to 90 में विरोध किया था मंडल का, इंदिरा जी ने, राजीव जी ने। राहुल गांधी अभी विदेश गए थे तो उन्होंने बोला कि मैं आरक्षण ख़त्म कर दूंगा। जामिया एमयू में आरक्षण ख़त्म किया है। तो कांग्रेस मूलतः दलित विरोधी है, और उसका परिचय आज फिर से मिला है। मुझे लगता है दलित समाज बहुत अपमानित महसूस कर रहा है।
इन लोगों को क्या पता है परिवार का मतलब? ये जो परिवारवाद पर ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, पहले अपने गिरेबान में झांके, सामने आईना रख लें तो पता चल जाएगा। ये देश में बीजेपी जितना आरोप विपक्ष पर लगाती है, अपने गिरेबान में नहीं झांकती है। तो परिवारवाद पर अगर एक उंगली इधर उठाएंगे तो बीजेपी के इधर 4 उंगली उठेंगे, ये जान लेना चाहिए। इन लोगों को क्या पता है परिवार का मतलब? ये जो परिवारवाद पर ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, पहले अपने गिरेबान में झांके, सामने आईना रख लें तो पता चल जाएगा। ये देश में बीजेपी जितना आरोप विपक्ष पर लगाती है, अपने गिरेबान में नहीं झांकती है। तो परिवारवाद पर अगर एक उंगली इधर उठाएंगे तो बीजेपी के इधर 4 उंगली उठेंगे, ये जान लेना चाहिए।
Now, while the BJP has termed it as an attack rather an insult by the Congress of Dalit leader, it's the latter, it's the Congress that has responded, retorted with the buffoonery term to that statement that came in from Himanta Biswa Sarma. The Congress saying that this is nothing but buffoonery by the BJP leaders after the Saffron Party has flagged the repeated insults by the Congress of Mallikarjun Kharge. So, Congress leaders responding to the attack by the BJP, in which the party has questioned as to why is a Dalit leader disrespected time and again by the Grand Old Party. It's Supriya Srinath who's taken on the BJP, terming it nothing but buffoonery by the BJP leaders. And here's a quick look at other stories that we're tracking. A day after Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra filed her nomination for the Lok Sabha Bypoll in Wayanad, the BJP has alleged that Priyanka Vadra has 80 crore in pending tax dues. Citing the affidavit, BJP leaders has said that Priyanka Gandhi owns assets worth 12 crore rupees, further alleging that Congress party is involved in land grabbing and tax evasion scams.
प्रियंका वाड्रा जी, जो कि एक प्रोडक्ट ऑफ डायनेस्टी है, उनके एफिडेविट को पढ़कर कई सारी सूचनाएं, कई सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन बाहर आई है कि किस प्रकार से जो उनका कंबाइंड एसेट बेस है उनके और उनके पति का, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा जी का, उससे ज़्यादा तो इनकम टैक्स को उनकी लायबिलिटी है। इनकम टैक्स का डिमांड है उन पे 80 करोड़ रुपीस का। अब सोचिए कि यदि 80 करोड़ रुपीस का इनकम टैक्स का डिमांड उन पर है तो असलियत में उनकी इनकम कितनी है और दिखाई कितनी जा रही है।
Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah reached the site where an under-construction building collapsed in Bengaluru on 22nd of October. 8 people note had lost their lives in this building collapse. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah also announced compensation for the kin of the deceased. Issuing a statement, the Chief Minister said that 5 lakh ex gratia would be given to the families of those deceased, and that unauthorized building that was being built has not collapsed because of the torrential rains, but because of the substandard work. Terrorists shot at and injured a labourer from Bijnor, Uttar Pradesh in Pulwama's Tral area in wee hours today. On 20th of October, 6 non-local labourers and a local doctor were also killed in a terror attack at a construction site in Ganderbal. Cyclone Dana is likely to hit coastal districts of Odisha and Bengal tonight. The authorities in Odisha have been expediting the evacuation efforts. More than 3 lakh people have been evacuated in Odisha, and further efforts are on to give all possible help to people living along the coastal areas.
The government is totally prepared. In all preparedness, all departments, concerned departments of the government are in position, and all officers and workers of the various departments of the government are in place and ready to tackle any eventuality.
And let's put out more news break coming in. The DMK has landed itself in a controversy once again. It's a DMK wing that has posted a distorted map of India, which it excludes Jammu and Kashmir. So a distorted map that excludes Jammu and Kashmir has been posted by DMK's NRI wing. No statement that has been issued by the DMK top leaders as of yet. But the very fact that this map that has been put out by a wing affiliated with the Tamil Nadu ruling party. All right, we will just try and go across to our reporters as well in just a bit. But there you see, that's the map that's been posted by DMK's NRI wing, which has excluded Jammu and Kashmir. A statement is awaited from the DMK top leaders. Let's go across to Rakshita. She's joining us live from the newsroom. Rakshita, not the first time, of course, that the DMK has landed itself in a controversy in recent days. But once again, if you can show us that map, what exactly does it show? The map that has been posted by DMK's NRI wing.
Absolutely, of course. This has now, stormed a political face-off, also a war of words between the BJP and the DMK Indi Alliance. Also remember, DMK NRI wing, this is the overseas wing that has now stoked this controversy by sharing this map. And, we've seen such map being shared by maybe China, distorted map, shared by China, by Pakistan. But this is a party from within the country. This is a regional party of Tamil Nadu. This is the ruling party. And this is the NRI wing, the overseas wing of DMK, and in fact BJP's the Tamil Nadu unit has also now upped the ante, saying that this is not the first time that this such thing has been done. Udayanidhi Stalin has also been accused of sharing distorted map back in 2020. So this is what is being said. In fact, Dr. S.G. Surya, who is the Tamil Nadu BJP state secretary, has called out the DMK in a very, very strongly worded tweet there. He has said that that similar incident has happened in 2020 involving Udayanidhi Stalin, who's now the Deputy Chief Minister, of course, and is the son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. And he said that it was removed after I filed a complaint with then Police Commissioner. He deleted the video where Indian map was misrepresented, of course. So this clearly raises many questions as to what could be the intentions of the DMK. We have seen many such, tukre mindset statements coming out from the DMK leaders in the past as well, and this could be just an example of that once again.
Right, requesting you, Rakshita, to stay with us. Any statement that's coming from the DMK as of yet, and also if you can once again take us through the recent controversies, in which the DMK has landed itself in quite a soup when it comes to those, not just the remarks on Sanatan Dharma, but other issues as well.
Absolutely, of course. The latest is, as you pointed out, the remarks on Sanatan Dharma and the remorselessness of Udayanidhi Stalin. We've seen Udayanidhi Stalin saying that he will not apologize for, the way he has compared Sanatan Dharma to dengue, to malaria, and also, in fact, called for its eradication. And he is the Deputy Chief Minister. He holds a constitutional post, and despite that, he is unapologetic and remorseless, and he says that he will not apologize. He has called for eradication of an entire community, Samiksha. And that's something that is very, very problematic, and it's of course completely anti-national the way many of the statements have been uttered by DMK leaders, and this is another example of that. Of course, we have to wait and watch what the DMK has to say.
Rakshita, stay with us. In fact, let's listen into that reaction that's coming in from Tamilisai on that distorted map that's been posted.
No, I strongly condemn this because they are known for their divisive politics. First they told Tamil Nadu will be separate from India, and they told Adindal Dravida Nadu illa endal Sudugadu they told. And then actually when they want to power and they politically they want to get the power, they compromise on that. So this type of divisive politics, the DMK should stop this divisive politics and discriminating the other religious people from Hindus, and these type of divisive politics they cannot encash more because they were doing that before, but now they cannot do. They should stop this.
Once again, a non-local was targeted in Jammu and Kashmir's Tral. Terrorists shot and injured a labourer from Uttar Pradesh in the Tral area of Pulwama district.
In third terror attack on the non-local migrants in the Kashmir Valley, one 19-year-old identified as Shubham Kumar from the Bijnor district of Uttar Pradesh has been injured in the terror attack in the Tral area of the Pulwama. The attack was carried out by the terrorists early today morning when Shubham was at his place in the Tral area, and when he was moving, he was fired upon. Shubham has received injuries at his right hand, after which he was rushed to the hospital and is said to be stable.
Earlier, 6 non-local labourers and a local doctor were killed in a terror attack at a construction site in Ganderbal district on Sunday. And a labourer from Bihar was shot dead by terrorists in Shopian district on October the 18th. Remember, this is the third attack on non-local laborers in Kashmir in the past week.
Director, the taste of success.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
Just one more thing, that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके फादर ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her.
Young migrant worker has been shot at by the terrorist. It was a bullet fire that was fired by one of the terrorists. Only one terrorist is believed to be behind this attack.
All the injured exit points have been sealed by the Jammu District Police Force.
Top headlines at 12:30. Jammu and Kashmir hit by third terror attack in a week. One non-local targeted and injured in Tral region in Pulwama. Akhilesh announces Indi to contest Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to the Congress party. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses Congress of insulting Dalits by sidelining Mallikarjun Kharge.
कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी, जो कि एक दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया. मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर जा सकते हैं नामांकन के लिए. खड़गे जी का नाम भी नहीं दिया गया.
BJP calls out Congress insult to Kharge, says party chief mere rubber stamp in the party. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact as Cyclone Dana is set to make landfall. Major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged Prime Minister to not run for the fourth term.
And viewers, we start with news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. A high-level unified headquarters meeting has been scheduled today at 11 a.m. In fact, it is underway in Raj Bhavan of Srinagar to review the security grid in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, viewers, this comes right after we saw that another non-local was attacked in Tral of Pulwama. A third attack within a week, viewers, in Jammu and Kashmir. And once again, we see a non-local, a migrant worker, is attacked in the valley. And as we speak, senior officials, including the GOC in charge, the Northern Command, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Secretary and Home Secretary, Corps commanders and representatives from the BSF, CRPF and the Central Intelligence Agencies are participating in this critical security discussion. And viewers, remember, Republic TV has reached the attack site first, and we will be getting you what's the latest coming in from ground zero, as we saw how 7 civilians were killed earlier in Ganderbal, and on the 20th of October, there's 1 doctor and 6 migrant workers, laborers were killed, and on 24th of October, that is today, we learn about that a 19-year-old is attacked in Tral. All right, my colleague Aravat is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Aravat, tell us what is the latest you're picking up? You're at the attack site. Tell us what's happening as far as the investigation is concerned.
Yeah, Rakshita, as we have seen, the coordinate search operation is still on, as we have seen that the State Investigation Agency is also reaching the spot, and they are investigating the matter, how this attack took place and who is behind this attack. All the things are being investigated by the various security agencies, as we have seen the senior officials from the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and other security agencies are reaching the spot, and they are investigating the matter, who is behind this attack. And we have also learned from our sources that the 9mm pistol have been used in this terror attack, that we have taken from the sources, and also all the entry and exit points have also been sealed by the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other security agencies. And at the same time, we have seen that the important meeting at the Raj Bhavan that was called by the Manoj Sinha is also underway. We have seen after the back-to-back terror attacks in the Kashmir Valley, if we'll talk about from the last 1 week, we have seen that the multiple locations and the 3 terror attacks in just 1 week. The first attack that took place in the Shopian, then the deadly terror attack that took place in the Gagangir area of Ganderbal, in which we have seen that the 6 non-local and 1 local doctor have been killed by the terrorists. And now this time we have seen at the 6 a.m. in the morning, we have seen that the terrorists carried attack inside the resident accommodation of the non-local in the South Kashmir Tral, and SI is also investigating the matter as of now. We have learned from our sources. Yes.
Right, Aravat, thanks so much for joining us with those updates coming in. Viewers, remember, this is the 3rd terror attack in a week, a non-local being targeted. He is out of danger. You can see his photograph right there. Shubham Kumar from Uttar Pradesh's Bijnor was targeted in this attack. He was living in Tral for past few years, and he has been attacked in Pulwama's Tral. And as we speak, high-level meeting, security meeting is also underway right now. And my colleague Samisha is joining us on the broadcast for more details and an understanding of the situation and what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. Samisha.
That's right, Rakshita. Thank you for that. You know, there have been spate of terror attacks since the time Omar Abdullah has taken to office. In fact, 3 terror attacks that have been carried out in last 1 week itself. The first being on 18th of October, which comes days after the new government formation in JNK, which was the first attack that took place in Shopian, where non-local was abducted and killed. This happened in wee hours of 18th of August, when the non-migrant worker was working at his orchard field and was abducted and later shot dead by the terrorists. In fact, just 2 days later, which is on 20th of October, another terror attack was carried out. Back-to-back terror attacks, 18th of October, when migrant worker was from Bihar was abducted and killed by these terrorists. And just 2 days after that, which is, like we told you, on 20th of October in Ganderbal, where 7 civilians were killed, 5 injured. In fact, of these 7 civilians, 1 was a doctor and 7 were the non-migrant workers who were working at a tunnel along the Leh-Srinagar highway when the terrorists attacked these 7 civilians. 7 were, of course, they were all killed in this attack and 5 were injured. The last one being on 20th of October, which is 24th of October, beg your pardon, which is today in wee hours when another non-migrant worker was attacked, 19-year-old who was attacked. He hailed from Bijnor, UP. He sustained injuries, of course. He sustained a bullet injury in his arm. He's been taken to the hospital, but a worrying trend that we are seeing. 3 attacks in last 1 week itself. Rakshita, back to you, but that being said, it's deeply concerning that these attacks are happening by the day in the valley.
Thank you so much, Samish, for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the news coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has declared that the joint candidates of the Indi Alliance will contest all the 9 assembly seats for the upcoming Bypolls on Samajwadi Party's election symbol. In fact, he has emphasized that the unity between Congress and SP. He has said that there is unity and that their collaboration is only energizing their workers in the alliance. In fact, he has expressed confidence that a victory will be registered by the Indi Alliance, combining the strength of both the parties in Uttar Pradesh. Meanwhile, the BJP has said that this Saffron Party will make a clean sweep under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. My colleague Ajay Dubey joins us live on the broadcast from Lucknow. Ajay, of course, this time we are understanding that Congress and the Samajwadi Party have joined hands here in Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party is going to call the shots. The election will be fought on Samajwadi Party's symbol. What are you picking up from the camp? Is the Congress happy about it?
See, this picture is very surprising in Uttar Pradesh, where they are saying Congress and Samajwadi Party, they are saying they're part of an alliance. But here we have a very surprising picture where Samajwadi Party is claiming that all 9 candidates will be fighting with the symbol of Samajwadi Party. Earlier, Congress was expecting more than 4 seats in upcoming Bypoll elections. I'm joined by the BJP leader Rakesh Tripathi, who will be giving his remarks on this new political scenario. Rakesh ji, कैसे देखते हैं आप? ये क्या ऊहापोह कांग्रेस और सपा के बीच दिख रहा है?
ये तो वही हुआ है जो समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ कांग्रेस ने मध्य प्रदेश के विधानसभा चुनाव में किया, जो हरियाणा के विधानसभा चुनाव में किया। कांग्रेस को अपमानित करने का काम, कांग्रेस ने अपमानित करने का काम समाजवादी पार्टी को किया था, तो अब की बारी समाजवादी पार्टी की है। अब समाजवादी पार्टी ने हाथ के पंजे को पूरी तरह से खाली कर दिया है। अब हाथ का पंजा हाथ मलता रह जाएगा। ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति समाजवादी पार्टी ने आज कांग्रेस के लिए कर दी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष अजय राय लगातार दावा कर रहे थे कि उनको 5 सीटें लड़ने के लिए चाहिए। 5 तो छोड़िए, हाथ के पंजे में 5 उंगलियां, उन्होंने अंगूठा भी नहीं दिखाया। आज कांग्रेस पार्टी को इस स्थिति में खड़ा कर दिया। और वो कांग्रेस पार्टी जिनके राष्ट्र सबसे बड़े नेता राहुल गांधी उत्तर प्रदेश से सांसद हैं, उस उत्तर प्रदेश में आज ये स्थिति है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक भी सीट चुनाव नहीं लड़ सकती। ये इंडी गठबंधन खंड खंड टूट गया है। इंडी गठबंधन जो स्वार्थपरकता के आधार पर बना था, अब इसकी कोई बुनियाद हिल गई है। इसमें कोई स्पेस बचा नहीं है। चाहे वो आम आदमी पार्टी हो, अलग हो चुकी है, टीएमसी अलग हो चुकी है। अब उत्तर प्रदेश में समाजवादी पार्टी ने उनको हाथ दिखा दिया है। तो ये बात स्पष्ट है, गठबंधन टूट गया।
कहीं मध्य प्रदेश में जो कमलनाथ ने अपमान किया, हरियाणा में जो पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट अखिलेश यादव के खिलाफ देखिए, उसके चलते ये तस्वीर तो नहीं देखने को मिल रही।
निश्चित तौर पे हरियाणा के चुनाव में, मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कहा कि हमारा जो इंडी गठबंधन है, ये गठबंधन लोकसभा के लिए है और विधानसभा के चुनाव में समाजवादी पार्टी को सीट नहीं दी। अब समाजवादी पार्टी भी महाराष्ट्र में, झारखंड में चाहती है कि उसको भी सीटें मिलें, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी जहां मजबूत होती है वहां कानून बैठने का काम करती है और जहां कमजोर होती है वहां हाथ जोड़ करके किसी तरह से चाह रही थी, प्रयास कर रही थी कि कुछ सीटें उसे मिल जाए। लेकिन समाजवादी पार्टी ने इस बार उनको सठे साठ्यम समाचरित सिखाया है कि जैसा व्यवहार मेरे साथ किया है, आज वैसा ही व्यवहार कर रहे हैं। वैसे समाजवादी पार्टी पहले भी ऐसा व्यवहार करती रही अपने अलायंस पार्टनर्स के साथ। 2017 में कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन किया था, चुनाव खत्म, गठबंधन खत्म। 19 में बसपा के साथ गठबंधन किया था, चुनाव खत्म, गठबंधन खत्म। 22 में उन्होंने महान दल, सुभाषपा, छोटे छोटे दलों के साथ गठबंधन किया, चुनाव खत्म, गठबंधन खत्म। तो 24 का चुनाव उन्होंने कांग्रेस के साथ लड़ा था, लेकिन अब चुनाव खत्म, गठबंधन खत्म हो गया है। इस उपचुनाव ने यह बात स्पष्ट कर दी है।
राहुल गांधी
We have a breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This with regards to the Me Too storm down south in the film industry. Tollywood choreographer Johnny Master has been now granted an interim bail by the Telangana High Court following the accusations of sexual assault made by a junior female colleague. Now the charges include rape, criminal intimidation under the IPC, along with the sections from the POCSO Act, as the victim was a minor at the time of the alleged incident. So Johnny Master, the choreographer, has been granted interim bail by the Telangana High Court. That's the big breaking news we have right now. We will get you more updates on that, but Johnny Master was accused by a junior colleague who had worked with him earlier, and she had alleged that he sexually assaulted her. He's in fact accused of rape of a minor, and he's in fact his national award was also suspended by the INB ministry just 2 weeks ago. Remember, revoking the national award for choreographer Jani Master is a popular name in the southern film industry. My colleague Aneri is joining us on the broadcast for more. Aneri, Telangana High Court has granted interim bail to Jani Master. Tell us more details about this, please.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. What we have been learning is that now Jani Master, who was accused by his junior colleague, he was accused of rape, and also a POCSO case was booked against Jani Master, because remember, the accused who had filed complaint at the age of 21, but when the incident had happened, she was a minor, and that's the reason why a POCSO case was also booked against Jani Master. But now what we are learning is that the Tollywood choreographer Jani Master has been granted interim bail by the court, and also at the same time, well, this is not the first bail. Earlier, we had seen that he was granted bail to receive a national award. However, the national award was revoked based on this particular complaint of as he was the accused in a rape and criminal case, and that's the reason why the national award was also revoked by the academy. But now what we are seeing is that the choreographer Jani Master has been granted interim bail by the court, and also at the same time we'll have to see what's next, because the accused has been was taken in custody by the police officials from the neighboring state, and then he was brought to Hyderabad on transit, and now he was produced in the court earlier, and now once again the matter had come up in the court for hearing, and now what we are seeing is that Tollywood choreographer Jani Master has been granted interim bail.
Right, thanks so much, Aneri, for joining us. With those updates coming in from Telangana, the High Court has granted interim bail to Jani Master, the choreographer accused of a rape of a minor and intimidation, criminal intimidation as well. And that's the latest news we have from down south. Remember, this is the latest update coming in on the Me Too storm in the film industry, Telugu film industry. And right now there is some interim relief for the choreographer Jani Master. And we'll now shift our focus to some more stories coming in from across the world. In fact, Bangladesh's interim government has banned the Awami League Party's student organization, that is Sheikh Hasina's party's student organization, that is Bangladesh Chhatra League. Development comes in after the anti-discrimination student movement demanded a ban on the student body of the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's party. Take a listen in, viewers.
The interim government in Bangladesh has banned the Awami League student organization, the Bangladesh Chhatra League, which was led by ousted former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This decision comes after pressure from the anti-discrimination student movement, which called for the group's ban. An official statement noted that over the past 15 years, the student body was involved in activities that threatened the public safety under the Awami League government. A notification from Senior Secretary Mohammad Abdul Momin under the Ministry of Home Affairs indicated that there was enough evidence showing the group continued to engage in provocative actions against the state even after the fall of the Awami League government. Meanwhile, a clash occurred yesterday as students demanded the resignation of President Mohammad Shahabuddin, accusing him of supporting Hasina's fascist regime.
Some more news from across the world now. A man escaped being swept away by floodwater by clinging to a palm tree in Philippines. Local residents shared footage on social media seeking help from rescuers as heavy rains from tropical cyclone Dana hit the island of Luzon. Man was later rescued by his relatives. Tropical storm battering Philippines leaves at least 23 dead in flooding and landslides. Turkey's defense ministry said that the Turkish jet have struck the Kurdish terrorist targets in Iraq and Syria following an attack on a key defense company. In a brief statement carried by the state-run Anadolu agency, said that more than 30 targets were destroyed in the aerial offensive. The strike comes after suspected Kurdish terrorists set off explosives and opened fire on Wednesday at Turkey's state-run aerospace and defense company, killing 5 at least. wounding more than a dozen. Large blasts in southern Beirut on Wednesday evening as Israel continued its bombardment of the Lebanese capital. It comes as Lebanon's health ministry said that 28 people were killed, 139 wounded in the past 24 hours, more than 2,000 killed and over 12,000 injured, raising the total toll over the past year of conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Early on Wednesday, Hezbollah confirmed that Hashim Safieddine, one of its top officials, who had been widely expected to be the group's next leader, was killed in an Israeli airstrike. Poland's President Andrzej Duda has arrived at South Korea's presidential office on Thursday for a summit with President Yoon Suk Yeol, and President Duda is on a 4-day-long state visit to South Korea. He arrived in Seoul on Tuesday with Poland's First Lady. Their last meeting in July when they met on the sidelines of the NATO summit. Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrived in Samoa on Thursday for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. It's the first time a Pacific island has hosted the biennial Leaders Summit. More than half of the Commonwealth members are small countries like Samoa, many of them island nations among the world's most endangered by rising seas. A cyclonic storm Dana is currently barreling towards coastal Odisha and is set to make a landfall tonight. In both Odisha and West Bengal are on high alert. In Odisha, authorities are gearing up to evacuate people from vulnerable areas. Take a look at this report to know more.
Cyclone Dana is approaching the Odisha coast and is expected to make a landfall tonight. As per the Indian Met Department, the landfall is set to hit Odisha and West Bengal coasts. IMD has predicted that a severe cyclonic storm with the wind speed of 100 to 110 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the Odisha government has announced closure of schools in the coastal districts. Airport authorities have suspended flight operations in the state. Rescue teams have also been deployed to evacuate people from vulnerable areas.
We are fully geared up for the cyclone. We have 182 teams of the fire and rescue services of Odisha, which is nearly about 2,000 people, and we will cover all the 14 districts which will be affected. But actually the districts which are more impacted, we have more people there.
The Odisha government is planning to evacuate up to 10 lakh people from cyclone-prone areas. Chief Minister Mohan Majhi asked all the MLAs to oversee the rescue and relief operations in their respective constituencies.
दाना तूफान को लेकर किस तरीके से एहतियात बरता जा रहा है आप इस वक्त देख पा रहे हैं। अनाउंसमेंट की जा रही है, जो भी लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उन्हें बीच से हटाने का काम किया जा रहा है। और इस वक्त आप देख पा रहे हैं ये जो सायरन की आवाज है लोगों को आगाह कर रही है कि आप तुरंत के तुरंत बीच से हट जाएं। और यहाँ पर लाल का जो झंडा है वो बता रहा खतरे का निशान, और इस बीच पर कई झंडे लगाए गए हैं। वो एक डिमार्केशन लाइन है कि उसके आगे आपको नहीं जाना है। तो अनाउंसमेंट लगातार हो रही है और सायरन की आवाज, पुलिस प्रशासन बिल्कुल सतर्क है। और कल जिस तरीके से पूरी एसपी से हमारी बातचीत हुई थी, उन्होंने भी कहा था कि जो तैयारी है मुकम्मल है और जो जीरो कैजुअलिटी है वो हमारी प्राथमिकता है।
Chief Minister Majhi also asked the MLAs to provide all the necessary support to the people in the time of crisis.
During the curtain raiser press conference for Swavlamban 2024, which is the third edition of the Indian Navy's Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization Seminar, chaired by Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, he emphasized the Navy's commitment to showcasing significant advancements in innovation and indigenization to enhance the defense capabilities of the country. Here's a report.
At the prestigious Bharat Mandapam, a vision for the future unfolds. Swavalamban 2024.
At the very heart of the Atmanirbharta vision that Swavalamban professes lies the firm belief of the Indian Navy that if it can be done anywhere, it can be done in India.
United in purpose, the Army, Navy, and Air Force march forward under one mission. Join us as we continue to navigate the future, steering towards a stronger, more secure India. Witness the impact of indigenization, where strength and power through innovation lead the way to a secure and prosperous future. Swavalamban 2024.
BJP hits out at Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi for making way. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge outside the poll nomination of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. They say that this is an insult of the Dalit leader and the veteran parliamentarian Mallikarjun Kharge. You are watching Republic T. All the information exclusive and breakings across the country on your Republic. Right now slipping into a short break. Much more on the other side of the story.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Yes, I was told there are no permission, illegal activities was been going on. We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. In entire Bangalore, I will make up see that we will come out with a decision where all such type of illegal construction are going on. We are going to stop immediately. I will conduct a big survey on this and we will stop all this type, and I will inform the concerned registrars also not to accept any transfer.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 1 p.m. One of the big international stories that we are focusing is one coming in from Canada. 24 MPs have written a letter demanding the resignation of Justin Trudeau and asking him not to run for the prime ministerial race next year. We'll get you more on that. First, the headlines. Jammu and Kashmir hit by third terror attack in a week. One non-local targeted and injured in Tral. Akhilesh announces Indi to contest Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to Congress. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses Congress of insulting Dalits by sidelining party chief Mallikarjun Kharge. BJP calls out Congress insult to Kharge, says party chief mere rubber stamp in the party.
कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी जो कि एक दलित नेता है उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया, मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर।
All right, these are visuals coming in from Kazan, Russia, where Jaishankar is seen arriving. After the successful BRICS summit that was attended by Prime Minister Modi, who also held several key bilaterals on the sidelines of the summit. The visuals on your screens are from Kazan, where Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, is seen arriving for one of the many engagements at the BRICS summit in Kazan. So the Kazan declaration has also been adopted in the BRICS summit. The Prime Minister has successfully concluded his two-day visit to Kazan, in which he took part in several key bilaterals, the primary ones being one with Xi Jinping, the second with Vladimir Putin, and of course one with Iranian president, in which the West Asia conflict was taken up. We'll try and get more details of the engagements of External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar in Kazan. It's the last day of the BRICS summit as we speak. But a lot of takeaways coming in from the BRICS summit on Wednesday, in which the Prime Minister spoke at length about countering terror and the very fact that the BRICS leaders must also cooperate together in ensuring multilateralism is maintained and supply chain is catered to. Let's go across to Krutharth, who's joining us from the newsroom. Krutharth, this has been a very significant BRICS summit. Take us once again through what can be expected in when we talk about Jaishankar's engagements at the BRICS summit.
Well, as we know, Samiksha, that Minister S. Jaishankar is the highest-ranking Indian official now left in Kazan as Prime Minister Modi came back after attending the plenary session and the open session of the BRICS summit yesterday after a successful day of bilateral meetings where we saw also the Chinese President Xi Jinping interacting with Prime Minister Modi. Now, Minister S. Jaishankar, as the summit ends officially today, is the last Indian-ranking official who is going to attend formally on behalf of the Indian delegation, and he'll be engaging in various levels of talks. As we have also seen that Kazan Declaration has also seen a lot of success during the plenary session and the open session of the BRICS summit. So now Minister S. Jaishankar will finish all the last formalities and the modalities that come along with the BRICS summit and some other delegation level talks with BRICS allies that will follow in the sidelines of the BRICS 2024 summit, Samiksha.
Right, requesting you, Kruthar, to stay with us. In fact, if you can talk to us more about those key bilaterals that were held, specifically the one of Prime Minister Modi with Xi Jinping and the one with the Iranian president as well.
Indeed, Samiksha, and the bilateral meeting with President Xi Jinping specifically considered on the normalization of ties between India and China. Well, India has been very resolute in its response to the bilateral relations with China, in which it has clearly stated that until and unless there is demilitarization and disengagement along the line of actual control, there can be no normalization of ties. Well, the entire bilateral meeting was just a sign that the relationship, which was ice cold in the refrigerator for quite some time now, is seeing a little bit of thaw and a little bit of warmth. And indeed, the momentum that is now set by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping will surely help both the nations to come together and work closely together. One of the biggest developments that came out of yesterday's bilateral meeting was that special representative level talks will resume on the boundary question of India and China, which also shows that this is the first meeting that will now start to happen after 5 years of cold talks between the two nations, which is a significant development and a key takeaway from yesterday's bilateral meeting.
All right, Kruthar, thank you for the moment. For now, let's switch focus to the other news break that we are tracking. This one that's coming in from Canada, where 24 Liberal MPs have have signed a dossier urging Justin Trudeau to not run for the next term. The lawmakers are calling for Trudeau to make a decision about his political future by 28th of October. So a 4 to 5 day ultimatum that's been given to Justin Trudeau by MPs of his own party, pushing for his resignation amid growing dissatisfaction with the Trudeau government. So while Justin Trudeau has been facing backlash when it comes to extremism, Khalistani extremism in Canada, there are MPs from his own party who are piling pressure on Justin Trudeau to not just tender his resignation, but also to not run for the next term. Let's go across to Iona, who has more details. Iona, it's of course a major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. Take us once again through the details of this dossier that's been signed by 24 MPs of his own party.
Yeah, so Samiksha, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau seems to be facing mounting pressure and dissent from his own party MPs. What we're learning is that some 20 plus MPs have gotten together and given the ultimatum to Justin Trudeau, saying that he must tender his resignation by October 20th and not contest for a fourth term. And just to put out some numbers for our viewers, on Trudeau's approval ratings, he currently faces about 67% disapproval from Canadians, while only 33% Canadians approve of him as the leader. And as far as the meeting is concerned, what we're learning is that a closed-door meeting was held between the dissenting MPs of the Liberal Party yesterday, in which they presented a dossier which sort of outlines the ultimatum that Trudeau has been given. And the document suggests that the Liberal Party could experience a resurgence similar to what the Democrats in the US saw after President Joe Biden opted not to run for re-election. So we have to step and see what will Trudeau's next step be as he faces this dissent from his own party members.
All right, Iona, thank you for the moment. For now, let's switch focus to Newsbreak that's coming in back home. This is in Bengaluru, where a 5-year-old boy has lost his life after falling into a pit. Let's put out that Newsbreak as well. A 5-year-old who's lost his life after falling into an elevator pit in the backdrop of the torrential rains in Bengaluru. So this happened on 23rd of October, which is Wednesday, when the pit located in Kana Mangala region was water-filled, lacked safety precautions. 5-year-old who's been identified as Suhas lost his balance while playing outside his house and fell into a 5 feet deep pit. An FIR that's been registered, but an incident which once again points to the civic apathy in the state of Karnataka, where a 5-year-old has lost his life after having fallen into a 5 feet deep pit. All right, we will just go across to our Kannada newsroom as well to get us more details. But this incident, as we understand, happened on Wednesday, which is yesterday, when a 5-year-old died after falling into an elevator pit. It was water-filled. It seems that not enough was done by the local administration to ensure that safety precautions were in place. Let's go across to Sri Lakshmi. She's joining us live from the Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, once again an incident that points to civic apathy in Bengaluru specifically.
Well, Samiksha, this kind of tragic incidents have become more common in Karnataka, very unfortunately. In a tragic incident in Mahadevpura, a 5-year-old Suhas Gowda, name of the child is Suhas Gowda, lost his life after accidentally falling into a pit which was dug for lift construction. The pit was filled with rainwater and it was kept open. Such kind of negligency, and it has happened, the incident has happened in Kannamangala under the jurisdiction of Kadugodi police station in Bengaluru. Yesterday morning at 9 a.m. the incident has happened. The pit was approximately 5 feet deep. Still it was not closed, it was kept open. And it had the construction of the building was for a milk dairy. However, heavy rains had caused the pit to fill with water, and no safety measures, safety precautions were taken. And people could have prevented this accident if safety measures would have taken. And the Suhas, the kid, was playing near the pit and accidentally it fell down and lost his life. Police have now registered an FIR against this milk dairy president for the negligence. The case is currently being investigated by Kadugodi police. We can even remember recently one such similar incident had happened in Haveri of Karnataka, where the UGD was kept open and the child had fell into it and lost his life. This is very unfortunate that the concerned people don't take precautionary measures. People are demanding, parents are demanding strict and stringent laws and punishment against this negligence. Samiksha.
Yes, Sri Lakshmi, requesting you to stay with us. You know, like you're telling us, this is not the first time when civic apathy has resulted in loss of life. Take us through this disturbing pattern we've seen in which it's come to light that there's been negligence on part of the Bengaluru civic authorities.
Yes, because recently near Kengeri there was the precautionary measures for a lake was not, the protection for was not taken, and 2 kids had fell down into a lake and lost their lives. And many such incidents can be seen in and around Bengaluru, that the water bodies or the small pits, even the UGD canals were kept open. Children who will be playing nearby will fall into it and lose their life. This is very unfortunate. Even borewell incident we can remember, Samiksha, at many places, even in North Karnataka, borewells were kept open and children had fell into it.
All right, Sri Lakshmi, we leave it at that. We will keep coming back to you. An FIR has, of course, been registered, like you mentioned. For now, here's a look at other stories that we're tracking. Bharat in 2 minutes. As Indo-Tibetan Border Police celebrates its 63rd Racing Day today, Prime Minister Modi extended greetings to the ITBP Himveers and their families. He added that the force stands tall as a symbol of valor and dedication. Union Home Minister Amit Shah extended greetings and hailed ITBP personnel, saying that the nation takes immense pride in their bravery and patriotism. 3 labourers were killed and 7 others suffered injuries after a makeshift water tank collapsed at a labour camp in Pune on Thursday morning. The incident took place in Pimpri Chinchwad region.
ये NCCL कंपनी का एक लेबर कैंप है जो कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी है और सवेरे 6 बजे के आसपास पानी की टंकी के साइड में जो नल लगे होते हैं उसमें नहा रहे थे लेबर सब सवेरे जनरल उनका रूटीन है और ये सभी बच्चे बिहार और कुछ झारखंड से हैं उनकी फैमिलीज़ भी यहाँ हैं और नहाते समय शायद पानी के टंकी से प्रेशर से टंकी फट गई है वो टंकी फट गई है और 3 लोगों की जगह पे मौत हो गई है.
Karnataka Chief Minister today inspected the site of building collapse in Bengaluru. The collapse that claimed the 6-story building collapse that led to loss of as many as 8 lives and left 6 others injured. Chief Minister announced 5 lakh rupees as compensation for the kin of the deceased, further saying that the BBMP has been directed to stop all illegal constructions in the city. A unified headquarters meeting that was called today in Srinagar. The meeting took place at Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. The meeting was held to strategize and ensure security measures are in place in the valley. In wake of heavy rains in Bengaluru, the BBMP Health Department is taking preventive measures to curb the spread of waterborne diseases. There are concerns about infectious diseases in low-lying areas near storm water drains and lakes due to flooding. The BBMP has issued strict precautionary measures and set up temporary camps in Yelanghaka, RR Nagar and Bobanahalli region. In a tragic incident in Bengaluru's Mahadevapura, where a 5-year-old boy lost his life after accidentally falling into a water-filled pit dug for lift construction. And in other big story that we've been tracking, this is the third terror attack in a week in J&K Valley, where a non-migrant non-local laborer was targeted again, this time in Tral region of Pulwama. He sustained bullet injury in his arm, but a shocking, a worrying trend that is being observed, given that these are spate of terror attacks being carried out in J&K since 16th of October. In fact, 3 terror attacks in a week's time in Shopian, Anantnag, Ganderbal as well. So in wee hours this morning, when a non-local from Bijnor, Uttar Pradesh, who was targeted, he sustained a bullet injury in his arm. And all of this while there have been ongoing meetings on the security grid in situation in the valley. And like we told you, there have been 3 terror attacks in less than a week in the valley. Let's take you through these 3 terror attacks that have been carried out. The first on 18th of October in Shopian, where a non-local who hailed from Bihar was abducted and killed. He was working in his orchard farm in wee hours again, where he was abducted and consequently he was killed. He was abducted while he was working in this orchard field and was later shot dead. He hailed, as we told you, from Bihar. The second attack that came just 2 days after the 18th of October attack, which happened in Shopian. This is, of course, in Ganderbal, where 7 civilians were killed, 5 injured. So of these 7 civilians, 6 were the laborers who were working at a tunnel along Leh-Srinagar highway, and 1 was a doctor. It was an attack that was carried out near this tunnel along the Leh-Srinagar highway. All 7 succumbed to the injuries and 5 sustained injuries. So it was on 20th of October when this attack happened in Ganderbal region, and just days after this, which is precisely 4 days after the 20th of October terror attack, another terror attack which has been carried out in Pulwama. This is the Tral town in Pulwama, where another non-local was targeted, a 19-year-old who hailed from Bijnor, UP. He sustained bullet injuries in his arm. A very worrying trend that is being seen since the time the new government formation in the valley, that there have been a spate of terror attacks that are being carried out. In fact, let's also listen in to the voices coming in from those people in JNK. But before we get you those voices of the people in the valley, let's put out the news break that is just coming in. So this is again in relation to the terror attacks in the valley. Sources in police say that the SIT would be probing the terror attack. An FIR has been registered under UAPA in Tral terror attack. As we speak, top police officers have been at the terror attack site trying to get more details on the modus operandi of these terrorists who are involved in the Tral terror attack. Let's go across to Arawat. He's joining us live from Tral, where the attack was carried out. Arawat, give us more details. What really can we expect next, and also take us through the modus operandi of these terrorists behind this terror attack?
Absolutely, Samiksha. As we have seen, the cordon and search operations have been extended to other nearby villages or near the attack site. As we have seen, this is the third terror attack in less than 1 week in the Jammu and Kashmir. The first terror attack which took place in the South Kashmir's Shopian. And also, if we'll talk about the ongoing operation which is underway here in the South Kashmir's Tral area, where a non-local was targeted by the terrorists this morning. And after that, we have seen that the cordon and search operation is in place. We have also seen that the security has been beefed up from the line of control areas to other towns and cities of the Kashmir Valley, which leads to that spot. All the entry have been sealed by the Joint Security Forces. The State Investigation Agency will investigate this matter that took place in the South Kashmir Tral, as we have been told by the security from the officials of the various they are investigating this matter completely. As also there are also reports that the CCTV footage of the various spots are being verified by the multiple security agencies. Also, the top officers from the CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, and other sister concerned security agencies are verifying this incident, as we have been told by the forces. Also, the security has been beefed up at the locations where we have seen the laborers are living in the Kashmir Valley. Also, the Kashmiri Pandits from the various locations, as intelligence agencies have told, there are still possibilities that terrorists are planning to carry attacks on the forces and other places in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen the forces are alert to foil other single nefarious attempt by the terrorists. Yes.
All right, Arawat, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, we switch focus to the other big story that we're tracking. This is from the state of Maharashtra, where parallel marathon meetings have been taking place. One, of course, of the Mahayuti leaders, and the second of the Mahavikas Aghadi. In fact, as we speak, there is going to be a crucial meet that will take place at Amit Shah's residence. It's even said that Eknath Shinde, along with other Mahayuti leaders, also along with his deputy Devendra Fadnavis, will be meeting the Union Home Minister in just some time from now. So all of this while the Mahayuti has been working on its seat sharing formula. It's said that they will be zeroing in on the names after this meet with Union Home Minister Amit Shah this afternoon. All right, we will just go across to Harsha and Sandeep in just a bit. But as we told you, Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, who were to arrive by 12:30 p.m. in the national capital to hold talks with the Union Home Minister, a joint press briefing that is also expected of the Mahayuti leaders today itself on the final pact on the Maharashtra Assembly elections. All right, we will just go across to them in just a bit. But once again, there have been marathon meetings, the one that have been taking place of the Mahavikas Aghadi at Sharad Pawar's residence just last evening. And the second, of course, of the Mahayuti leaders, Ajit Pawar, NCP faction, Eknath Shinde and of course the BJP. Let's go across to Alisha. She's joining us from the newsroom. Alisha, what really can we expect in that meet that will take place of the Mahayuti leaders with the Union Home Minister in just some time from now?
Well, it's Amit Shah. We know that it's a key meeting that is going to happen today where the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar will be in Delhi and going to meet Amit Shah. This is over the remaining seats which has to be discussed specifically for Mahayuti as well as to the Alliance Party as well. We know that the Mahayuti have already declared their 182 seats of their candidates, which is declared by Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, NCP led by Ajit Pawar and BJP. But the remaining 106 seats has to be discussed, and that discussion will be taken today with Amit Shah. That is going to the meeting that is going to be a very crucial meeting that is going to happen today at Amit Shah residence, where all the minister and the senior leaders are from the BJP, where Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar is going to be present in the meeting.
Yes, Alisha, just a quick follow-up question. If you can talk to us more about the strategy of the Mahavikas Aghadi for the Maharashtra elections.
Well, Samisha, that is something very interesting to know because as of now, the official announcement that has been made by Mahavikas Aghadi, which has mentioned that 85 seats will be given to Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray and 85 to Congress and 85 seats to NCP led by Sharad Pawar.
Yes, Alisha, requesting you to stay with us. I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Let's put out that news break as well. Mahayuti to release another list after that meet with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, they've announced candidates for 182 seats for now. Alisha continues to be with us. Alisha, tell us more for now about that list that is expected of the Mahayuti leaders.
Well, as I mentioned, there is 182 seat that has already been declared by Mahayuti and another 106 seat which will also include the Alliance Party is going to be discussed with Amit Shah today, where Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar will be in Delhi and they're going to discuss not only this but most likely whether another list of candidates is also going to be released today is what we have been told by our sources. So we are keeping an eye on the story where Chief Minister Eknath Shinde anytime from now is going to land in Delhi and going to have a meeting, which is a very crucial meeting over the 106 seats, and most likely the list of candidates is also going to be declared.
Yes, sir. All right, we will head into a very short break, but awaiting that crucial meet of the Mahayuti leaders with Union Home Minister Amit Shah in just some time from now.
Director, the taste of success.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
One more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो प्रिविलेज मिसयूज जो उनके फादर ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall. And the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked.
This party suddenly asking whether everything that we have been fighting with the Chinese on border issues and questions of trade imbalance have been solved with Narendra Modi meeting Xi Jinping, and the simple answer is no, it's not. There are allegations that foundations linked to top Congress leaders have accepted money through Chinese embassies. And the Congress party, as a pro-China party, refused to even build roads. And Sonia Gandhi's defense minister, A.K. Antony, said having no border infrastructure, which means having no system to protect ourselves. These are questions every Indian must ask. We must corner the Congress party on these questions. And once again, any senior leader of the Congress party is welcome to debate these issues directly with me. I know they won't. I know they can't. I know they can't face me. But perhaps if you forward this video widely enough to force them to, perhaps they will. My invitation, ladies and gentlemen, always open.
Jammu and Kashmir hit by a third terror attack in a week. One non-local targeted. He's injured. Akhilesh Yadav announces Indi to contest Bypolls on cycle symbol. BJP calls out SP snub to Congress. Fresh political face-off after BJP accuses the Congress of insulting Dalits by sidelining Kharge during Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's nomination.
कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी, जो कि एक दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया. मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर जा सकते हैं नामांकन के लिए. खड़गे जी का नाम भी नहीं दिया गया.
BJP calls out Congress insult to Kharge, says party chief a mere rubber stamp in the party. Odisha and West Bengal brace for impact as Cyclone Dana is all set to make a landfall this evening. The major embarrassment for Justin Trudeau. 24 MPs urged the Prime Minister to not run for a fourth term. His own party leaders called for him to not run for a fourth term. A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Amit Shah with you. We start with the news coming in on the BJP versus Congress war of words over what is being called as a sidelining of Mallikarjun Kharge. BJP is accusing the Congress party of insulting Dalits during Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's filing of nomination, claiming that the Congress president Mallikarjun Kharge was sidelined in this process. The video shared by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya on social media platform X criticizing Congress's mentality towards the Dalit community. The incident has now sparked massive controversy, with the BJP levelling allegations of Congress prioritizing a family-first mentality and marginalizing senior leaders from underrepresented communities. Take a listen in, viewers.
एक तस्वीर है ये देखिए, ये तस्वीर क्यों दिखा रहा हूं मैं आपको बताता हूं. यहां आगे बैठी हैं श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, और पीछे बैठे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, जो कि पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं. यह क्या दर्शाता है? यह दर्शाता है नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे, लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे, उसको सम्मान नहीं देंगे. और एक और वीडियो सार्वजनिक हुआ कल, जिसका जिक्र करना अनिवार्य है और कोई ये नहीं कह सकता कि ये मेरा अंदरूनी मामला है। आप टिकट किसे दें ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है, अध्यक्ष कौन बनाए ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है। लेकिन अगर एक नेता है वो पिछड़े समाज से आता है और जिस कमरे में नामांकन हो रहा था उस कमरे के दरवाजे को बंद कर दिया जाए और एक व्यक्ति झांक रहा हो पीछे से और वो व्यक्ति कोई और नहीं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी थे, इससे ज्यादा आपत्तिजनक बात क्या हो सकती है कि आप राजनीति में अपना ओछी घटिया राजनीति करते हुए जो दलित समाज से आता है, पिछड़े समाज से आता है, उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं।
So what the BJP is talking about is the video to the left side of your screen, viewers. That's where you can see Mallikarjun Kharge, looking through the door of the room, peeking inside. And meanwhile, there was Priyanka Gandhi Vadra inside filing a nomination papers for Wayanad, and this has become the subject of controversy. The BJP is raking up this matter, saying that the Congress is insulting Dalits. As we've seen time and again, Congress's Rahul Gandhi keeps talking about caste, he keeps talking about casteism, alleges that the Dalits are ignored and are not, of course, paid attention to. He talks about casteism time and again, but here is the BJP now hitting back at the Congress party, saying that their own party leader, their own party president is left out, and he belongs to the Dalit community, and this is how the Congress party treats a senior leader from the Dalit community. Remember, there are multiple reactions that have come in from Rajiv Chandrasekhar to Himanta Biswa Sarma, Amit Malviya, of course, the IT cell chief of the BJP, targeting the Congress for allegedly insulting Mallikarjun Kharge. In fact, Public TV has also spoken to Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi on the same. Take a listen in.
फ्यूडल फैमिली फ्रेम में फिक्स जो फैमिली होती है, परिवार होता है, उसका यही नज़ारा दिखाई पड़ता है। अब माता जी राज्यसभा में जो उनकी बहन जी जो हैं वो लोकसभा में जाने के सपने देख रही हैं, भाई साहब बकवास सभा में जा रहे हैं, तो जो फ्यूडल फैमिली फ्रेम में फिक्स फैमिली है उसका ये नज़ारा है। दूसरी चीज़ ये कि जो सामंती परिवार है उसमें जो है वो मुलाजिम अनेक होते हैं लेकिन मालिक एक होता है, और उसी का नज़ारा आपको कल दिखाई पड़ा।
All right, so that was the BJP leader Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi speaking to Republic TV. And remember, in fact, even Himanta Biswa Sarma has gone on to attack the Congress, calling Mallikarjun Kharge a rubber stamp leader, saying that Kharge has been left out and he has been disrespected. He wrote on social media platform X that it's deeply disheartening to witness this disrespect shown towards a veteran parliamentarian and Dalit leader like Shri Kharge ji by the so-called Holy Trinity in Wayanad today. Whether it's the president of AICC or the PCC, does the family take pride in humiliating those they treat as mere rubber stamp? That's what Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is the Assam Chief Minister, has written on the social media platform X. And remember, even the Congress has hit back by calling it buffoonery on part of BJP. This is a video that has been shared by the BJP's IT cell chief Amit Malviya on social media platform X, and this has been played out. This has been now played up by the BJP as insulting to Mallikarjun Kharge. And in fact, we are getting more reactions. Take a listen into what Mrityunjay Tiwari had to say.
इन लोगों को क्या पता है परिवार का मतलब? ये जो परिवारवाद पर ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, पहले अपने गिरेबान में झांके, सामने आईना रख लें तो पता चल जाएगा। ये देश में बीजेपी जितना आरोप विपक्ष पर लगाती है, अपने गिरेबान में नहीं झांकती है। तो परिवारवाद पर अगर एक उंगली इधर उठाएंगे तो बीजेपी के इधर 4 उंगली उठेंगे, ये जान लेना चाहिए।
And my colleague Madhurima Mishra joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Madhurima, of course, a war of words ensuing between the BJP and the Congress party. Take us through what the contents are of and what was the circumstances in which we saw Mallikarjun Kharge standing outside, peeking, inside from the door as if he's curious to know what's happening or he's not been let in. That's, of course, something that is now turning into a controversy. BJP upping the ante against Congress and saying that this is how they treat a Dalit leader.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. Indeed, a political slugfest has broken out this morning after those visuals of the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge came out in public, where he could clearly be seen peeping through that door while Mrs. Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, goes inside and files her nomination. What needs to be seen here is that though the Congress party is claiming as to that Mr. Kharge was invited, they did share a couple of photos, but the BJP has upped the ante and said that these were the photos taken after the nominations were filed. And also there was a very scathing press conference by Gaurav Bhatia, who went on to say as to how the Congress party has always used the backwards and the poor for their political benefit and have never considered them capable of any respect. Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course, there is this political slugfest that is unfolding right now as we speak, Madhurima. And we've seen time and again Congress party talking about caste. We see Rahul Gandhi being at the forefront when it comes to raking up the issue of caste, asking everybody's caste. And here is the party president of Congress. In fact, take a listen in, viewers, to what Shahzad Poonawalla of the BJP had to say on this development.
Congress का DNA मूलतः दलित विरोधी और ओबीसी विरोधी है और इसका परिचय तब मिलता है जब वायनाड के नामांकन में फैमिली फर्स्ट, परिवार फर्स्ट का दर्शन देते हुए पीडीए का मतलब पारिवारिक दलों का अलायंस है, यही बताते हुए कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी, जो कि एक दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर जा सकते हैं नामांकन के लिए, खड़गे जी का नाम भी नहीं दिया गया। फिर जब ये वीडियो सामने आया और एम्बेरसमेंट हुई कि भाई खड़गे जी तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष भी है, भूल गए थे ये लोग, तो फिर उन्होंने एक दो लोगों को परिवार के बाहर किया जो बच्चे थे और उनको खड़गे जी को अंदर लिया। इतना घोर अपमान दलितों का बार बार कांग्रेस करती है, पहली बार नहीं है। आम्बेडकर जी को चुनाव हराना, आम्बेडकर जी को भारत रत्न लंबे समय तक नहीं देना, अभी कुमारी शैलजा जी का अपमान करना, सीताराम केसरी की धोती फाड़कर कांग्रेस के प्रथम परिवार ने उनको निकाल दिया था पार्टी ऑफिस से और खड़गे जी को बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। तो मुझे लगता है ये दलित विरोधी जो डीएनए है इस परिवार का भी, 1961 में आरक्षण नहीं होना चाहिए, नेहरू जी ने बोला था, 80 to 90 में विरोध किया था मंडल का, इंदिरा जी ने, राजीव जी ने, राहुल गांधी अभी विदेश गए थे तो उन्होंने बोला कि मैं आरक्षण ख़त्म कर दूंगा, जामिया एमयू में आरक्षण ख़त्म किया है। तो कांग्रेस मूलतः दलित विरोधी है और उसका परिचय आज फिर से मिला है। मुझे लगता है दलित समाज बहुत अपमानित महसूस कर रहा है।
Shifting focus to Bangladesh, where once again tensions have gripped several parts of the country. Bangladesh's interim government now has banned the Awami League's student organization, that is Bangladesh Chhatro League. That is a development coming in after the student protest group that had in fact called in for Sheikh Hasina's removal, demanded that Sheikh Hasina's party student body should also be now banned. And that's the crackdown that we are seeing happening under the interim government led by Muhammad Yunus. And here's a report, viewers, to know the details of this.
The interim government in Bangladesh has banned the Awami League student organization, the Bangladesh Chhatra League, which was led by ousted former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. This decision comes after pressure from the anti-discrimination student movement, which called for the group's ban. An official statement noted that over the past 15 years, the student body was involved in activities that threatened the public safety under the Awami League government. A notification from Senior Secretary Muhammad Abdul Momin under the Ministry of Home Affairs indicated that there was enough evidence showing the group continued to engage in provocative actions against the state even after the fall of the Awami League government. Meanwhile, a clash occurred yesterday as students demanded the resignation of President Mohammad Shahabuddin, accusing him of supporting Hasina's fascist regime.
All right, more news from across the country, across the world, in fact. A man escaped being swept away by floodwater by clinging on to a palm tree in Philippines. Local residents shared footage on social media seeking help from rescuers as heavy rains from tropical cyclone Trami hit the island of Luzon. The man was later rescued by his relatives. Tropical storm battering Philippines has left at least 23 people dead in flooding and landslides. Turkey's defense ministry said that the Turkish jet have struck Kurdish terrorist targets in Iraq and Syria following an attack on a key defense company. In a brief statement carried by the state-run Anadolu agency, it said that more than 30 targets were destroyed in the aerial offensive. The strike comes after suspected Kurdish terrorists set off explosives and opened fire on Wednesday at Turkey's state-run aerospace and defense company, killing 5 people and wounding more than a dozen. Large blast was spotted in southern Beirut on Wednesday evening as Israel continued its bombardment of the Lebanese capital. It comes as Lebanon's health ministry said that 28 people were killed and 139 wounded in the past 24 hours. In fact, more than 2,000 have been killed, 12,000 injured, raising the toll over the past year of conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Earlier on Wednesday, Hezbollah confirmed that Hashim Safieddine, one of its top officials touted as the successor to Hassan Nasrallah, was killed in an airstrike. All right, viewers, we shift our focus to the eastern part of the country where Cyclone Dana is going to make a landfall tonight. Odisha and West Bengal are on high alert as the cyclone is expected to make a landfall between Puri and Sagar Island tonight. And with wind speeds projected to reach up to 120 kilometers per hour, evacuation efforts are underway. IMD issuing warnings for heavy rainfall and potential damage in the coastal areas. And in fact, precautionary measures have been taken in, and there is the arrangement that I've made for the people, large-scale evacuation that is being witnessed right now. At least 1 million people are expected to be moved out of the Cyclone Dana's path in Odisha. Railways cancelling over 150 trains, remember. IMD issuing a heavy rainfall alert, and as we speak, of course, there is rainfall in parts of West Bengal and Odisha as we speak. And the landfall, remember, is all set to commence tonight. Evacuation process is underway. The cyclonic storm currently barreling towards the coastal regions of Odisha, and it is expected to bring heavy rains and thunderstorms to the state. And that's the latest update we have right now. Devotees have also been advised against visiting the Jagannath temple in Puri. Expedited preparations to minimize the impact of the calamity. And in fact, we are joined by a special guest on the broadcast, AVM GP Sharma, President of Meteorology and Climate from SkyMet, is joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. This is, of course, another cyclone that the coast of Odisha and West Bengal are going to witness in a year now. And there is a massive evacuation that is underway, landfall happening tonight. What do we expect in this cyclonic storm, as per your understanding, how severe it could be?
Rakshita, this is a severe cyclonic storm at the moment. Like you mentioned, very strong winds. It's backed with the wind speed of almost about 120, 130 kilometers per hour now also, while it is over deep sea. It's still about 200 kilometers away from the coastline, from Orissa coast, and heading more of a north-northwest. Okay. The storms, as I said, irrespective whether it's a severe or very severe, they have the potential of causing adverse weather conditions, hazardous weather conditions for longer duration all along this coastline where it's heading for. Okay. The storm, I will say, as we said, severe cyclonic storm, but it has the potential to possibly add another grade to it, or may become a very severe maybe for short duration only, because the coastline interaction, as it approaches, it retards the process of intensification. It doesn't intensify any longer. So, therefore, when it approaches the coastline, which will happen towards late in the evening and night, the process of further intensification will fall, and then it will possibly cross the coast as a a severe cyclonic storm. Already the coastline right from, you can say, Gopalpur, Paradeep and Puri and going up to Kolkata, already peripherals of the storms have reached there. The winds have started picking up. It's already raining. The only thing is it will become more and more intense. The fury of the storm is yet to be observed, yet to witness, but it will take just a few hours, I will say, maybe about 5-6 hours. By evening or so, we will have the intense weather conditions all along the coastline of Odisha. But yes, more focused on few districts like Bhadrak, Jagat Singhpur, and even right up to, say, Puri or so. Yeah.
Right. In fact, as you mentioned that all along the coast there is deployment. So are there any other states that could also be affected due to this cyclonic storm?
See, West Bengal, yes, it remains vulnerable. As I said, the rains have already started, but most of the weather is to the left of the track of the cyclone, which I mentioned. That so Odisha remains at bigger risk than West Bengal, but that doesn't mean that they lower the guard. Right from Digha, Kontei to going up to even South 24 Pargana, they also will have heavy rains, moderate to heavy rains associated with very strong winds also. Actually, these what is the strong winds and combination of strong winds along with the torrential rains or non-stop rains? This is what the deadly combination which causes all the damage. So we will have these conditions more intense over parts of Odisha as the storm heads for and likely to make a landfall towards any time between late tonight and early morning tomorrow. Yeah.
Right, sir. Thanks so much, Air Vice Marshal G.P. Sharma, joining us there with his insights and latest details coming in. All right, viewers, we will shift our focus to the ground reports. In fact, what we're getting to know. All right, I'm told that Shwarnali is joining us from Tajpur in West Bengal. Shwarnali, tell us what are you picking up from ground zero? I believe that there is heavy rainfall that is being witnessed in several parts of Bengal.
Yeah, actually right now I'm here in Tajpur, a coastal area of West Bengal and very near coastal area of Odisha. As you know that right now I'm just Tajpur sea beach and we can see that completely unrest situation of sea, and right now we are here Tajpur, and I want to tell you a lot more that as you know that it's completely set to landfall to midnight and early morning of Friday, and right now the situation I want to tell you just a second. Here near Tajpur, one side, another heavy rainfall and completely the sea side is completely unraised, and other side we can see the lots of locality here that evacuation process is continuing for last 3 days. And right now we are here in front of a government house, a shelter. In fact, West Bengal, from West Bengal, this name is Ashroy. The cyclone shelter is here for last 3 years almost after Yash, because we know that the coastal area of West Bengal like Tajpur, Mandarmoni and Digha, they almost every year we faced either Amphan or Yash or Bulbul or Foni. So for that reason, for evacuation process and to give the shelter for the local people, the government of West Bengal made this shelter. The name of the shelter is Ashroy. But you can see the entire situation, entire footage. You can see the staircase is completely broken. What kind of situation is this? Nobody is here. Nobody except dogs and cats. Nobody is here. No authority. And we have spoken to a local people, and they said that they generally didn't get any kind of facilities here. So that's why they prefer to stay their own house, and you can see their own
Yes, Ranali there reporting from Ground Zero in Tajpur, and Republic TV is on Ground Zero with its network reporters getting you the latest updates as Cyclone Dana is all set to make a landfall tonight. Stay tuned to Republic TV for all the latest update, viewers.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facility.
And quick look at stories from the world of sports. New Zealand has opted to bat first in the Pune test that is right now underway. India revamped their playing 11 for the second test, including Shubman Gill, Washington Sundar and Deep, while omitting KL Rahul in a team overhaul led by Rohit Sharma. PT Usha, the IOA president, has voiced strong concerns over the recently announced cuts to the 2026 Commonwealth Games roster, which will exclude key disciplines such as hockey, shooting, cricket, badminton and wrestling, which of course India has been dominating, and India has been the top performer in the previous CWG. Time for a short break, viewers, but on the other side we get you the latest coming in. It's a huge embarrassment and pressure mounting on Justin Trudeau to resign. His own party members, in fact, are telling him that he should not run for a fourth time.
Prestigious Bharat Mandapam. A vision for the future unfolds. Swavalamban 2024.
At the very heart of the Atmanirbharta vision that Swavalamban professes lies the firm belief of the Indian Navy that if it can be done anywhere, it can be done in India.
United in purpose, the Army, Navy, and Air Force march forward under one mission. Join us as we continue to navigate the future, steering towards a stronger, more secure India. Witness the impact of indigenization, where strength and power through innovation lead the way to a secure and prosperous future. Swavalamban 2024.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Yes, I was told that there are no permission, illegal activities was been going on. We will take strict action against the owner, the contractor and everyone. In entire Bangalore, I will make up see that we will come out with a decision where all such type of illegal construction are going on. We are going to stop immediately. I will conduct a big survey on this.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
BJP alleges Dalit leader insulted as the video shows Kharge kept outside of Priyanka's nomination. Indi Alliance snub Congress. Now Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh says all Indi bloc candidates to fight UP Bypolls on cycle symbol. Third terror attack in Kashmir in 7 days. Uttar Pradesh laborer shot at by terrorists in Kashmir's Tral. SEBI chief Madhavi Puri Buch skips parliamentary panel's questioning. Meeting adjourned. And Justin Trudeau faces ultimatum from own party amid India-Canada row. His own MP asks him to quit by October 28 or face consequences. And cutting across to some breaking news coming in from Canada. Trudeau government has implemented stricter rules on temporary foreign workers. Now, this is a significant policy shift. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada has announced that Canada will reduce the number of temporary foreign workers in the country. Its government will introduce stricter regulations requiring companies to provide clear justifications for their inability to hire Canadian workers before seeking foreign labor. This move aims to prioritize job opportunities for the Canadians while ensuring that employers demonstrate a genuine need for foreign talent. Now, of course, fewer temporary workers in Canada as per the new Canadian policy. A big move coming in from Justin Trudeau just as his own MPs have lost trust in him. Let's go across to Krutarth, who's joining us from the newsroom here in Noida. Krutarth, a very good afternoon to you. Now, Conor Trudeau has announced this move. Is this just a measure to gain more votes from the locals ahead of the, ahead of the elections when his own party MPs are asking him not to contest for a fourth term?
Indeed, Kriti, and the situation is extremely dire for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, both inside the parliament and on the ground. Inside the parliament, at the moment, he heads a precariously low government on numbers, which is in minority, since NDP pulled back its support to the Liberal Party. Outside, he is facing a historic low approval rating. When Trudeau came into office, he had an approval rating of about 63%. In June, it went down to its lowest at around 28%, and today it stands at around 33%. Amidst this entire saga of the diplomatic row with India, Trudeau back home faces massive anti-incumbency issues in the 9th year of his prime ministership, particularly on two major areas. One is the cost of living crisis and inflation in Canada, and second is how his government has handled the immigration crisis. Now, particularly in focus has been the immigration crisis, especially in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, since when lot of armed robbery, lot of petty crimes, as well as slum areas and poverty has risen in Canada dramatically. So in a direct move to counter the backlash that the Trudeau government was facing from its major principal opposition party, the Conservatives, especially on the immigration row, seems that Trudeau, as a matter of act of desperation, has now come out with this new law of temporary visas and temporary work permits to be heavily restricted in numbers. It is not the first time, they have already done it previously. In fact, a lot of Canadian MPs were originally criticizing the Trudeau government over its skewed immigration policy, which favored only specific countries. One of them was India, which was looked at as a country which had certain favorable immigration laws because of its ally, NDP ally Jagmeet Singh. Now, how much of this new law will impact India remains to be seen. However, clearly, it is a reaction of the backlash that the Trudeau government has faced in the last few weeks. As many as 24 MPs we are picking up, Kriti, are descending openly against Trudeau and have written a letter asking him to step down with an ultimatum of 4 days, giving him a deadline of October 28th.
Right. All right. Stay on with us, Krutarth. Let me also go across to Arth, who's also there in the newsroom there. Arth, talk to us about how is this move really going to affect the Indians? A lot of Indian students go to Canada for higher education. How many Indian foreign workers are there in Canada in temporary employment, and how is this move going to affect others who are planning to go there?
आप आ जाइए आप यहाँ रहिए जिस स्टेप थोड़ा सा आगे जिस स्टेप है ज़्यादा हो गया
All right, there's some technical issue with Arth's audio there. I want to put that question to you instead, Krutarth. Just want to get to understand from you as to how many foreign, how many Indians are there employed in Canada in a foreign workers capacity in a temporary position, and how is this move going to affect the Indians there, given that a lot of Indian students see Canada as a destination for higher education?
As the law stands at the moment, Canada sees around 4 lakh permanent residents on an average a year when they give it. And originally, Canada had also recently quite cut the international student permits by 35% just earlier this year. So we clearly see that there is a dramatic shift both on the education side also, which is one of the major areas in which students, especially from India, travel to Canada in. However, these laws are specifically designed to keep out all temporary work permit holding visa holders. Now, we also see a lot of immigration problems coming in the United States, where immigration has also become a major issue. And once you cross over into the United States from the South Americas, or let's say a country like Mexico, it is very easy to cross over into Canada. So this law is not specifically designed towards keeping Indians out per se, but it is a massive problem of illegal immigration, which now is also finding a lot of coherence, a lot of adherence and a lot of support in the halls of the Canadian Parliament, which is clearly why the Trudeau government is forced to its hand to act on it.
All right. Well, thanks, Krutarth, for joining us for now. Let's also tell our viewers how Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau is facing mounting pressure from within his own party. 24 Liberal MPs have signed a letter urging him not to run for a fourth term. The lawmakers are calling for Trudeau to make a decision about his political future by October 28, in just 4 days, pushing for his resignation amid a growing dissatisfaction within his own party, especially at a time when he has picked up a diplomatic row with India. Let's also go across to Samiksha, who is joining us from the studios here to give us more details. Samiksha, over to you.
Well, thank you for that, Kriti. Let's once again tell our viewers that 24 Liberal Party MPs, these are MPs from Trudeau's own party who've signed a dossier demanding the resignation of Justin Trudeau and saying that he should not run for the 2025 race. Let's also tell our viewers about those options which are being looked into by Justin Trudeau, given that elections are due next year itself in Canada. The first option being that he could step down immediately, given that these are 24 Liberal Party MPs who've signed this dossier demanding the resignation of Justin Trudeau, and given that the backlash that Justin Trudeau has been facing in wake of the rising Khalistani extremism in the country. The other option that is in store is that he can set aside a re-election bid. So that is also one of the options that is being looked into. He could step aside, given that he's been facing a lot of backlash from his own party MPs. Let's also take a look at the third option that is in store, which is he could continue till new leaders are elected. So yes, that is also one of the options, given that these are more than 20 MPs who've strongly echoed that there is a demand for the resignation of Justin Trudeau. That is a dossier that's been signed in which the details have been mentioned as to why is it that the party leaders have expressed resentment against Justin Trudeau. It's also being said that there was a closed-door cabinet meeting that was held in which these MPs told Justin Trudeau to step aside. So yes, these are some of the options, Kriti. In a while from now, we'll also put out details of that dossier that we've accessed, which has been signed by 24 MPs of his own party, asking Justin Trudeau to not just tender his resignation, but also to not run for the fourth term in the elections that are due next year. Kriti.
All right, thanks Samiksha for joining us and giving us those details, those graphical details. Viewers, let's tell you how Trudeau is really cornered and now just ahead of the elections and federal elections in Canada due next year. And this, of course, seems like a consequence of his love affair with Khalistan and his backing for the Khalistani extremists when voices have been raised against him from his own party MPs time and again. With that, viewers, let's move on and shift our focus. All right, before I move on, we have Krutarth, who continues to remain with us from the newsroom. And Arth is also there with us from the newsroom. I want to come to you first, Krutarth. Trudeau has really been cornered with his, backing for the Khalistanis. We've seen how Canadian MPs have raised voices about how even journalists in Canada are being targeted by Khalistani extremists. Now, 24 MPs have signed this dossier, giving him a 4-day ultimatum to step down, to not contest for another fourth term. How is this really going to play up for Canada and Trudeau, particularly given he is facing elections and a lower rating back home in Canada?
See, it's a precarious situation right now for Justin Trudeau because he heads a government of about 154 MPs in the House of Commons in Canada. Now, clearly it is a minority government ever since Jagmeet Singh and its NDP pulled back support from the Trudeau government. But to 24 MPs who are purportedly dissenting against Trudeau and writing against is still relatively a smaller number within the Conservative Party. Now, do these backbenchers, 24 MPs, gather more support and momentum within the House of Commons to oust Trudeau is something that will be remain to be seen. We do not know exactly what the ultimatum carries at the deadline of 4 days, that is on 28th of October. Do these 24 MPs go back and withdraw their support from the government, or by in this 4 days time, is it an opportunity for them to even lobby for more MPs to come together? But clearly the question is that the recent fiasco with India, and especially the debacle that was held in the Foreign Interference Committee of Canada, has failed to convince Trudeau's allies that he has any moral credibility to stay in power and hold his party together, especially with the recently plummeting polling numbers. In the last by-elections that happened in Canada, particularly in Montreal and some other key constituencies, with the Conservative Party had not won in the last 30 years, went to the Conservative way, which clearly shows that Justin Trudeau is losing grip of his party on the ground and the people have an anti-Trudeau sentiment. Now, if Trudeau as a face is changed, how does the prospect of the Liberal parties change in the upcoming elections? Remember, Canada is due to hold elections by October of next year. So you are in less than 12 months away from the next general elections. And if the Liberal Party wants to prop up a new candidate, 1 year is a good enough time to build some momentum against anti-incumbency on Trudeau. Kriti.
In fact, to add on to that, what Krutat said, I want to come to you, Arth. The fact remains that Canada is really dependent on foreign employees for its own domestic needs, whether it's in IT or oil and petroleum. It really relies on outsourced talent for its own production, and whether it's in IT or other sectors. Do you think this last-ditch effort by Trudeau to not hire more foreign workers in temporary positions is really going to help Canada's economy?
Thank you so much for the question. Focusing on the solutions that are required at this very hour, because it seems like Canada's apparatus needs to work on severing ties with Khalistani elements instead of barring foreign workers from coming into Canada, temporary foreign workers. Earlier we saw restrictions on student visas. You know, remember Kriti, remember viewers, Canada is an important student market for Indian students, especially who go abroad and study. And these rules that Trudeau is, introducing, it clearly is visible that Trudeau is under immense political pressure. Yesterday we saw 20 of his MPs meeting, deliberating over his resignation. A lot of MPs are saying that it's time for Trudeau to go, that it's waste of cost, it's waste of time to focus on Trudeau. And it is very evident that Trudeau is under massive pressure, Kriti. But coming to the rules and coming to the regulations, the policy framework that Trudeau is now working on, it is clearly visible that it is falling flat, and the Canadian diplomatic apparatus has a lot of other things to focus on. Given India's growing stature as well, will handling foreign relations with India in such a manner, how will it impact the Canadian apparatus's economy, the Canadian apparatus's trade, is what will be very interesting to see, Kriti. Back to the studio, Kriti.
All right, thanks Arth and Krutat for joining us from the newsroom. Let me also go across to Samiksha. Samiksha, explain to us about this dossier that we have accessed of the 24 Liberal Canadian MPs who've now issued this ultimatum to Trudeau. What really is that dossier saying?
Well, that's right, Kriti. And, before we talk of that dossier that's been signed by 24 MPs of Trudeau's own party, let's also tell our viewers about this new policy that is likely to be rolled out by Trudeau government, in which the government will ensure that there are limited foreign workers in the country. So it only shows the extent that Trudeau has been going to win the support of the people, given that elections are due just next year. Let's now run you through through the details of this document that's been signed by 24 MPs of his own party. So Trudeau has received a 4-day ultimatum. He's been given 4 days time until 28th of October by 24 MPs of his own party, asking him to make his decision as to whether he's going to quit and whether he will be deciding on whether he will not be contesting the elections next year. Liberal MPs warn of consequences. So it's an open threat, an open ultimatum that's been given to Justin Trudeau that there will be consequences if he does not back off and if he does not tender his resignation and withdraws from the race due next year. Liberal MPs, as we told you, 24 of them having signed that dossier that's been submitted. There was also a meeting that took place, a closed-door meeting in which the MPs expressed their open resentment against Justin Trudeau. So clearly pressure has been mounting on Justin Trudeau to tender his resignation. That's exactly one of the many options that is looked upon by Justin Trudeau, given that he's been facing massive backlash in wake of the open appeasement of the Sikh community in the backdrop of the rising Khalistani extremism. Pressure mounting, as we told you, on Justin Trudeau to step down from his post in wake of the incidents we've seen in the last few months of how Canada has given an open platform to the Khalistani leaders to carry out their activities, be it even the Lawrence Bishnoi Yang for that matter, which is very much active in Canada. So it's October 28th deadline that's been given to Justin Trudeau. 4 days ultimatum. It was a meeting that was held just yesterday in which the MP said that he exactly has 4 days and that the clock is ticking. Justin Trudeau must make his decision. Let's now run you through those options that Justin Trudeau has in mind. The first dissent, of course, as we told you, has been brewing in Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party for quite a while. And given that dissent has not died down, there are some options being looked into. The first one being that he could tender his resignation. The Liberal MPs, as we told you, have been unhappy with Justin Trudeau's administration. In fact, this is related not just to the Khalistani extremism, the open appeasement by Justin Trudeau, but even the plunging economy in Canada, which is also one of the many factors. Over 24 MPs have signed that petition against Justin Trudeau. Let's take a look at the other pointers here. Let's now turn to those options that Justin Trudeau has in mind, given that elections are due next year itself. First option being that Justin Trudeau could step down immediately, given that these are a slew of factors which are working against the Justin Trudeau government. The other one being that there could be elections pushed later. Kriti, it's back to you for now. But yes, Trudeau government clearly on the back foot.
Absolutely, Samiksha. Well, thanks for joining us and giving us those details. With that, viewers, will shift our focus to news from Jammu and Kashmir, where an unfortunate incident, terrorists once again shot at a non-local labourer in Tral in Pulwama. Now, the labourer named Shubham Kumar belonged to Uttar Pradesh and he was from Bijnor. He got a minor injury in the right hand, and soon after the firing incident, he was shifted to a nearby hospital. What we're learning is that according to the latest information, he's out of danger as of now. But this is the third such terror attack within a week. And just after the National Conference government of Omar Abdullah took over in the valley, third incident where non-locals have been targeted and attacked in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go across to Arawat, who's joining us live on the incident. Arawat, what really is the motive of these terrorists targeting non-locals there in Jammu and Kashmir? Is this really an attack on Naya Kashmir, the development and infrastructure that's building up there in the valley?
Absolutely, Kriti. As we have pointed it out from the ground, that we have witnessed it, that after the abrogation of Article 370, we have seen that the mega projects in the Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the Bollywood is also coming to Kashmir to shoot movies here in the Kashmir. That's very much impossible for the Pakistan to digest these things in the Kashmir Valley, as we have already seen that there is the election which remains the instant free. There are attempts by the Pakistan-based terrorists to create the disturbance in the Kashmir Valley. Also, they want to create fear among the non-locals and the other minorities in the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen in the last 1 week that 3 terror attacks that took place in the Kashmir Valley. The first attack which took place in the South Kashmir, then the deadliest terror attack of the 2024 that took place in the Gagangir, in which we have seen the 7 civilians was killed in that terror incident. The 6 was the laborers for the non-local, and 1 was the local doctor who have been killed by the terrorists, and also 5 other are still injured and they are hospitalized. If we'll talk about today's incident that took place in the South Kashmir, Stral, we have seen that the terrorists came and tried to hit the civilian, but fortunately he received the bullet injury in his hand. Then after we have seen the coordinated search operation is still going on. We have also learned from the sources from the Jammu and Kashmir police that the FIR has also been registered related to today's case. Also, the state investigation agency is also probing the incident. Who is behind this incident? As we have also seen in the Gagangir that the Republic has accessed the CCTV pictures of the terrorist who was holding the weapon in their hand. Then after we have seen the coordinated search operation is going on here in the Tral. Republic will give to you all the details from across the Kashmir. We'll be back after a
Director, the taste of success.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
One more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetual.
Alright viewers, we're cutting across to a breaking news that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla now. What we're learning is that there has been an explosion at Malkhana court premises. A grenade went off inside Malkhana court complex in Baramulla, and one police officer on duty has got injured in the situation. The situation is as of now under control, but a grenade blast has been reported from Baramulla inside the court complex. A grenade was held and one police person has been injured in the court premises. This just after a non-local was targeted this morning in Jammu and Kashmir in the third such incident in the valley, after Shubham Kumar, who was hailing from Bijnor, was targeted he was shot at, in fact, in Jammu. Now another incident of a grenade blast in Baramulla. An incident of blast in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla. Viewers, we don't know if the two incidents are related as of now, but back-to-back such instances being reported from Jammu and Kashmir's valley there. What we're learning in the latest is that from Pulwama, In Baramulla, beg your pardon viewers, there has been a blast that has been reported from inside the Malkhana court premises. A grenade attack has been reported. A grenade went off in court's evidence room. Let's go across to Gursimran now, who's joining us with more details on this. All right, Gursimran will not be able to join us as of now on this, but what we know for now is a grenade was sent off in the Malkhana court complex there in Baramulla. One police officer has been injured. That's all the details that we have for now. We'll continue to bring you more update. For now, it's time for a very quick break.
Gandhi family disrespects Mallikarjun Kharge.
खड़गे जी का साथ जो हुआ उसका बात लोगों को बताने के लिए और कुछ नहीं रह गया है। कांग्रेस का पर्दा साफ हो चुका है। दलितों को वो बाहर में दिखाता है कि हम लोग दलितों का साथ है, अंदर में दलितों को अपमान किया जाता है।
Is the family above the Congress president? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
One more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके father ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall was perpetually booked. So to misuse that privilege is the issue. She should have come, played. We have highest regard for her. There are no two ways about it. It's just the misuse of her membership.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 2:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasti. Our top focus continues to remain on Cyclone Dana, which is expected to make landfall in Puri today. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But before that, let's have a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Cyclone Dana expected to make landfall between Puri and Odisha and Sagar Island in West Bengal tonight.
नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे, लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे.
The world is in real danger of falling significantly behind in realizing SDG targets. How do we reconcile this contradiction and ensure that the benefits of change reach those who are currently left behind? How do we create a more equitable global order? First,
by strengthening and expanding platforms of an independent nature, and by widening the choices in different domains and minimizing undue reliance on those that can be leveraged. This is really where BRICS can make a difference for the Global South. Second, by reforming established institutions and mechanisms, especially the UN Security Council in the permanent and the non-permanent categories. So too, the multilateral development banks, whose working procedures are just as outdated as that of the UN. India initiated an effort during its G20 presidency, and we are glad to see that Brazil is taking it forward. Third, by democratizing the global economy through creating more production hubs. The COVID experience is a sharp reminder of the need for more resilient, redundant, and shorter supply chains. For essential needs, every region legitimately aspires to create their own production capabilities. Fourth, by correcting distortions in global infrastructure that are a legacy from the colonial era. The world urgently needs more connectivity options that enhance logistics and mitigate risks. This must be a collective endeavor for common good with utmost respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty. And fifth, by sharing experiences and new initiatives. India's digital public infrastructure, its unified payment interface, the Gati Shakti infrastructure all hold a larger relevance. The International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the Global Biofuel Alliance, Mission Life, and the International Big Cat Alliance are similarly initiatives of common interest. As a first responder, be it for natural calamities, health emergencies, or economic crisis, we seek to do our fair share. Excellencies, addressing conflicts and tensions effectively is a particular need of the day. Prime Minister Modi has emphasized that this is not an era of war. Disputes and differences must be settled by dialogue and diplomacy. Agreements, once reached, must be scrupulously respected. International law should be adhered to without exception, and there should be zero tolerance for terrorism. Excellencies, the situation in the Middle East, West Asia for us, is an understandable concern. There is a widespread anxiety that the conflict would spread further in the region. Maritime trade has also been deeply affected. The human and material consequences of further escalation are truly serious. Any approach has to be fair and durable, leading to a two-state solution. Excellencies, we meet in difficult circumstances. The world must be prepared to think afresh on long-standing challenges. Our gathering is a message that we are indeed prepared to do so. I thank you for your attention.
Большое спасибо. Индия демонстрирует уникальные темпы роста, 7,5% ВВП и народонаселения, 10 миллионов плюс каждый год. Это, конечно, впечатляет. Вносит серьезный вклад в развитие нашей организации. И я хочу вас поздравить с успехами, которые Индия демонстрирует. Спасибо большое. Пожалуйста, слово зампремьер-министра Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов.
أصحاب الفخامة والسمو سيدات والسادة، فخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين رئيس روسيا الاتحادية، أود في البداية أن أنقل تحيات صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات.
And that was External Affairs Minister S. Shankar giving his statement at the BRICS summit. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, today is the last day of the BRICS summit. There was External Affairs Minister S. Shankar giving out those statements, taking a very, very strong stand against terrorism, where he has said that there is zero tolerance for terrorism. He's also talked about dialogue and diplomacy and not war, exactly what the Prime Minister had to say yesterday in his address at the BRICS summit. He also said that the world must be prepared to think afresh, and India's UPI and Gati Shakti hold significance. That was External Affairs Minister S. Shankar, who was addressing at the BRICS summit. But for now, we shift our focus to other stories that we are tracking on this bulletin, which is coming in from Odisha, where Odisha and West Bengal are on high alert as Cyclone Dana is expected to make landfall between Puri and Sagar Island tonight. Now, with wind speeds projected to reach up to 120 km per hour, evacuation efforts are underway, and the IMD has issued warnings for heavy rainfall and potential damage in coastal areas. Kolkata Airport has been closed from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Friday, and over 300 trains have been cancelled. Now, that's the latest update that's coming in when we talk about Cyclone Dana, which is all set to make landfall tonight in Puri and the coastal regions. I will see if we can go across to our reporters on ground zero. We have Sukendu, who is joining us live from Dharmaport. Sukendu, you have been there on ground reporting since morning. What is the situation like where you are reporting from?
This is Thamara. This is the coastal area of Bhadrak district. As you can see, as the time progresses, as it approaches the severe cyclonic storm Dana towards its landfall in the latter of the night, as the time progresses, the intensity of the air and the intensity of the rain and the gusty wind it's been just, you can see. You can realize we are on the seashore and the water level is absolutely high tide here in Thamara, and if you can see that only the water tide and the huge rainfall and the intensity of the wind, gusty wind is almost 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. You can see lots of the trawlers of the fishing person, they are trying to make their trawler towards the seashore as the water level it's been a high tide here in Thamara, and we can see that as the time progresses, the intensity of the gusty wind as well as the water tide, the height level of the water is also increasing. My video journalist Rajnikant is also showing you the visuals right from Thamara beach. Just behind you can see there is no spectacles. You can see only the water level has been high and the high tide with the rain and the wind is blowing with a high intensity, almost this speed, almost 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. You can see some of the trawlers in the sea. It's been turmoil and they are topsy-turvy in the situation. It's a cats and dogs situation. And once again, this is the sea level, and if you were standing here, standing here, and the wind is absolutely blowing in a huge speed, about 70 to 80 kilometers. It's almost 230 knots. It's almost up to 3 p.m. But the landfall at the time of the severe cyclonic storm Dana, its landfall about late at night here in between Sagar and Puri, and mostly the Bypolls and Thamara. This Thamara island, just behind this, there is a mangrove forest, and the landfall of the severe cyclonic storm Dana was almost there at Bypolls, just behind, which we can't see right now because of the cats and dogs rains, and it's been a huge tide here in Thamara.
Right.
And so the latest situation from an absolutely the evacuation has been procedure has been done by the Odisha government. It's been totally huge rainfall, as well as you can see. These are the boats. They are trying to coming towards the seashore, because you can see the tide of the water level as well as the rain and the speed as the time progresses, and it was approaching towards its landfall. And then the evacuation procedure by the Odisha government, the disaster management, the NDRF, ODRF, they are all working here. The Chadpalli MLA, Venkesh Roy, also visits the area, and he said they are taking the utmost report of the thing here in Thamara.
Right, Sukhendu. Stay safe, because I'm also being joined by Pinky, who is reporting live from Bakhali, which is a village in West Bengal. Pinky, what is happening around you? How is the situation like in West Bengal?
देखिए, वेस्ट बंगाल का ये जो बखाली है, ये एक टूरिस्ट स्पॉट है, मगर आज का जो सिचुएशन है, कल से पूरा जो सी शोर है वो खाली किया गया है और अभी कोई भी टूरिस्ट यहाँ पर मौजूद नहीं है। आपको दिखा सकती हूँ कि सिर्फ सिविल डिफेंस के तरफ से माइकिंग चल रहा है। मैं आपको ये भी पिक्चर थोड़ा दिखा देती हूँ कि आप देख सकते हैं सिविल डिफेंस का जो वर्कर्स है वो माइक के साथ है और वो लोग यहाँ पर माइकिंग कर रहे हैं, जो कि कोई भी अभी बीच में ना आए, क्योंकि आप जानते होंगे कि बखाली साउथ 24 परगना, जहाँ पर बहुत इफेक्ट पड़ने का वेदर का सेंटर बोल रहे कि वेदर ऑफिस से जो जाना जा रहा है कि साउथ 24 परगना में भी बहुत इफेक्ट पड़ने वाला है। क्या बोल रहे हैं सुनेंगे थोड़ा।
সমুদ্রে উত্তাল আছে, আপনারা ফিরে যান, কেউ পিঠে নামবেন না। বকখালি সমুদ্র সৈকতে পর্যটকদের বলা হচ্ছে আপনারা ফিরে যান, কেউ সমুদ্রের নিচে নামার
पूरा जो बीच है वो खाली किया गया है। आपको ये भी थोड़ा विजुअल दिखा दूं। अभी जो बीच का सीन आप देख सकते हैं कि बहुत हाई टाइड अभी चल रहा है। अभी जो सीन है, अभी जो विजुअल्स यहाँ का आ रहा है कि यहाँ पर टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पूरा खाली हुआ है। और सिर्फ यही नहीं, साउथ 24 परगना का बहुत सारा ऐसा जगह है जैसे कि गोसाबा, नामखाना, बखाली, मैं अभी जहाँ पर हूँ, ऐसे बहुत सारा जगह है जहाँ से गांव वालों को, विलेजर्स को लेके रिलीफ सेंटर में अभी लाया जा रहा है, ताकि कोई भी ऐसा घटना ना घटे जिससे कोई हानि पहुंचे। फिर भी और एक बार आपको ये विजुअल दिखा दूं, कोई टूरिस्ट नहीं है यहाँ पर। टूरिस्ट पूरा जो इलाका है बखाली का, एक तरफ समुंदर है, थोड़ा हवा है। अभी तक रेनफॉल ज्यादा नहीं हुआ है साउथ 24 परगना इस बखाली में, मगर 8 बजे के बाद, शाम के 8 बजे के बाद वेदर खराब हो सकते हैं, ऐसा भी वेदर ऑफिस बोल।
Yes, Pinky, stay with us. Sukhendu, I would like to come to you. What are the precautionary measures that the officials have put into place, keeping in mind the gusty winds that are flowing? As we can see on your cameras as well, like you were reporting for our viewers, the wind speed is extremely high. The area has been cordoned off. The people living around that coastal areas have been asked to move to a safer location. What are the other precautionary measures that have been put into place?
Exactly, Tanisha, where I'm showing, because the high tide is there. My video journalist Africa will show you the area. This is the area. If you can see, this is the fishing area, and the most of the area has been already vacant, and the evacuation procedure for the fishermen have also they have to make the safety places just around 1 kilometer from here. There was a Orissa disaster management from the state authority. There is a 2-story multi-story building, and they have been kept there. 200 people are there. Food has been supplied to them, and some of the curious people are already waiting inside, just on the seashore. But the most of the people who are in the seashore area, most of the fishermen, they have been kept in that shelter house, and they are keeping their foods, and the dry foods are also given to them, and they have been taken there. Almost 200 people, and I've also talked with the other people and the administrative people. There are all in the district of in the Orissa. There are 14 districts. Among 14 districts like Bhadra, Balasore, and Charbali, and all these, they have been kept with a red alert, and the wind speed among there almost can be up to 100 or 90 to 100 kilometers kilometers per hour can be reached with the landfall of the severe cyclonic storm Dana. And if you see, this is the water level is also increasing with the tide. There are 288 teams of the NDRF, ODRF has been deployed across Orissa. There are 800 shelter houses has been built, 500 plus. And also the chief minister and the other MLAs are also approaching across various places they visit, and they have shown what exactly the people are doing, and most of they have been taken the precautionary measures to save the life, because their first priority is to save the life, because they can't protect this severe cyclonic storm. So their first duty and their responsibility being from the administrative part, they have to save the lives of the people. They are trying to with this, and they have tried. Most of the people who are on the seashore, mostly the fishermen, have been kept into those shelters where they kept there. Mostly the vacant places are here. We have very near Tamara fishery harbor is there, and it has also been all the trawlers has been kept away.
के आसपास जो हमारा धामरा पोर्ट है और उनके बीच में जो हमारा भीतर का निकाय की जो स्थान है, वाइल्ड सेंचुरी है, उसी आसपास में वो लैंडफॉल होने वाला है और 100 से 120 किलोमीटर तक उनका जो विंड का प्रभाव होगा। इसी आधार पर उनका सारी अरेंजमेंट हम कर चुके हैं और रेस्टोरेशन करने के लिए सारी व्यवस्था कर चुके हैं। इसलिए हमको जैसे भी हो जीरो कैजुअलिटी जैसे होगा उसी आधार पर सारी तैयारियां हो चुका है और उसी बारे में लेते हुए सेंटर को भी हमने रिपोर्ट दे चुके हैं। निश्चित रूप से हम जीरो कैजुअलिटी करेंगे और उसको मुकाबला करते हुए सफल होंगे। थैंक यू।
As you can see there, we're getting in reactions in regard with Cyclone Dana. That is all expected to make a landfall tonight. Precautionary measures have been put into place. I'm being joined by two reporters on ground zero, one from Dhamra port in Odisha and the other Pinky reporting live from Bakhali in West Bengal. I would like to come across to you, Pinky, like you were giving us those visuals from Bakhali where the NDRF team are on ground zero. They are putting in measures to make people aware about how they should be staying away from these coastal areas. What are the red zones that have been declared and what are the danger zones that have been declared by the officials there in West Bengal?
देखिए आप अभी जो पिक्चर्स देख सकते हैं, विजुअल्स देख सकते हैं, बहुत तेज अभी जो आप हवा चलने लगी है। और सिर्फ यही नहीं, वेदर ऑफिस से भी कहा जा रहा है कि जब टाइम जितना बढ़ते रहेगा उतना ज्यादा वेदर खराब होता जाएगा। आप देख सकते हैं एक चप्पल उड़ के जा रहा है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आपका जो समुंदर का भी विजुअल्स है, समुंदर भी बहुत ज्यादा चेंज हो गया है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, पूरा जगह पूरा क्लाउडी हो गया है, वेदर का कंडीशन खराब होते जा रहा है और जो हवा है वो भी बढ़ते जा रहा है। मैं थोड़ा आपको वो विजुअल्स देने की कोशिश करती हूँ। एक तो टूरिस्ट स्पॉट पूरी खाली हुआ है, ये जो बखाली है, मगर वेदर कंडीशन खराब होते जा रहा है। और आपको ये भी बता दूं, यहाँ का जो होटल्स है वो होटल सब खाली किया गया है क्योंकि कोई भी टूरिस्ट ना आए, टूरिस्ट नया बुकिंग ना हो, ये भी किया गया है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, और भी मेजर्स लिया जा रहा है। माइकिंग चल रहा है पुलिस की तरफ से, सिविल डिफेंस की तरफ से माइकिंग चल रहा है। सिर्फ यही नहीं, इसके बावजूद भी जो गांव वाले हैं, जो विलेजेस है, उन लोगों को सेफ एरिया में लिया जा रहा है क्योंकि वहाँ पर फूड शेल्टर का इंतजाम किया गया है। क्योंकि जो कच्चे घर हैं वो पानी के अंदर जा सकते हैं। हवा चलने से बहुत ऐसा कच्चा घर है जो स्टॉव में वो लोग बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्टेड हो सकते हैं, इसीलिए ताकि इसको रोका जा सके कुछ और कोई भी आप जानते हैं ये जो साउथ 24 परगना है वो रेड अलर्ट जारी किया गया है और ये विजुअल्स अभी दिखा रहा है आपको, वॉशिंग अहमद दिखा रहा है ये विजुअल्स साउथ 24 परगना से आपको ये विजुअल्स दिख रहा है। बकखाली, सिर्फ बकखाली नहीं, बकखाली के पास गोशाबा है, सुंदरबन से आप जानते हैं कि ये मैंग्रोव एरिया है और जब भी कोई साइक्लोन आता है सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्टेड बंगाल का यही पार्ट होता है। तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट यही है कि कोई भी नुकसान ना हो, किसी भी जान का नुकसान ना हो, इसलिए विलेजर्स को शेल्टर में लिया जा रहा है और जो दुकान है बीच के साइड जो दुकान है वो भी पूरा बंद किया गया है ताकि कोई डैमेजेस ना हो सके। कोई भी नहीं है, पुलिस की तरफ से, सिविल डिफेंस की तरफ से कुछ माइकिंग अभी भी चल रहा है। आप समझ ही सकते हैं कि हवा तेज हो रहा है, वेदर भी खराब हो रहा है।
Right, Pinky. With that, I would like to thank both my reporters, Sukhwendu and Pinky, who are joining us live from Ground Zero for giving us those updates. We'll keep coming back to you, but till then, stay safe because the situation is only going to get worsened there. Stay safe and we'll keep coming back to you. But for now, we move on to the other stories that we are tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. As Indo-Tibetan Border Police celebrates 63rd Raising Day today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi extended greetings to ITBP Himveers and their families. He added that the force stands tall as a symbol of valor and dedication. Union Minister Amit Shah extended greetings and hailed ITBP personnel, saying that the nation takes immense pride in their bravery and patriotism. Three labourers were killed and 7 others suffered injuries after a makeshift water tank collapsed at a labour camp in Pune on Thursday morning. The incident took place in Pimpri Chirwad township when some labourers were taking bath under the water tank.
NCCL कंपनी का एक लेबर कैंप है जो कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी है और सवेरे 6 बजे के आसपास पानी की टंकी के साइड में जो नल लगे होते हैं उसमें नहा रहे थे लेबर सब। सवेरे जनरल उनका रूटीन है और इस सभी बच्चे बिहार और कुछ झारखंड से हैं, उनकी फैमिलीज भी यहाँ हैं और नहाते समय शायद पानी की टंकी से प्रेशर से टंकी फट गई है, वो टंकी फट गई है और 3 लोगों की जगह पे मौत हो गई है।
A unified headquarters meeting was called today in Srinagar. The meeting took place at Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. The meeting was to strategize and ensure security in the region, and this comes just 4 days after the deadliest terror attack on the labourers at Ganderbal that left doctor and 6 labourers dead and several others injured. In the wake of heavy rains in Bengaluru, the BBMP Health Department is taking preventive measures to curb the spread of waterborne diseases. There are concerns about infectious diseases in low-lying areas near stormwater drains and lakes due to flooding. The BBMP has issued strict precautionary measures and set up temporary camps in Mahadevapura, RR Nagar and other places. And it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But after the break, we get you live visuals with our ground coverage on Cyclone Dana, which is all set to make landfall between Puri and Sagar Island in West Bengal tonight.
After the break, we get you our live coverage from Ground Zero, where Cyclone Dana is expected to make landfall between Puri in Orissa and Sagar Island in West Bengal tonight.
Director, the taste of success.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
Few kilometers away from the ground zero of the severe cyclonic storm Dana, which will landfall in the Orissa, in the district of Bhadrak.
To all our viewers watching Republic TV, I'm Kriti Mehta. You're watching live and breaking at 3 p.m. Viewers, a lot of breaking news updates packed for you in this bulletin. Let's take a quick check of the headlines first at 3. Asked to resign by his own MPs, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau implements stricter rules for temporary foreign workers. Bengal, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh on high alert as Cyclone Dana's landfall likely at Dhamra port in Odisha's Bhadrak.
नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे, लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे.
BJP alleges Dalit leader insulted as video shows Kharge kept outside of Priyanka's nomination. Indi Alliance snub Congress. Now SP Chief Akhilesh says all Indi bloc candidates to fight UP Bypolls on cycle symbol. Blast in Pakistan's Balochistan, vehicle of Baloch tribal leader Nawabzada Mehboob targeted, 4 others also injured. And we're cutting across to breaking news coming in at top of the bulletin. Viewers, there has been no end to bomb threats to airlines today as well. Fresh threats have been issued to 85 flights. Vistara, 20 flights of Vistara and 20 flights of Air India have been also issued threats. They're among the 85 flights that have been issued fresh threats today. The airlines are yet to issue a statement, but this is the latest breaking news updates that we're bringing you, viewers. This, of course, after the centre has rebuked social media platforms over the bomb threats to flights and said how it is amounting to a betting crime. Now, joining us live on the bulletin are Samiksha and Rakshita from the newsroom, and Harsha, who's joining us live from the ground. Let me go across to Rakshita first. Rakshita, what details are you picking up on the fresh threats that have been issued to these flights, and where have these threats been issued? What platform?
Well, this is a massive amount this time. It's a big, breaking that we have right now. 85 flights. It's a fresh threat to 85 flights, 20 Air India, 20 Indigo flights, 20 Vistara, and 25 Akasa. So this is the latest update we have. So it has crossed the 150 mark. If you see in the past 10 days, it's more than 120 flights at least who have received this bomb threat. And remember, there have been high-level meetings time and again that have been, convened on this matter by the Home Ministry and involving all the security agencies as well, including the police. And this time, in fact, most of these threats come via social media. And yesterday we saw how the centre had also rebuked social media platform X for the threats that have been issued. These are incessant threats. And Samiksha also joins us here. Samiksha, this is a whopping number of flights that have received a bomb threat today. 85 flights today.
Well, that's right, Rakshita. And this is a worrying trend that we are seeing. Let's also tell our viewers that the Civil Aviation Ministry has been holding back-to-back meetings. They are even mulling on a legislation that is likely to come into effect. It's even being said that those hoax callers could be put on no-fly list. There have been series of statements coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister who say that there have been discussions ongoing as to the toughest action that can be expected against those hoax callers. Even social media platform, for that matter, Rakshita, was pulled up just a day before yesterday because these threats are being issued on social media platforms. Talking about the latest number of threats that are coming in, these are 85 flights in total, of which these flights include Air India flights, Indigo flights, and even Akasa flights. Rakshita, take us to more details that you're learning of.
In fact, the centre has also come down very heavily on social media platform X, and has also it's actually planning to take legislative action against what's been happening. It aims to in fact take these actions after a virtual meeting had taken place, Kriti, called by the Ministry of Electronics and IT as well, with the officials of all the airlines and social media platform X. So this is a whopping number of 85 airlines receiving bomb threats in a single day. For the past 10 days, we are seeing that despite several high-level meetings being convened with the airlines, all the CEOs of various airlines, of the security agencies or the investigative agencies, many complaints, many FIRs have also been filed, but the issue is not resolved. We still see that there is this constant threat while flying. Of course, it affects the business as well. Who is behind these threats? That's the biggest point of curiosity right now.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. Samiksha, stay on. Harsha is also joining us live from the ground in New Delhi. Harsha, of course, the centre has issued some norms, some steps to control the menace of the bomb threats that are being issued, and in fact has also said that these threat issuers will be put on no-fly list. But how easy is it really to identify these people who are issuing the threats, given that we're learning how the use of dark web is being employed to issue the hoax threats to the flights?
So, Kirti, right now we know that how the several ministries are dealing with. There's engagement between the Civil Aviation Ministry and also between the other ministries as well, which includes the law enforcement agencies like Counter Terror Division, RAW, IB. All are these engaged in to look out at from where the VPN is being fixed, because it's not one VPN. There's a multi-layering of the VPN. And today, as on Republic, we have broken 85 fresh bomb threats have been received by several airlines, which include 20 Indigo, 20 Air India, 20 Vistara, and 25 Akasa airline have received their fresh bomb threats. And to note it, because in the span of just 72 to 80 hours, it's almost, the graph has increased to more than 80 airlines getting the 80 bomb threats getting to the airlines. And it's the worrisome issue, because the Ministry of Civil Aviation is continuously trying to deal out with the situation where the points of the legislation is also being worked upon how to ensure that the unruly people who are setting out these bomb threat messages should be put on the no-fly list, and there should also be cognizable they should be penalized, and there should be stringent action under the BNS fresh sections that is being worked upon. But right now, the worrisome issue for the law enforcement agencies is that they are working on tracking the VPNs. These are not VPN only generated from inside the country, but most of the VPNs which have been tracked are the international VPN by people who are sitting outside the country, and therefore it is continuously being said that there is a conspiracy and the sabotage angle in the bomb threats, and this is the reason why Civil Aviation Ministry back to back is carrying out meeting not only with the airline but with the ministries as well, because it is a festival time. Now the passengers are also scared to take the flight. They are in the panic situation, and to minimize the disruption of the flights, that is the reason why most of the airlines are not putting out these fresh bomb threats on their social media platform. They don't want the passengers to panic and not take the airlines because of it, and this is what is the main task and main challenge in front of the Civil Aviation Ministry as well, how to deal with the situation. Right now, what we have got to know is that both the regulators, DGCA and BCAS, have got to know about the fresh bomb threats, and several flights have been diverted as well. And most of the flights in these bomb threats are the international flights. Basically, that's more concerning issue for the Aviation Ministry and MHA, that why most of the international flights are getting bomb threats. To ensure the safety of the foreign passengers and also the Indian passengers, it's very important that some strong legislation should come in place. Back to you.
Oh, well, absolutely. Let's go to Samiksha, who's joining us from the newsroom as well. Samiksha, now, do we have any information about who really could be behind this alleged conspiracy to target the Indian airlines, especially flights going on international routes? We've earlier picked up leads on how Pakistan and Chinese IDs may have been used to issue these hoax threats, but any further updates on those leads?
Samiksha.
That's right, and in fact, Rakshita, talking about these statements coming in from the Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, he says that all efforts are being made to find out exactly what is the motive behind these hoax threats. He says it's very difficult to tell at this point what the motive is behind these hoax calls. We are using intel, the IB and even other agencies to ensure that incidents like this do not happen again. In fact, let's also tell our viewers how security has been upgraded across airports across the country, beg your pardon. Agencies have increased security deployment by almost 10% over the past 1 week. Talking about the latest threats, these are 85 airlines who have received threats, Akasa Airlines, Indigo flights and even Air India flights who've received threats. Civil Aviation Minister who recently said that government is even proposing to place perpetrators on a no-fly list. So crackdown that is going to take place on all these hoax callers, Rakshita. We are expecting that legislation also to come into effect at the earliest, given that it's a statement that's categorically been put out that this is a legislation that is work in progress by the Civil Aviation Ministry.
All right, I also want to come to you now, Rakshita. What other measures have really been put in place? Have the authorities been able to pick a point of arrangement between the airlines, the CEOs, the DGCA and the ministry, whether there could be a law that will be devised that will really put an end to this menace, not an immediate end, at least a solution that could be immediately arrived upon?
Priti, we've seen that how, Ram Mohan Naidu, who's the aviation minister yesterday, has assured that the government is completely in control of the situation and there's nothing to really panic about it, and that no rushed decisions will be taken. That's what he said, that there will be no rushed decisions that will be taken in view of what's been happening. But the fact remains that more than 170 flights have received a bomb threat. This is something that could jeopardize the lives of thousands of people, because this is about civil aviation, and that's something that is in the minds, a question that is raised in the minds of every citizen who takes the air route, who in fact takes up flights every day for work or for personal reasons. And talking about the measures, as it was pointed out earlier, about the various deployment of air marshals, that of course is only in the case of hijacking, but also when it comes to bomb threats, that's where the investigative agencies, that's where the intelligence agencies also come into play. They have been of course on high alert, and what we know is that there is a legislative action that could be put in place, and of course course, the government has been holding high-level security meetings on the same, and also with the social media giants like social media platforms like X, so as to curb these hoax threats and mails.
All right. Well, thanks, Rakshita, Amit Shah, and Harsha for joining us and giving us all those details. With that, viewers, we'll shift our focus. We're getting you a big breaking news from Pakistan now. A bomb blast has been reported in Qila Saifullah in Balochistan, and we're learning that a key tribal leader has been targeted in this attack. The vehicle of a Balochistan tribal leader, Nawabzada Mehboob, has been targeted. He is a prominent tribal leader there in Balochistan. He was his motorcycle his vehicle was hit by a motorcycle-borne explosive. This is from Qila Saifullah district of Balochistan. Now, the explosion resulted in injuries to the tribal leader along with 4 others who were also traveling in the vehicle. It is being learned to be a suicide attack on tribal leader, an elder loyal to the state of Pakistan. Let's go across to Kaswar, who is our correspondent reporting in Pakistan. Kaswar, who really do you think is behind this attack on the tribal Balochistan leader?
Well, unfortunately, it was another attack, and what I am getting from the sources is it was actually a suicide attack that was aimed to target Mehboob Jogazai, who has been very loyal to the state of Pakistan and very close to army. It was yet another attack, and 7 people have been critically injured and taken to the hospital, including the main target, the Jogazai as well. So this is what so far we have got to know. But let me tell you that it was yet another attack, because unfortunately Balochistan had been receiving such numbers of bomb attacks, terrorist attacks, and IED blasts as well. Hundreds of people have lost life this year alone in such type of attacks that happened. Target the noted people, including Jogazai, who have been very straight to the Federal Federation of Pakistan. They have been attacked, and in all type of attacks, all the time, Balochistan Liberation Army have been behind such type of attack. So far, we could not hear from any terrorist organization to claim the responsibility, but yet it was yet another powerful attack, and it was actually a message to all of the people who have been supporting the state of the Federation of Pakistan in Balochistan.
Kaswar, what measures are now being taken given that this tribal leader we're learning is close to Pakistan ISI? What is the immediate aftermath of the attack on the tribal leader?
Well, whenever such type of attacks occur, definitely security, the first thing what we hear from the government authorities is that the security have been beefed up, and the police have taken up the investigation as well. But honestly, these number of attacks have been increasing with the passage of time, because we all know that insurgents have been on the roost across Balochistan. And regarding the message of this attack, what I am getting from these sources is that the terrorist organization, including really backing the insurgency in Balochistan, they all the time they have given message that they can strike in Quetta, they can strike in Yob, and they can strike everywhere. What we are getting from our sources is that the police and the other law enforcement agencies, that they have the power, they have the capacity, but still out of the blue, these such type of attacks are being happening. Intelligence agencies claim that they have busted a number of terrorist network across Balochistan, but still what we are seeing is that such number of attacks have been increasing, and hundreds of people have lost their lives in such number of attacks in Balochistan alone in this year.
All right, well, thanks, Kasper, for joining us. Let's also go across to Samiksha, who's joining us from the newsroom on this. Samiksha, this is, of course, not the first time that Balochistan and Baloch leaders are targeted in Pakistan. What really is the motive of the targeting of Balochis in Pakistan, given that we know how the Pakistani government is not really in favor of the Balochistan Liberation Army as well?
Well, that's right, Kriti. And, talking about this particular incident in which a prominent tribal Baloch leader was targeted, the bomb was planted in his vehicle in which he was traveling. This leader is Nawabzada Mehboob Jogezai and 4 others who sustained injuries in this bomb blast. The tribal leader, Jogezai, that is, he's said to be a close aide of Pakistan ISI. So, yes, that's a very important lead that we are getting, that this leader who was targeted in the bomb blast is said to be close to the Pakistan army. His vehicle was targeted, and this is in Balochistan's Kila Saifullah region where the bomb blast had happened. As we told our viewers, this is the bomb that was planted in this vehicle that he was traveling in. So this tribal leader, along with 4 others who sustained injuries in this bomb blast, Kriti.
All right, thanks, Amisha. Let's go back to Kasper, who's there alive in Pakistan. Kasper, of course, the Pakistan government has declared BLA as a terrorist organization back in 2006. Do you think this attack could be sponsored by the government?
Well, I disagree. I think government cannot be cannot be behind such type of, the attacks in Balochistan. In the beginning, we have been hearing from the government of Pakistan that actually Indian intelligence was behind such type of attack. But gladly, with the passage of time, they have stopped accusing Indians and Indian agencies here. But the fact is that the Balochistan Liberation Army have been pronounced a terrorist attack, terrorist organization, not only by Pakistan, but also United Nations and American as well. But one question remains unanswered, and that is, despite government's all-out struggles against Balochistan insurgency, we have been hearing that the Pakistan's law enforcement agencies have broken the back of terrorist organization. But despite that tall claim, such type of attacks are happening almost on every other day as well. And if I can tell you about the frequency of such attacks, I think 2 attacks have been happening per week across Balochistan. So I don't think that the government is behind such type of attacks, but government is certainly being failed to tackle insurgency and terrorism across Balochistan. That is actually the main problem.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks, Kasper, for joining us and bringing us those details. Live from Pakistan. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus now. We're bringing you news from Maharashtra. Now, ahead of the assembly polls, Mahayuti leaders have reached Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has arrived at Union Home Minister's residence. This as a key meeting is about to begin ahead of the assembly elections there. Let's go across to Harsha, who's joining us from the national capital. Harsha, this key huddle ahead of the Maharashtra Assembly elections. We know already how the BJP has released a list of 99 candidates in its first list for the Maharashtra Assembly elections. Who other leaders are going to be expected in this next list of the Mahayuti that will be released, given that we know how some sitting MLAs were not taken in the first list?
So, Kirti, the meeting is already underway. Right now, I'm outside the residence of Amit Shah, and right now, all the leaders of the Maharashtra Mahayuti have already arrived here, along with Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel, and Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde. All are here at the residence of Amit Shah. Right now, meeting is underway. It's already been almost 15 to 20 minutes since the meeting started, and this meeting is very important to finalize not only the key candidates but also the seat sharing formula. Right now, how far we know is since that 182 candidates list has been released by altogether by BJP, Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar's NCP. But right now on the 106 seats, this discussion is mainly on the remaining 106 seats where the candidates are to be fielded by all three key parties of Mahayuti. Not only that, the discussion has also to be made like which party will be getting what number of share in this 106, because right now what sources are telling us is that Ajit Pawar could not be getting the share in this 106 seats, and that is the reason this dialogue has now reached to national capital. And it's very important that how this Mahayuti is exercising the strategy that there should be no rebellion within the Mahayuti, and that is the reason very cautiously the candidates had been fielded, very cautiously the seat sharing arrangement is being done, and also there will be a strategy that in Mumbai only the number of seats, the number of constituencies, each party will get how many constituencies, because the major tussle and major dispute between the parties is for the Mumbai seats. Also, if we talk about the strategy, BJP is also watching closely that what sort of candidate Mahavikas Aghadi is fielding from several constituencies, and after that only they will be fielding the candidates. So right now meeting is underway. Now what we have gotten to know so far is that meeting will go on for under 2 to 3 hours to finalize the seat sharing formula and the key candidates. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Harsha, for joining us. For now, we'll come back to you when the meeting concludes to pick up the latest from what really passed on in this meeting. With that, viewers, let's move on and tell you that the Union Cabinet has approved a significant railway infrastructure project. This aims at enhancing connectivity in North Bihar and the northeast region. Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has announced the sanctioning of doubling of the Narkatiyaganj, Raxaul, Sitamarhi, Darbhanga and Sitamarhi Muzaffarpur railway lines. The doubling of 2 railway lines, this 256-kilometer project that costs over 4,000 crore rupees, will be of benefit to UP and North Bihar and other northeastern states.
Modi's biggest objective. There is no question of politics in these two projects. These two projects have been in progress for some time, and both the projects are very complex projects. In the case of Amravati, we had to look at multiple options, and in the case of North Bihar, the connecting links, for example, this green part, that part construction is already progressing now. So as the progress happens on the connecting links, it was important to go to the entire corridor. So there is no question of politics in it, Deepak. This is development. South Coast Railway Zone is a matter of commitment that we have given in the Parliament itself, and already we are working on it. There was an issue of land which the government in Andhra Pradesh
definition of secularism tilted. Secularism in focus after Supreme Court's judgment. Arnab asks, what is real secularism? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jamia was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facility.
Few kilometers away from the ground zero of the severe cyclonic storm Dana, which will landfall in the Orissa, in the district of Bhadrak.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live and breaking at 3:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasti. There's a lot lined up for you on this bulletin, but before that, let's have a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Fresh threats issued to 85 flights, including Air India, Kazan and Vistara today. Asked to resign by his own MPs, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau implements stricter rules for temporary foreign workers. Bengal, Orissa and Andhra on high alert as Cyclone Dana's landfall likely at Dhamra port in Orissa's Bhadrak.
नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे, लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे.
BJP alleges Dalit leader insulted as video shows Kharge kept outside of Priyanka's nomination. Indi Alliance snub Congress. Now SP Chief Akhilesh says all Indi bloc candidates to fight UP Bypolls on cycle symbol. Blast in Pakistan's Balochistan. Vehicle of Baloch tribal leader Nawab Zada Mehboob targeted. 4 others injured. And we have some breaking news coming in where from Kashmir's Baramulla, where a grenade detonated inside court's evidence room in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla, injuring on-duty police officer. The explosion occurred around 1 p.m., prompting immediate response from authorities to bring the situation under control. So that's the latest breaking news that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla, where grenade detonated inside court's evidence room in Baramulla. We learned that one police officer, on-duty police officer, has been injured, prompting authorities to beef up the situation, the security in and around the nearby areas. What we also learn is that the authorities are trying to bring the situation under control. I'm being joined by Aravat, my colleague. He's reporting live from Baramulla. Aravat, please share more details.
Absolutely, Tanisha, as we have seen that this is an accidental incident that took place in the Baramulla court. We have seen that the detonator of the hand grenade turned off there in the court premises, and we have seen the area is being sanitized by the BDS squad. Also, the Jammu and Kashmir police person also injured in this explosive. After that, we have seen the entire area has been cordoned off by the security forces for the precautionary measures, and civilians are not being allowed to go to that very spot where this blast took place. Now the things are being verified, what actually happened and how this incident took place in the court premises. These things are being verified by the various security agencies. The injured police person have been shifted to the nearby hospital, where the doctors are saying that he is stable and he has received the splinter injuries, and we are being told by the Jammu and Kashmir police that the situation is under control as of now. Area is being sanitized by the BDS squad in the Baramulla court premises. Back to Tanisha.
Right, Rawat, stay with us, because we're shifting our focus to another story again from Baramulla, where it is a third terror attack that's taken place in about 7 days. A non-local from Bihar was shot at by terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla. The condition of the labor is stable, it is under control. However, what is to be noted here is that this is the third attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla in just about a matter of 7 days. And remember, this comes just days after Omar Abdullah was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. What we learned is that the laborer who was shot dead is under stable condition. There you have visuals on your screen which shows the picture of a laborer. He's in his teens. He was running a saloon at Baramulla. That is when the terrorist came and fired upon him. Thankfully, he has sustained minor injuries and nothing major has been reported in the case so far. What we also know is that the teen who was shot at by terrorists has been admitted in the hospital. His condition is now stable. But remember, what is concerning here is that this is the third terror attack that has been reported on a non-local in just about a span of 1 week. On October 18 in Shopian, a non-local was killed. On October 20, 7 people were killed in Ganderbal. The stills of the terrorists which Republic got to you as a mega exclusive yesterday. And today, this incident being reported from Baramulla has raised several eyebrows, especially on the new government that has just sworn in. Because what we are talking about here is that back-to-back terror attacks taking place in the state of Jammu and Kashmir just at a time when normalcy was restored, when peace was restored. When normalcy and peace was restored in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. That was all from Jammu and Kashmir. We now shift our focus back in the national capital, where there is a big BJP versus Congress war, and this over BJP alleging that a Dalit leader was insulted. Now, visuals on your screen show how at a time when Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, when she was filing her nominations from Wayanad, there is a video that the BJP has put on their social media handle which shows Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, also a Dalit leader, peeping through a door, watching how Priyanka Gandhi is filing her nominations. Now, the BJP has alleged that it is the Congress who has always put family first, and it is the Congress party who has insulted the Dalit leader. Visuals on your screen on your left hand side show how Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has been kept outside. He's peeping through the door, watching Priyanka Gandhi file her nominations. The BJP has upped its ante against the Congress party, saying that Congress's mentality is always putting the Gandhis first, the families first. Listen into those reactions that's coming in from the BJP.
एक तस्वीर है ये देखिए, ये तस्वीर क्यों दिखा रहा हूं मैं आपको बताता हूं। यहां आगे बैठी हैं श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, और पीछे बैठे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, जो कि पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं। यह क्या दर्शाता है? यह दर्शाता है नाम के लिए, राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए हम लोग पिछड़े समाज के व्यक्ति को किसी पद पे बैठाएंगे, लेकिन रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलाएंगे, उसको सम्मान नहीं देंगे। और एक और वीडियो सार्वजनिक हुआ कल, जिसका जिक्र करना अनिवार्य है, और कोई ये नहीं कह सकता कि ये मेरा अंदरूनी मामला है। आप टिकट किसे दें, ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है। अध्यक्ष कौन बनाए, ये आपका अंदरूनी मामला है। लेकिन अगर एक नेता है, वो पिछड़े समाज से आता है, और जिस कमरे में नामांकन हो रहा था, उस कमरे के दरवाजे को बंद कर दिया जाए और एक व्यक्ति झांक रहा हो पीछे से, और वो व्यक्ति कोई और नहीं, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी थे। इससे ज्यादा आपत्तिजनक बात क्या हो सकती है कि आप राजनीति में अपना ओछी घटिया राजनीति करते हुए, जो दलित समाज से आता है, पिछड़े समाज से आता है, उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं।
कांग्रेस का डीएनए मूलतः दलित विरोधी और ओबीसी विरोधी है, और इसका परिचय तब मिलता है जब वायनाड के नामांकन में फैमिली फर्स्ट, परिवार फर्स्ट का दर्शन देते हुए, पीडीए का मतलब पारिवारिक दलों का अलायंस है, यही बताते हुए कैसे माननीय खड़गे जी, जो कि एक दलित नेता है, उनको बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। मतलब परिवार के सदस्य ही अंदर जा सकते हैं नामांकन के लिए, खड़गे जी का नाम भी नहीं दिया गया। फिर जब ये वीडियो सामने आया और एम्बेरसमेंट हुई कि भाई खड़गे जी तो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष भी है, भूल गए थे ये लोग, तो फिर उन्होंने एक दो लोगों को परिवार के बाहर किया, जो बच्चे थे, और उनको खड़गे जी को अंदर लिया। इतना घोर अपमान दलितों का बार बार कांग्रेस करती है। पहली बार नहीं है। आम्बेडकर जी को चुनाव हराना, आम्बेडकर जी को भारत रत्न लंबे समय तक नहीं देना, अभी कुमारी शैलजा जी का अपमान करना, सीताराम केसरी की धोती फाड़कर कांग्रेस के प्रथम परिवार ने उनको निकाल दिया था पार्टी ऑफिस से, और खड़गे जी को बाहर खड़ा कर दिया। तो मुझे लगता है ये दलित विरोधी जो डीएनए है इस परिवार का भी, 1961 में आरक्षण नहीं होना चाहिए, नेहरू जी ने बोला था। 80 to 90 में विरोध किया था मंडल का, इंदिरा जी ने, राजीव जी ने। राहुल गांधी अभी विदेश गए थे तो उन्होंने बोला कि मैं आरक्षण खत्म कर दूंगा। जामिया एमयू में आरक्षण खत्म किया है। तो कांग्रेस मूलतः दलित विरोधी है, और उसका परिचय आज फिर से मिला है। मुझे लगता है दलित समाज बहुत अपमानित महसूस कर रहा है।
इन लोगों को क्या पता है परिवार का मतलब? ये जो परिवारवाद पर ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, पहले अपने गिरेबान में झांके, सामने आईना रख लें तो पता चल जाएगा। ये देश में बीजेपी जितना आरोप विपक्ष पर लगाती है, अपने गिरेबान में नहीं झांकती है। तो परिवारवाद पर अगर एक उंगली इधर उठाएंगे तो बीजेपी के इधर 4 उंगली उठेंगे, ये जान लेना चाहिए।
And moving on to some breaking news coming in from Maharashtra, where ahead of the Maharashtra elections, there is a big boost for Ajit Pawar faction, where the Supreme Court has said that the NCP clock symbol will remain with Ajit Pawar. However, with disclaimer, the next hearing is slated on November 6th, is what we know. I have my colleague Alisha joining me live from the newsroom. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the big breaking news coming in from Maharashtra, where in a big win for Ajit Pawar, for the NCP faction of Ajit Pawar, the Supreme Court has said that the clock symbol for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections will be used by Ajit Pawar faction with a disclaimer, of course, and that is it was a matter of contest in courts and was subjected to final outcome of the petition filed by Sharad Pawar. Now remember, on March 19 and April 4, ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, the court had directed NCP to include a disclaimer in all campaign materials that they use of clock symbol, and that was sub judice. Today the court directed Ajit Pawar to file an undertaking to the effect that the previous orders will be followed for the state assembly elections as well. Now issuing notice on an application filed by Sharad Pawar alleging violation of conditions by Ajit Pawar group, the court asked the latter to file a reply along with reiteration of earlier undertaking to the effect that directions in previous orders shall be meticulously complied with even during the process of state assembly elections. So there we have a big win for Ajit Pawar in that matter when it comes to Maharashtra assembly elections, where the NCP, where the Supreme Court, I beg your pardon, has given the nod to NCP Ajit Pawar faction to use the clock symbol. We have Alisha live joining us from the newsroom. Alisha, share more details. What was the timeline of the case? What was the dispute all about, wherein it is a big win for NCP leader Sharad Pawar? I beg your pardon, NCP leader Ajit Pawar.
Well, Tanisha, indeed, it's a big win for Ajit Pawar, because here is the Supreme Court who has allowed Ajit Pawar-led faction of the NCP to retain a clock symbol for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly. But Supreme Court here has categorically mentioned that Ajit Pawar can retain the clock symbol but with a disclaimer, and have also asked to file fresh undertaking by November 6th. This is over the violation of the direction that has been given by the Supreme Court. So the court has clearly mentioned that it is where both the factions, specifically now Ajit Pawar, who has been allowed to retain the clock symbol for the upcoming assembly election, they will need to file the undertaking stating that they will not violate any direction that has been given by the Supreme Court. If it does so, the Supreme Court might take suo motu contempt against the faction. But yes, it's a big win, because it is a petition that was filed by Sharad Pawar over the clock symbol right after the split in the NCP, where Ajit Pawar had his own faction and clearly mentioned that the party name and the symbol will go with Ajit Pawar. But here, when the challenge has been taken by Sharad Pawar faction, when the petition was filed against Ajit Pawar faction, clearly mentioning that the Sharad Pawar is the president of the party and NCP name and the symbol should go with Sharad Pawar. But here the Supreme Court, even earlier where the EC has given the name, party name and symbol to Ajit Pawar, clearly mentioning that the Ajit Pawar has the number of the MLAs and the other party members, whether it is MP and the other legislative members. So the party name and the symbol was given, and the same has been mentioned by Supreme Court, clearly stating that Ajit Pawar can retain clock symbol with disclaimer.
Right, Alisha. Thank you for sharing us all those updates. We'll keep coming back to you on the story. But for now, we shift our focus to the other big story that Republic is tracking, where Cyclone Dana is all set to make landfall in Odisha tonight. And remember, precautionary measures have been issued not just in Odisha, but also on coastal areas of West Bengal. I have my colleagues Sukhendu and Pinky, who were there on ground zero, reporting live, getting you the ground updates on what actually is happening on ground. Remember, all tourist areas which happens to be nearby the coastal areas have been prohibited to visit there. Precautionary measures have been put into place. Teams are on high alert. NDRF team has been put on high alert. There are teams of the Indian Navy as well who are there on spot to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. We'll see if we can go to our visuals of those severe cyclonic visuals that were coming earlier, just few moments back, where Cyclone Dana is all set to make landfall tonight. Coastal areas of Odisha and West Bengal are bracing for the Cyclone Dana. Precautionary measures have already been put into place. The local residents residing in and around those areas where the cyclone is expected to make landfall has been evacuated. And what we know is that we are getting in a live report from ground zero. Let's listen into that.
Cyclone Dana is approaching the Odisha coast and is expected to make a landfall tonight. As per the Indian Met Department, the landfall is set to hit Odisha and West Bengal coast. IMD has predicted that a severe cyclonic storm with the wind speed of 100 to 110 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the Odisha government has announced closure of schools in the coastal districts. Airport authorities have suspended flight operations in the state. Rescue teams have also been deployed to evacuate people from vulnerable areas.
We are fully geared up for the cyclone. We have 182 teams of the fire and rescue services of Odisha, which is nearly about 2,000 people. And we will cover all the 14 districts which will be affected. But actually the districts which are more impacted, we have more people there.
The Odisha government is planning to evacuate up to 10 lakh people from cyclone-prone areas. Chief Minister Mohan Maji asked all the MLAs to oversee the rescue and relief operations in their respective constituencies.
दाना तूफान को लेकर किस तरीके से एहतियात बरता जा रहा है आप इस वक्त देख पा रहे हैं। अनाउंसमेंट की जा रही है, जो भी लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं उन्हें बीच से हटाने का काम किया जा रहा है। और इस वक्त आप देख पा रहे हैं ये जो सायरन की आवाज है लोगों को आगाह कर रही है कि आप तुरंत के तुरंत बीच से हट जाएं। और यहाँ पर लाल का जो झंडा है वो बता रहा खतरे का निशान। और इस बीच पर कई झंडे लगाए गए हैं। वो एक डिमार्केशन लाइन है कि उसके आगे आपको नहीं जाना है। तो अनाउंसमेंट लगातार हो रही है और सायरन की आवाज, पुलिस प्रशासन बिल्कुल सतर्क है। और कल जिस तरीके से पूरी एसपी से हमारी बातचीत हुई थी, उन्होंने भी कहा था कि जो तैयारी है मुकम्मल है और जो जीरो कैजुअलिटी है वो हमारी प्राथमिकता है।
Chief Minister Maji also asked the MLAs to provide all the necessary support to the people in the time of crisis.
We slip into a very short break, but after the break we'll tell you how Ajit Pawar camp has achieved a big win after Supreme Court has said that the NCP faction of Ajit Pawar can use the clock symbol. We'll tell you all that and much more right after a short break.
See the power of God. Touch. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus. Say thank you, Jesus.
There's one more thing that membership to Jammu was given on honorary basis because she is an international player, plays for India.
Yes. So as far as her membership is concerned, absolutely, she is the pride of the country. We wish her well. We wish she brings more accolades to the country. There is no issue about that. The membership was given to her, being a Bandra girl, to come and use the facilities, hone her skills and do better for the country. तो वो privilege misuse जो उनके फादर ने किया, using her membership to book the presidential hall, and the booking was 1.5 साल की booking थी. हमारे members को जगह नहीं मिल रही थी. If I wanted to do a function or any member, the hall.
And Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes as Indo-Tibetan Border Police celebrates its 63rd Raising Day today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi extended greetings to ITBP Himveers and their families. He added that the force stands tall as a symbol of valor and dedication. Union Home Minister Amit Shah extended greetings and hailed ITBP personnel, saying that the nation takes immense pride in their bravery and patriotism. 3 labourers were killed and 7 others suffered injuries after a makeshift water tank collapsed at a labour camp in Pune on Thursday morning. The incident took place in Pipri Chudwar township when some labourers were taking bath under the water tank.
ये एनसीसीएल कंपनी का एक लेबर कैंप है जो कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी है और सवेरे 6 बजे के आसपास पानी की टंकी के साइड में जो नल लगे होते हैं उसमें नहा रहे थे लेबर सब। सवेरे जनरल उनका रूटीन है और इस समय बच्चे बिहार और कुछ झारखंड से हैं, उनकी फैमिलीज़ भी यहाँ है और नहाते समय शायद पानी की टंकी से प्रेशर से टंकी फट गई है, वो टंकी फट गई है और 3 लोगों की जगह पे मौत हो गई है।
A unified headquarters meeting was called today in Srinagar. The meeting took place at Raj Bhavan in Srinagar and it was called to strategize and ensure security in the region. The meeting comes just 4 days after the deadliest terror attack on labourers at Ganderbal that left a doctor and 6 labourers dead and several others injured. Now, in a tragic incident that's come to fore from the state of Bengaluru, an under construction building collapsed that took lives of several people. Now we are getting live visuals from the ground. Here is a report more on that.
Days after the collapse of an under-construction building in Bengaluru, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah inspected the site. Following the visit, he announced a compensation of 5 lakh rupees for the families of the deceased. In the wake of this incident, the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike has been directed to halt all illegal construction in the city. CCTV footage has now been released, revealing the exact moment the building collapsed. Earlier, rescue operations began as fire department officials utilized heavy machinery to recover bodies from the rubble.
Director, the taste of success.
Congress party suddenly asking whether everything that we have been fighting with the Chinese on border issues and questions of trade imbalance have been solved with Narendra Modi meeting Xi Jinping, and the simple answer is no, it's not. There are allegations that foundations linked to top Congress leaders have accepted money through Chinese embassies. And the Congress party, as a pro-China party, refused to even build roads. And Sonia Gandhi's defense minister, A.K. Antony, said having no border infrastructure, which means having no system to protect ourselves. These are questions every Indian must ask. We must corner the Congress party on these questions. And once again, any senior leader of the Congress party is welcome to debate these issues directly with me. I know they won't, I know they can't. I know they can't face me, but perhaps if you forward this video widely enough to force them to, perhaps they will. My invitation, ladies and gentlemen, always open.
Gandhi family disrespects Mallikarjun Kharge.
खड़गे जी का साथ जो हुआ उसका बात लोगों को बताने के लिए और कुछ नहीं रह गया है। कांग्रेस का पर्दा साफ हो चुका है। दलितों को वो बाहर में दिखाता है कि हम लोग दलितों का साथ है, अंदर में दलितों को अपमान किया जाता है।
Is the family above the Congress president? Debating tonight at 9 p.m. Indi's all-out snub to Congress in polls. UP Bypolls, Congress to contest on SP's symbol. Arnab asks, has Indi lost all faith in the Congress? Debating tonight at 9:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,